chunky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Actually, this is already happening. The European major of the UTMB World Series is starting.
Vamos a disfrutarlo, vamos a vivirlo. They will be there all day long, 8 hours in the mountain.
Y volvemos con más emoción, con más pelea en esta Val d'Aran by UTMB.
Beautiful pride. He is absolutely giving everything.
And we are live, and welcome back, everyone. This is the third day of our live coverage of Val d'Aran by UTMB, and we have Stephanie Case with you here in the studio, and I am joined by Martin. Welcome back to the studio, Martin.
Thanks, Steph. It is a pleasure to be back in the studio once again. And yeah, there's been some pretty neat improvement, as you were telling. There's even a waterfall by the window.
And it is a waterfall actually from Val d'Aran. So it is like we are sitting here in our chalet in the mountains following alongside the runners. It has been such an exciting 3 days. We first followed the 50K race on Thursday, where we saw Sarah Alonso just absolutely blitz her way, winning in 6 hours and 20 minutes, saying it was the hardest race of her life. And the top three women in the 50K were all within 5 minutes of one another. So that was a really exciting race to watch. On the men's side, we saw Luca Del Perro finishing in 5 hours, 23 minutes. And then yesterday, we had the 100K race. Now, the story of the day from the 100K race was Yao Miao. Absolutely. She just obliterated the field, not just the women's field, but the men's field. She finished 8th scratch. She was even as high as 6th, 7th during the day, but ran into some vision problems at around the 80-kilometer checkpoint, but absolutely phenomenal race. And then on the men's side, we had Gauthier Boncader finishing in first on the men's side. And that was a bit of a story on the men's side, where we had Julen, who was running in first for most of the day, unfortunately got a time penalty, a 1 hour time penalty.
1 hour, yeah.
Yeah, due to unauthorized assistance. Now we're seeing on screen the recap of the start of the 100-mile race, which is what we are following today. So with the 100-mile race, they started at 4 p.m. yesterday, off into beautiful weather. Now, this race has had a tough time with the weather in past years. Last year, it was a shortened course, and the 2 years prior to that, it was unfortunately canceled. So we are absolutely stoked to be able to see that we have a full race, no changes, no last minute switches, and we are going to be seeing some incredible finishes. Now, off from the start, we had Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland leading right from the get-go, extremely strong. She's coming off of a win at Ultra Trail Australia, also a world major, and heading off, followed by Aurora Sio, who is a little bit older, which I'm very excited about. I like to mention that. She's 47, and she has been holding in second. And we haven't really seen a shift overnight. Those are still
holding.
the placings. Yep, on first and second. We have seen a switch in the third place. It was I believe it was Sandro Coelho Capistros who was in third yesterday when we left you. Now let's look on the men's side. Santos Gabriel Rueda, who's a fan favorite, who we have been following. I believe he was second last year. We knew that he would be up near the start, but Benyat Marmasol was the favorite coming in, and he's unfortunately withdrawn overnight. Now you can see there on the women's rankings on the screen. So as I've said, there's been a switch up in terms of the third place. We have Anastasia Ayanina, and a bit of an interesting story on the women's side. We've got quite a spread between the top three women.
Yeah,
and some people that we weren't expecting to see in that top five.
Yeah, it looks like, as you mentioned, overnight things usually change, reshuffle, and like on your screen, you had the different times that didn't look too far apart. However, they were at different aid stations.
Yep.
And so we'll be obviously following their progression throughout the day and see how they go. But it was interesting in the men's, like Saga Reda was, in my opinion, one of the dangerous ones, because as much as his UTMB index might not have been as high as Benyat, like he is consistent. Like when he's towing the line, you know he delivers, and so he's there. But like here we have third and fourth. But last I checked, Saga, they were like basically running together, like within seconds with Teo Soriano. So he's like, okay, nothing is done just yet. And so if we have third and fourth, I'm a bit surprised because it does look like Saga here. So has he fallen back?
That would be an interesting story, but I don't think that would be possible. Just looking at the times, something would have really had to have shifted. As if you look at the times going through the last checkpoint, on the screen you'll see Santos Gabriel Rueda, but Martin is saying Saga. That's what his nickname that he goes by. So we have Saga and Teo Soriano. They came through the last checkpoint, within less than a minute of one another.
Yeah, it's changed actually. You're right.
With third and fourth running together, clocking in at pretty much the exact same time. So we can see them teaming up. This is a long race. This is a long mountain race. Particularly through the night, it is helpful to be able to have a little bit of company. Make sure that you're staying on track. There on the screen, we have our fifth place man. That's Pau Rios. I feel badly for him. He's running on his own, whereas the top four have been able to find buddies. So maybe we need to give a little bit of a shout out to Enrique Gomez in sixth and tell him to speed up. And it's true. Actually, they came through the last checkpoints just within a couple minutes of one another as well. So really interesting pattern there. The women incredibly spread out. The men are teaming up. But at some point today, not at the moment, but at some point today, we're going to start to see these pairs begin to race one another.
And as much as he's alone, he's got a cam runner with him.
That's true.
So he was actually like exchanging a few words with them. Not too sure what was shared, but it looked like he was in good spirits. We saw a smile.
And what do we know about Pau Rios? So already this year, he's had a pretty good result. 7th place at the classic course, the 126-kilometer course at Trans-Gran Canaria. That was a race that I did as well. I think I came in 7th as well, or maybe 8th, 7th. Are you speaking English?
Yeah.
Thank you, Pau. So pretty strong background. DNF'd at Cocodona 250 last year, but had a first place at a 50K race in Canada. Interesting background. Looks like he's done a few races in Canada, so I'm feeling a little bit of personal affinity towards Pau.
Yeah, that might be why he's he's now comfortable speaking English.
Exactly. There's got to be something. I'm going to dig into his background a little bit. If you're following us on the chat, let us know what you know about Pau. What is this Canadian connection?
But I mean, that's where he belongs. Like in the past few years, he's been increasing his level. His best UTMB score was 837. Yeah, like no surprise here. And again, squeezing into the top 5. I mean, he's in for the prize money, so pretty solid day altogether. If he just keeps it until the end, but so far he looks pretty good. Obviously, you know, sunglasses are on. They're going into another day after running through the night, so it's always a bit of a shakeout physiologically.
And here we are seeing a little bit of a flyover, an overview of this incredible course. Now, this area of the Pyrenees, it's fairly high altitude overall. About 30% of the region is above 2,000 meters, with some of the peaks hitting 3,000 meters. Not ones that the runners will be going over,
Yeah.
just to be clear. But because the race does hit some high points that has caused some complications in the past when we've either still had snow up high or when there's been storms. Now we see Pau here coming through the aid station.
And so, coming back to Yao Miao yesterday, like, you know, we saw what was happening with her eyes.
Yeah.
And we were having a conversation with a friend. Usually that happens at very high altitude, but like it clearly wasn't the issue there. So we've seen that very issue happen in 2019 at UTMB, I think. And I remember like seeing her at Courmayeur and she was sitting down, just had those issues. But it looked like she had either anticipated it at least because she had like clear glasses to try and protect her eyes. But was there anything during the live broadcast that you could hear or understand, like the origin of it?
No, I mean, she did have eye drops. She did have glasses to help her. She said that was still bothering her, but she could continue moving forward. We had a bit of a chat about this on the live chat because I had actually guessed that was the problem, that it wasn't just dry eyes, that it was vision problems. It's something that we have seen and heard affect some of the top women in particular. I haven't seen it happen to any of the men.
No, true.
In past years, it's something that has been affecting the women. We know that Courtney has struggled with this. We know that Katarina Hartmut has struggled with this.
I didn't know about
Amanda Maciel as well has had this problem.
Right.
And I'm going to put myself in that category. I lost my vision during Nice Côte d'Azur last year, all through the night. And it was only during the high altitude night parts that I suffered that same problem.
And so we have a replay here of maybe.
Station. Look at that food. I think this is really just a chance to see exactly the large Spanish feast that the runners are being treated to.
There's some good tunes on. Party on.
That's Thomas Duvivier in third there in the aid station. I'm guessing there with, number 22, Delby Via Gongora from Finland. Okay, so just going back to those vision problems, it's quite interesting. It had never happened to me before, but it's like you're looking through Vaseline, so you can see, but everything is blurry. You can see lights, but at least this is what happened to me. But everything is kind of rained, no sharp vision, so it makes it very difficult to see rocks, tree roots. Particularly if it's during the night. Yao Miao was going during the day, but makes the descents incredibly difficult. And it's a bit scary because you don't know if it's going to continue. And
you're going blind.
Haven't really figured out what caused it. There are some theories that it's high altitude, that it's cold, it's wind. It could be sugar.
We're saying it's a lactate buildup.
Mm-hmm.
After such a sustained effort that he just sprays all the way through to the eyes.
Yeah.
But
there are different theories, but they haven't. I've talked to a nutritionist, I've talked to my coach about it, and they haven't really figured it out. But it is something that we are seeing. You know, I think as people are pushing more and more, I I do believe it has to do with the amount of effort. But we have seen this. Fernanda, it was a few years ago when she was in UTMB, she had to pull out because of this reason. But it is why you will see some of the top runners who've experienced this before wearing clear glasses, maybe in some way protecting your eyes from the wind, and the dust can help. Who knows?
But then, like, is that painful?
It's not painful. At least
Okay,
it wasn't.
okay, well.
It wasn't for me. It's just a bit scary and a bit disconcerting.
Yeah.
I remember I kept coming into the aid station saying, "Je ne peux pas voir, je ne peux pas voir." No one really knew what to do with me, but
Well, I guess you're gonna have to slow down. But yeah, like some of the replay images of just running, like lifting her knees and
Yep,
looking
exactly.
like she couldn't see. It's just
Exactly.
it is scary.
Exactly. And yeah, you can keep moving, but you do have to watch where you're putting your feet, or feel where you're putting your feet. You know, we've heard the stories of Courtney, where I can't remember what race it was that she ran, but she was getting paced by her partner, and he was calling out, where the rocks were and telling her to shift to the left, shift to the right, keep moving forward.
Like, I think the very first time it happened to her was at Run Rabbit Run.
Yeah, I
And
think you're right on
she
that.
had to cover like 20 miles. And obviously, because she wanted to be in the prize money, she couldn't have a pacer.
Yep.
And so she was just like hobbling.
Yeah. Oh, and
Savage.
there we have Kasia Dąbrowska, so Katarzyna. We're working on our pronunciation today.
Yeah,
Martin is
like-
helping me there.
Again, having the right Polish friends is Katarzyna, apparently. But you had the nickname.
Yep.
Kasia.
Kasia.
So, big shout out to everybody in Poland looking and cheering on this live broadcast. We certainly appreciate you all. So it's good to have you part of this experience. Poland, definitely a big trail running nation. And it used to shine more in the mains with like Marcin, Bart Przydajewski in the early days, and then the woman has totally taken over.
Andrzej Witek, yeah.
Yeah, Andrzej.
Yeah, he's now someone we're always following on the live stream.
Yeah.
Now here we have Kasia. She is, as we said, she's coming off of a win, Ultra Trail Australia, already won a UTMB World Series major. She's here to win a second one. She's got quite a bit of distance on Aurora CEO in second. So she is really coming out strong. We can't even give you splits because the top three women have gone through three different checkpoints. So we can't show you the comparisons without doing a little bit more math. But Kasia, I saw at Trans Gran Canaria in March. She had a tough race. At that race, she was out to really blitz again to get first. But we were hit with very strange weather there. It was even snowing and hailing at the top throughout the night.
Yeah.
So all of us who'd done heat training, really suddenly were suffering from the cold. And Kasia unfortunately had to drop with hypothermia there. But she has come back the rest of the season very strong. And hungry.
Yeah, that's that was a quick turnaround. I felt too. Like she's done quite a bit. So I hope she's not holding her psoas or anything, because she looks like she's got her hand.
Yeah, she's walking through this section here, this aid station coming up, rather than running in, which is a good point. I mean, she's very comfortably in first, so maybe she's just taking a minute to breathe and relax. But
Yeah.
check her partner is crewing her throughout.
Yeah, you get direct line
Yep, and
through.
this is an aid station that she can get crewed at. So hopefully we will.
We'll check in after. Let them
Yeah.
do what they gotta do.
Yeah. I'll just get teed up there to get an inside scoop from him after we go through the aid station. And there he is. We're going to see Kasia take a bit of a sit down, a bit of a regroup here. There's only one more checkpoint at which she can receive aid at. There are only three checkpoints throughout this 100-mile course. where the runners can receive aid. So this checkpoint at 114 kilometers through the course is a critical one. And she will not be able to get aid for another 35 kilometers.
Yeah, and unfortunately, our Polish is limited.
Polish is limited. I understood Fanta. She's gonna have some Fanta.
Yeah, I was looking on the table. I was like, is this, does that translate or,
Yeah,
or
I
is that a
think
different
so.
term?
As you can see, Maciek is, helping to refill her bottles. It's like
I like his calm.
yeah.
Like he's just talking to her, doing the work. She's sitting, glazing at what's on the table, and to just kind of let the body decide what is it that I feel like I need.
Looks like she's going to have a bit of
Oof.
solid food there. Ooh.
When the head goes down, I don't like to see that.
But she is getting the fuel in. It's hard when you take that first look at food if wondering whether it's going to go down or not. But it looks like she is just taking a moment here. As we say, she's solidly in first. She's 17th scratch at the moment. It's a pretty empty aid station. There's not a lot of people who have gone through here yet. So she's taking this moment really to rest and regroup. Now it's the morning. She's probably gone through a hard night. And we've still got today left. There's still quite a bit of course left. And unlike the men who have teamed up first and second, third and fourth, Kasia is running completely on her own.
She's way up,
Yeah.
way out at the front.
We are 17 hours and 20 minutes into this course. So this is quite a meaty 100-miler. I can say from experience, I did this race in 2021, and it's no joke. It's no joke.
And again, it's a very similar format to UTMB World Series final, UTMB Mont-Blanc, like starting late-ish in a day, spending the whole night to basically warm up, cover over half the distance, and then comes the next day, and then that's when you start throwing down.
And like UTMB, it has 10,000 meters of climbing, but I have to say, I think the trails at Val d'Aran are more technical than UTMB. So even if you're just looking at the numbers, okay, similar distance, similar elevation, this one is tougher. I am going to say, having run both of them. And you can actually see that reflected, I think, in the cutoff times, because this one has a 48-hour cutoff time, and UTMB is 46 and a half?
I'm not exactly sure.
Going to check that up.
But it's definitely less than 48.
Yeah.
I'd say 46 maybe?
46 and a half, yeah.
And a half, okay.
An extra half hour counts.
Yeah, oh yeah. When we know that, I think it's like 30% of the field come in the last 5 hours or something.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it does make a big difference.
Yeah, particularly for the women as well, who tend to be, on average, slower as a pack. Making sure that the cutoff times are generous enough to allow all of the runners, but particularly the women who are more affected by cutoff times is important. I can see Kasia is taking off her socks, doing a bit of foot-toe care. These are the things that you can get away with in a 100K race, in a 50K race. You can allow those niggles, you can feel those hot spots on your feet, and you can still push through. But in a 100-miler, it's even more important to do that maintenance. If you feel something bugging you when you're at this 150, 120K checkpoint, let's deal with that now to make sure that you're still able to run another 50K, because these problems only get exponentially worse.
Well, yeah, and then, like I was just gonna add, like there are problems that could force you to DNF. That if they're not taken care of, or if something really just gets to a point where you can't bear either the pain or you can't walk, and so it's like those things are very, very important. And then to your point earlier, indeed, I was lucky enough to be on the start line finish line for the first editions of Val d'Aran by UTMB.
Yep.
For the first years, it was part of the UTMB World Series, and people finishing, and they were like, UTMB Mont-Blanc should be the qualifier for this race and not the other way around, because it is so much tougher, so much harder, even though the data, the stats are about the same. And you see where Sega is right now, like that, after running for so many hours and so many Ks, is very, very challenging. And we've seen it on the drone shots, like those courses over the 50K to 100K to 100 miles, they are very, very challenging, which is exciting. This is why people come to these races. They're like, okay, do I want a runnable course? Do I want a very technical course? And this is definitely on the technical part of the races in the UTMB World Series.
And I think it was Anthony Falbert, the third place man in the 50K, who said in his post-race interview that he was quite surprised at the technicality. I believe it was Anthony.
Well, and he was also surprised at how fast people around him were running on this technical downhill. It's like, wow. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. You can hear how technical it is. We can even now see how technical it is. But when you're actually out there feeling it in your legs, it's a different story. I was just out in a similar area in the Pyrenees doing Trail 100 Andorra 3 weeks ago. Very similar terrain and similar story. Very, very rocky, very technical. You cannot bomb down a lot of these descents. It's, as I discovered, ankle twisting, lots of rocks, bouldery sections. You've really got to have delicate footwork. And that's easy to do at the beginning of a race. It's possible to do in the middle of a race, but that's where we see people shine if they're able to keep up with that footwork and able to keep moving over technical terrain in the last third, the last quarter of a race when you're tired mentally and physically.
So as we have this split screen of the top men and top women here, so Sagareda on the left, and then on the right was Cartagena. And she was just sitting there getting a massage from her partner. At first I was concerned because I saw him take care of the right leg, and we saw her coming in holding taking care of the left leg. She was holding her
right hip,
seemingly right hip, psoas, hip flexor. So I was like, oh, something is happening. He tried to tape around her knee, but probably too much sweat, and so that tape didn't hold. So yeah, there's a lot of maintenance being done there.
She is taking her time at the ace. I mean, I said it's good if she takes time, but she is sitting down now for a fair chunk of time. So it's something for us to keep our eye on. We had 724 starters in this race. We've already had almost 200 drop out throughout the night, which isn't surprising. If you can just hold on until morning until you see sunrise, it gives you a bit of a boost. But going through those night hours, if you're struggling, if you've got nausea, if you've got any kind of pain, it can be hard mentally to keep going. But here we've got Sagareda on the screen. Wow. And now back to our 5th place. That was Pau. Pau Rios running on his own, but seemed happy as a clam when we saw him earlier.
Yeah.
And at the last checkpoint, he wasn't too far behind. He was only 9 minutes behind 3rd and 4th place. So we should get an update maybe in the next 45 minutes to see where that split is. Has it widened? Where are we at?
Well, and there's still so much ground to cover as well, and hard ground. Like we've seen, if you were with us for the 50K, for the 100K, the very end of that race is brutal. You get that long stretch into RTS where you need to run, and then boom, that monster climb down to the col, and then down into the finish, if the legs, the quads, or the IT bands are shot, there's going to be a lot of swearing in that descent.
Now, we were talking just before we got on the broadcast. Okay, we've got Kasia still sitting at the aid station. Let's just clock to see, when did she click in? Okay, so she's already spent 12 minutes sitting down at the aid station. If she's not out by 15, I would say it's quite a bit of time.
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
first
No, that is definitely not a traditional, even a 100-mile race for her. We've seen it at UTA. Usually she's taking care of herself, but in and out. And she's just definitely in racing mode. Here is definitely a pause. It's like, all right, well, let's reassess. And possibly if she was outside of the top 10, maybe you'd be like, all right, well, you know what? This is not the day we pull the plug. But when you're leading, like, it's just like, well.
And leading by far.
This is a UTMB major, meaning that if she crosses the line first, that's $5,000. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So, you troubleshoot, you reassess, and be like, all right, well, now let's see how we can make it to the finish in one piece, and hopefully still in first. And like having the support from people in the chat. Polska Gurum, that's good to hear it again. Go Kasia. Sasha is already also cheering, Davai, Davai. And hey, DJ from Auckland, New Zealand, cheering for Richard Guy. Go Kiwis. Hell yeah. I'll second that.
Okay, we have Kasia now putting her pack
she heard
on.
you.
She's standing out here. It was a 15-minute time limit there. It's time to go.
And so, did she already have that bandana around her neck, or did she pick that up?
I do not think she had that.
Yeah, so it seems like...
No, she did.
She did?
Looking at the photos of her through the night, she did have that around her neck through the night. Okay, getting all of the final touches. It's always important at aid stations like this where you're switching out gear and potentially changing a few things up to make sure that you still have all of your mandatory gear with you, because there could be checks at any point.
Yeah. And we've seen the emotion a penalty could generate in a runner. We certainly do not want to see that. This is very unfortunate, but again, like we appreciate that the organization is actually applying the rules. As tough as it feels and disheartening it could be for the runners. If it's an honest mistake, it is still a mistake, and it's still breaking the rules. And it's like personally, I value. I value organizers making those tough decisions, because it just really puts them in a tricky situation. They really don't want to do that, but they have to keep everything fair and clean. And I think that's the only way forward, especially because then he's like, okay, well, that's the kick. That's what's gonna give you the energy to get out there in good form.
Force mind.
The mind, force of the mind. Oh wow, shaking her hands too. I know when you shake your hands. Oh wow, that. It's gonna be a tough finish. Yeah, trying to check in.
Messaging her partner to see if we can get any intel on what was going on through that transition.
See, I'd love to have your opinion on this, but I feel like when you're living in an aid station like this, and you're not gonna be running extremely fast, regardless of whether you have climbs, descent, or flat, that you do want to have your poles out, because now it's just using the poles, and every step having poles helps you a little bit more, I don't know, to push, to stabilize yourself, gives you a little bit of extra push. Do you feel the same way?
Do you know, especially running through a town like this where, you're on tarmac, she's the lead, I'd say mentally you'd leave them in until you're on the trail. But we are going to a break, and we will...
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Catalunya.
And here we go, we're back, and it's good to see Cartagena now running a little faster. The polls are out as well. I'm really starting to suspect she's listening to us. And
maybe we're in her ear. If she's listening to us, come on, Kasia, you got this. She does have the polls out. We were talking earlier. Yeah, I mean, when you're running through town, it's kind of I don't know, to have your polls out when you're running through town is not the image you want to give, but she's pulled them out even on the tarmac. So she is hurting a little bit. I think that was her there, probably chatting with Sebastien Lombard from France. Saga absolutely not losing any momentum over this technical terrain. He was keeping us on our toes as we saw him take a little bit of a wobble on that ankle.
Yeah, but I mean, look at that descent. Yeah. Like, those are big rocks. And the fact that, we've been familiar with seeing a lot of rain at Val d'Aran, but now this time it's been dry. And so the dust makes it also quite slippery, both on the ups and the downs. And so it's really not helping runners progress in not making it easier for them, essentially.
Now, he's on a section now of the course where they've just done a long ascent. He's now on a bit of a short descent to the next timing point at Colomares. And then we saw this yesterday in the 100K race because this last 110K of the 100-mile course is the same as the 100K race. So we're familiar with this course now if you've been tuning in over the last couple of days. But then they hit a long plateau that is a very runnable section. Not many runnable sections in this course, but coming up, he will be able to kind of open up and relax his brain a bit.
Yeah. So, some pretty loud cheering, but we just can't see where it's coming from. I mean, there we go. There they are on the right-hand side. Yes.
Now, this is not a checkpoint. This is just an area where there's a little refuge, lots of spectators. We saw some people fill up. There is water available there, but it's not an official checkpoint.
So good. As much as it's good to be in the zone in your own head and you're just moving forward, you might be repeating some sort of mantra or you have music. But yeah, when you encounter those people, such positive cheering, you're like, wow, yes. It's not an aid station, but it still fills your cup. 30 Ks to go for Saga.
Wow. Absolutely blistering. And now we're back on split screen, so you can see on the right-hand side, Kasia Jabrowska. She's hurting. She's hurting.
She's not moving the way we know she can.
No, I'm hoping that this is just a low point. a low point that she can rebound from and get back to her usual running pace, her usual force.
Yeah.
She's not moving particularly smoothly, even at a walking pace.
And that's still a long way to go. So, if she's tired or like things are not clicking, you're all right. But if she's hurting, it's like that's a long way to be, like going to the well and hurt. Like, and that takes so much out of you physically, obviously, because something's wrong. But then mentally, just like every step, like grinding it. It's like, no, keep going. Like, can we call it mid-season? Yeah, mid-season. That is taxing. That is something that's going to take a lot out of you.
But it's possible that this is just a dip, and she can rebound. It's a long race. You can have lots of dips in a 100-mile race, and still rebound. The thing is, she doesn't. It's an interesting position to be in because she's in first, but she doesn't actually have any pressure to kind of force her to move forward because the other women are so far back. And so there's really no advantage for her right now to try to push beyond what she's feeling. She's still got 50K left in this course, so she needs to play it smart.
And again, like I know when you're like walking as opposed to running, you're definitely losing a whole lot of time. But as you just mentioned, it's just 50Ks left. You got 60 minutes.
Yep.
At least on second place. That's over a minute per K that you have in the bag, knowing that like she's power hiking on the flat, but then so she's gonna be losing quite a bit on the flat, possibly on the descent, but on the climbs, like if she moves at that pace, nobody else is gonna move faster, or if it's gonna be faster, it's just gonna be by a tiny margin. So yeah, she's heading into a 1,000-meter climb over like 15, 16 Ks.
Yeah, it is a long, relentless climb. There's a checkpoint halfway up, but she is looking. It's a long slog. It's a long slog. I am so impressed with how Saga is moving across this terrain. And here we're coming up to this really nice spot where you just get to run alongside this dam, see one of the many lakes that there are in the region. I think there's 50 high altitude lakes across the region in this course.
And as we have this beautiful shot with the high altitude lake on the right hand side, the valley on the left hand side, and Saga Reda in the middle, like we're looking at a world-class professional athlete in ultra trail running. But man, his background, he's been all over the place. He's still a nuclear engineer.
Yeah.
So he's like a big brain on fast legs, but. Like, if I got, because the article is in Spanish, but if I got that right, he used to be a professional race car driver.
This guy is insane.
It's like, okay, so what is it that you can't do?
This guy is insane. To go from being a race car driver, nuclear engineer, just absolutely elite ultra runner. Man, I want to grab a beer with this guy.
Yeah, and he's the most humble person. He comes from a tiny village, and I actually think it was. Oh, we have a quick. We'll get back to Saga, but we have a best of what took place. We're being
actually on the first day.
It was not day 2. Now again, production is playing tricks on us, but we could see the runners indeed from day 1 of this Father Run by UTMB. A recap of the 50K.
50K race, we saw Sarah Alonso in her pre-race interview. She said she wasn't sure that she was fit enough, for this race. The climbs might be a little bit difficult, but we saw her move into the lead, make a real push. I think about 2 hours into the race, and she held on in first for the entire rest of the race. And And we saw a difference between the men and the women in the 50K, with the top men mainly using poles, except for Robert Camoy, who unfortunately had a fall and had to drop out of the race, but Sarah Alonso going without poles on those climbs. Beautiful scenery. We started off these 3 days with incredible weather. It was actually the lowest temperatures, I think, of the 3 days on that first day. So couldn't ask for better conditions.
And there we go, coming into the town of Viella on the finish line. Luca Del Pero, after an excellent race, perfect management, pulled out on top. And then Sarah Alonso, despite many crashes, still claimed the first spot. And as you can see on these images, that smile doesn't lie.
There's our men's podium. Joining Luca Del Pero was Gianluca Giano in second and Anthony Felbert in third.
And then people were gearing up for the 100K.
Across the 3 races, or across the 8 races of this weekend, we are covering 3 on the live, but there's many more races across the whole extravaganza of Val d'Aran by UTMB. We have 7,500 runners. So it is quite the celebration in the Pyrenees, and pretty incredible for these towns, for Viella. These are not big towns.
Oh, yeah.
To have all of the runners and their support crew and the spectators, it really transforms these little mountain towns into party towns.
Yeah, especially in the summer, because those little mountain towns really come to life in the winter, because these are like very famous like ski resorts. They have been welcoming the Freeride World Tour in the winter, but yeah, for summer season, all of a sudden seeing probably like over 15,000 people storm into that little valley where there's literally one access road. That is definitely a big difference, and very good, because it brings like a lot of people experience the trails, and it just helps also the local economy.
Yep.
Like, so no, it's a win on all fronts.
Now, as we are seeing Kasia Dombrowska on our screen, our leading women, trying to get a bit of pep back in her step going up the climb, I am keeping my eye on the live streaming on the men's side to see how far apart Santos and Teo or Saga and Teo are coming through Colomers. We should see Saga come through the aid station momentarily. Now, at the last checkpoint, there was less than a minute apart between Saga and Teo in second. Is there a bigger gap now? I suspect there is. But let's see. Teo Soriano was running in second. A couple of wins this year already. Fourth at Trail 100 and Dora previously. But not someone who was necessarily on our top favorite list just based on his UTMB index score. So Teo is having a phenomenal day so far. The highest UTMB index by quite a margin, I believe, above Saga was Benyat Marmasal, who unfortunately withdrew from the race overnight, which is a shame. I had a bit of a chat with him before the race start just to check in, and he said he was feeling good. He was ready to go. Benyat is an incredibly strong runner, knows how to take care of himself in the mountains. I had the privilege of being able to see him and help him a little bit at one of the checkpoints during Tour de Géant a couple of years ago. He came in looking like death warmed over. He had actually just...
What he did during that race was not human.
No, I thought he was out. His eyes were bloodshot red. He had kind of curled up by the side of the trail. He was done. He was absolutely done. He went down for a nap, woke up, kept going, and ended up winning the race, I believe. I mean, it was just extraordinary. You're not out until you're out. We can see, I'm wondering if that is the checkpoint up there, trying to remember from yesterday what the checkpoint at Columbus looked like. The algorithm is telling us that Sentos and Teo are both coming into the checkpoint imminently. I'm going to guess maybe there's a couple of minutes between them. Hard to say. Wow, how exciting to be this far into a 100-mile race and to still be talking about minutes or seconds in between first and second and third and fourth. A really completely different race on the men's side than what we're seeing on the women's side, where we're not talking about seconds or minutes, but even hours.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's on. And speaking of which, are we with... Oh, yeah, this is second place. And there... Ooh, no. Was he just doing up his laces, or...
I think so.
Was it a bit of a pat on a twisted ankle? I don't know. Looked like he was back out, but... yeah, if this is second place in the men's...
Yeah.
Sega has opened up quite a substantial gap, because I feel like that is at least 10 minutes since he went by where people were cheering.
Yeah.
It's good to see that these people are still there. And so he's going to go for a bit of water.
Yeah, there is a little water point there on the side. A little water tap. Again, it's not an official aid station, but this is a place where you can do a little fill up. And you're right, I think we're looking now at a 10-minute gap, if that was indeed second place.
And there you go. You were calling it. He was going to get to the Colomiers station, and now he's made it.
Oh.
Update for Cartagena, maybe. He's in the zone. He's getting it done. Again, I mean, his story is absolutely incredible. Like, he was born in a super tiny little town, remote. And actually, this is pretty, how would you say, contradictory. Like, he didn't have running water, but he didn't have electricity. And now he's a nuclear engineer. I don't know if there's a link between those. But yeah, like, having such a simple, I wouldn't say rough childhood, because his parent really made sure that their children were not lacking of everything, but, you know, they were killing their own animals, they were hunting, they were doing a little bit of like growing crops. And the first town where they could buy stuff was 50 k's away.
Wow.
So that was just
did he
like...
run there?
What's that?
I said, did he run there?
I don't know if they ran, but like they would make the trip every once in a while for like bigger supplies, clothes, candle lights, for like the really bare necessities. And so, you know, going from there to all of a sudden, I mean, not all of a sudden actually, he worked super hard. I remember I was racing him back then. I remember like we had a super good time at in Picos de Europa. Rio Trail Run, like a 3-day stage race, and I was trying to chase him, but I could never catch him. But he was just the most genuine, nice person. So we'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
Ok, Team 4, bien reçu.
there we go. I think they might have been a commercial break or something, but
We are back with you anyway. We were just having a bit of a chat offline about how much space Saga has now put between him and Teo. Now, this is relatively speaking, we're now back to talking about minutes, not seconds, but it does matter because they, first and second, were running together, and now we're guessing there's at least 10 minutes there between Saga and Teo in second. We saw images of Teo on the screen, who was coming up to that dam section, running along that dam section. You can see there the dam is ahead, but Teo he's moving well, but maybe a little bit of a slower cadence than what we saw in Saga. So interesting to see, has there been now a split between third and fourth? We will have to check, and we will be back with you just after this short commercial break.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
And we are back with you following Saga Rueda, who is our first place man in the 100-mile event of Val d'Orient by UTMB. He was previously running alongside second place Teo Soriano and has now put in, we're guessing, around 10 minutes from second place. So pretty exciting. Saga had a very quick transition through Colomares. Didn't really stop for much other than to fill up his flasks. And he clocked through at Colomares at 17 hours and 50 minutes into this course.
Yeah, and sorry if we're chewing away. It is also aid station time for us, keeping us fed all throughout this day. It's going to be a long day. We're going to be with you for probably another 9 hours.
Absolutely. So we are fueling up, just as you should too, spectating. It burns calories to watch these runners take on these climbs. And now we are back with our leading lady, Kasia Dąbrowska. She had a bit of a tough transition we saw at the last aid station. This was the second aid station where she could receive assistance, where she could meet her crew, her partner, Maciek. That was at Salardu. And we saw her take almost 15 minutes, not quite, but almost 15 minutes to sit down, get a bit of food, take care of her feet. But definitely a low moment. It seems that she expended quite a bit of energy throughout the night. But she's got a very comfortable lead over Aurora CO in second. So Kasia is now heading on this long climb. This is about 16 kilometer climb up to the top. So she is going to be just on the grind. Now you can see the split screen on the left-hand side of the screen. It shows where Kasia is on the course. It's making it look a lot flatter than it actually is. You can see if you go on the UTMB Live site and click on the profile of the course, you can just see what kind of gradient we are talking about. This is not a flat section by any means.
And interestingly enough, the cam runner was just talking back to the studio. He's 2.7 Ks away from the aid station. So not much ground has been covered since. And like, again, looking at Kasia, it doesn't feel like an injury, but it feels like she's just running on nothing.
Yeah.
Or like she's either super sleepy tired or she's running on an empty tank. Something is not right. Because she doesn't seem to have any unbalance. Like she's moving well, so it doesn't look like a physical problem, but she's just nothing. Yeah, running on empty.
Well, I think we're going now to our pre-race interview with Kasia. Let's see if we can.
Yeah, you'll see the real face of Kasia. Like she's such an enthusiastic runner, and there you go.
I'm on trail team runner. I love ultra races, so that's why I'm here. In my spare time, I really enjoy just being in the nature. So if I'm not running, I'm just walking, hiking, cycling on a bike. And spend time with my husband. Later in the season, I have UTMB, so I wanted to gain some more experience in the 100-mile race. And Valdaran is a great choice because the course is demanding. We have 160k and 10,000 meters of elevation, so a lot of climbs, a lot of descents, quite technical terrain, so a lot of a lot of experience before the next goal. I was but in Pyrenees twice. In 2021, I raced in Ultra Pyrenees 100k. So then I was surprised by the demanding course. And last year I was here also in Cannes-Franc for World Championships. So I know a little bit what to expect, but I have never been in this area, so I'm super curious and super excited. Wow, well, the biggest competitor will be my feelings, I think. So I will be focused on myself, on my needs and my thoughts and so on. I think following the nutrition part will be the most challenging part, and also I don't know how it will be with heat or weather, but I think this time it will be quite warm. It wasn't a goal to make 2 major races this year, but it happened, so I'm super happy. I really like Ultra Trail Australia, so I'm super excited for major in
Yeah, that was interesting hearing from Kasia there. This is her second World Series major. So there isn't the pressure in the sense that she needs this in order to have a direct entry to the UTMB.
Yeah.
She's already got that. But hearing her talk about how nutrition was going to be, and fueling was going to be the big issue.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we're seeing play out here, because we saw her at the last checkpoint. As soon as she got a bowl of food in front of her, you commented she put her head down. You know, when you get that first sight of food and you think, maybe she's having trouble getting fuel in. And if you can't get the calories in, then you're going to be moving slowly.
And also, like, just noting when she said, it wasn't planned originally, but I got there. Oh, no, look at this.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
Kasia.
I also caught, like, a glimpse of her, like, shaking her head when the camera got in front of her.
Oh, this is a tough moment, folks. I mean, we are now privy to this is rock bottom, I would say, the lowest moment we've at least seen for Kesha. All runners go through this, but you don't often see this on camera, particularly from the leading women, particularly from an elite like Katarzyna.
Come on, team. Bring on some cheering in the chat, some words of support, because she might go back and revisit that, and she'll need to feel the love.
Oh, I'm really feeling this moment for her. She's got to be battling in her head, you know, what do I do? How do I get the strength to continue? She's on a 16-kilometer climb, a 17-kilometer climb.
That is a long stretch.
And she still has 45K left to go in this race. So she's leading. She's leading by a ton, but she's not done yet. There's still a third of this race left to go. And she's clearly struggling. Oh man, it must be so hard to be the camera runner right now, to be in this.
I know, yeah, that's exactly how I was feeling as well. It's like, like you obviously, because these camera runners are runners first, and so they will have sympathy, empathy, and be like, oh man, I know this is such a tough time, but at the same time, I'm here to document the race, so I want to give you a peace and quiet, but I also need to be filming this because that's what we want to know. And he said, like, oh, okay, it looks like she's found motivation and she is back on track. Sometimes, you know, this is the internal dialogue, and if you can spin it into a positive, she's back, and she's back with a purpose.
Yep, she's continuing to move. And, you know, these are the human moments. Yesterday, we were just commenting on Yao Miao and how she was just superhuman. And then we saw her struggle. She was struggling with her vision. She was sitting down. She took 10 minutes at an aid station. And it just gave us a little glimpse, a little reminder that even these elites who are doing incredible things, breaking course records, you know, coming top 10 scratch, they're human and they do suffer and struggle too. And we're seeing this with Kesha. I mean, this was a really vulnerable moment where we're kind of let in. If we can take something positive out of this, I hope it is to just give everyone comfort who is not an elite, who is a recreational runner, who's a beginner runner, or even a veteran runner who needs a bit of motivation, that we all struggle out there. The elites are all pushing, and there's no magic necessarily to this. It's just your ability to be able to continue to motivate yourself, push yourself through these hard moments. It affects all of us.
Yeah, and then it's always a fine line, because she said she wanted to go to the UTMB. She's already got the qualifier, so it's also coming to a point where, like, well, where do I keep pushing and where do I pull the plug to actually come home safely and not do damage that's going to make this race a season ender? Yep. So here, interesting, we do now have this split, and it is 15 minutes between Sagarreta and Teo Soriano. The move has been made by the Argentinian runner, and it didn't look like he was pushing the pace. He was just, like I said, like consistently moving across technical terrain, and just like that, on that section, he's put quarter of an hour on the French runner, currently sitting in second place and not looking bad at all. Like, you know, he got some water, went in there, looked for the food that he felt he needed, and then he's back out running on that, like, kind of douche grade climb. So he's nowhere near done. So, yep. Sagarreta once again has proven that on this kind of 100-mile, very mountainous, very technical terrain, he is one of the world's best. And when he toes the line, he's definitely one to look out for.
Now, the question for me is, have we also seen a separation between our second pair of runners on the men's side, Thomas de Vivier and Delby Villagongora? I'm saying the Finnish name in a Spanish accent. Villagongora. If we have any Finns following along and could help me with a Finnish accent, that would be much appreciated. But yeah, it was nice to see after the night section to see the two pairs, the first and second running together, the third and fourth running together. Now Saga has put some air in between him and Théo.
Ah, j'ai pas le droit. Non, pas le droit. Non. Désolé. J'ai pas le droit de te donner de temps, j'ai rien le droit de faire. Je dois être complètement.
So I'm not sure what he was asking. He was like, "Oh, can I get something from you or something?" And the mountain biker was like, "No, sorry. Like, you know, the rules are, I can't give you any splits. I can't give you any indication of how far ahead or behind people are because I gotta stay fair to all the other participants." And so he's like, "Oh, yep, okay, no worries."
Yeah, I think he was asking. I think
Maybe
he was
the
asking if
split.
Saga was far.
Yeah.
Or not. And you know, it's funny. You know what the rules are, but when you're out there running, you forget. I remember in Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB when I was running in first, I asked the camera runner, like, "How far back can you see the other woman?" He said, "No, I'm not going to answer." So they're very professional. And now we see, as I was flagging earlier, this is the beginning of that plateau, that very runnable section, the non-technical section. It's kind of these wide jeep trails that really give the runners a bit of respite in one sense from having the technical terrain, but in the other sense, you can't really hold back. You know, this is a section where you can gain or lose ground if you are able to still run quickly at this stage of the course, or if you don't have the energy left and you walk, then it's an opportunity to let other runners come up. And you can see the split between Saga and Théo. There's now 2.35 kilometers between them. So yeah, that does correspond to a good 15-minute gap or so.
Yep.
You can see the difference in how they're moving. I think Théo is on a bit of an incline, whereas Saga is on a bit of a descent. So that will explain the difference in speed. But you can see Saga moving very easily, no matter whether it's technical terrain or whether he's on a flat runnable terrain like this.
So for Cartagena, I was trying to do some math. Like, she had about 45K to go. And if you're moving at a determined walking pace, you could hope for like an average of 5K per hour, which I know it's not slow when you're hiking. But if that's the case, that's 9 hours. And she was we're 18 hours into the race. So that would take her 27 hours to make it to the finish. But that being said, last time this 100-mile course was run, it was 4 years ago, because last year was shortened, and in the past 2 years were actually canceled altogether.
Yep.
So back in 2022, it was from France, Amandine Ginouves, and she won in 30 hours 17. 30 hours 17, which, and then next runner was 38 hours. So obviously it wasn't as deep of a field, but somehow, because like if you compare with the men, it was Germain Grangier, who we all know is like absolutely world class. He won in 23-24. So even if we add that 10% difference, give or take, that's another, like that would be 25 and a half.
Yep.
So her 27,
not so bad.
Like she could be still holding on to first place, even at a walking pace.
I think there's no way that she would just walk this out. I mean, it's good to have this is a hypothetical scenario, but it is interesting, you know, mentioning the times. It's difficult to compare because we don't have that many years where we've been able to have the competitors run the full course. But as you were talking about it, I wanted to look up what the times were the year I ran it in 2021, just to compare as well. And in that year, it was Anna Carlson who
she did well
on the women's side, and I believe it took her 29 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah, so same.
Yeah.
Around the 29-30 hour mark. So again, hiking it all out at an average of 5K an hour would take her to 27, even 27 and a half, which would still be under the the fastest time we've seen so far on that course for female runners. And there you go. Those creeks are coming handy for our participants. You know, careful what you wish for. Because for the past few years, it's like, oh man, hopefully there's no water, there's no storm, there's no rain. And now, these runners probably would be very happy to have a bit of drizzle on themselves and a bit of a cool down.
You know, one of the things that we saw yesterday at the finish line of the 100K was that the wind had come up quite a bit, which we were suspecting was providing a bit of relief, but it looks pretty still out there, I have to say.
Yep.
No clouds in the sky. I mean, again, we're very happy that we've got beautiful weather, but heat is becoming a little bit more of a factor over these 3 days. Now we can see here our first man, our leading man in the 100-mile race at Val d'Aran by UTMB, Sega Ureda. And he is being chased down by Theo.
Look at that. He's just trying to scout, like, way out in the distance. Like, do I see motion? Do I see anyone behind me? Obviously, unless he sees someone he knows at an aid station, our mountain biker and runners cannot disclose the actual splits.
Look at how well he's running, though.
Oh, he's
super easily, really smooth. And he only has 25K to go.
Yep. Now, again, I don't know if that was intentional, but in that last section, he's put 15 minutes on second place after these gentlemen ran together. So I don't know if it would have made a lot of sense for them to run through the night in pair.
Yeah.
And we saw that as well with third and fourth. But then now the day is coming and the race is definitely on. And in a matter of like one section, Sega's put 15 minutes on second place. And now is really moving. Well, oh yeah, splash.
And you know, this is where if you have done this race before, which Sega has, he's gotten second at this race before. If you've done this race before and you remember where these little hidden water spots are to take advantage of, it can be such an advantage. Because of course, if you're running along and suddenly you see a water point that's extra, that's outside of the checkpoints, you can take advantage of it. But if you know they're there, then you can start to plan accordingly. Yeah. You know, instead of taking 3 flasks at an aid station, you can only take 2, carry less, and then fill up on the way. These are the little things that can help to make such a difference in a 100-mile race.
And it's going to be interesting. I don't know if Sega has already run. Oh yeah, he would have run past it. But so where Theo is eventually, there's a big creek that normally runs across that 4-wheel drive track, but I don't know if it's actually still running. Because usually, yeah, you can put your cap in it. It might have been just next around the corner. So yeah, sometimes you've been at this race before and you're like, oh yeah, no, there's a creek. You show up there, it's like dry as, like, oh no. But yeah, on that term, we are going for a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back. See you soon.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
The group is so nice.
And we are back with you live following the 100-mile event of Val d'Orient by UTMB. This is the third day of our live coverage. We have brought you the news from the 50K on Thursday, the 100K event yesterday, and then the 100-mile event, which started at 4 p.m. local time yesterday. So the runners have been on this course for 18 hours and 20 minutes. They have run through yesterday afternoon through the night and are now into their second day. On the screen, we have been following Segura Rueda from Argentina, who now lives in Barcelona. And he has now put a gap on second place on Teo Soriano from France, who we are seeing there on the screen. They ran together in the morning. We saw them running together as a pair. But now Sega has quite quickly put a 10-15 minute gap on him. He's running extremely well on this plateau section, this very runnable section throughout the course. And we've got an update on the splits. So at the last checkpoint, 15 minutes between Sega Reda and Teo Soriano. And we've had a change up on who is in third place. We now have Remy, it's either Gilly or Gilly from France. And he has come in about 11 minutes after Teo Soriano. So now we are looking at a little bit of a recap from what we saw from the day yesterday. The 100K event started at 6 a.m. local time. Runners setting off into the beautiful terrain in the Pyrenees. This 100K event is nicknamed the Iron Roads, or called the Iron Roads, because the runners, even though they're going over this mountainous terrain, you can see they're going through the tunnel. They are running through old iron mine tunnels and past abandoned mines, as well as gorgeous high altitude lakes. Now, getting some images there of Yao Miao, who absolutely dominated the course from the get-go, giving not just the women, but also the men a run for their money, ultimately finishing in 8th scratch. On the men's side, it was a bit of an interesting story because we did have Julian Calvo Vigada leading for a good chunk of the race, but unfortunately got a 1 hour time penalty, which he had to serve at the aid station.
Oh, yeah, in RTS, I remember seeing that. I wasn't with you, but I was from the other side.
And there we have our winner. Ultimately, it was Gauthier Boncader from France, and of course, Yao Miao. Absolutely incredible time, giving her a ton of confidence as she gears up next for CCC, the UTMB World Finals.
Yeah, I was like, that's a hard 100K to be doing. We're getting close to CCC, and she's raced already quite a bit. She's traveled, and again, I keep saying it, but nobody's listening, and it's fine. I don't get offended, but traveling over 6 hour time difference across time zones takes about 20 days to fully recover.
Oh, it's brutal. Brutal.
And so obviously these athletes do not stop training for 20 days, meaning that, you know, it probably takes a little longer. And after you do three or more trips that are 6 hours across 6 hours time difference, like the body doesn't fully recover over a season.
Yeah.
And so when you, and 1 6-hour trip means like if you go to a race and you come back, that is 2.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, wow, if your A race is, and I'm sure it is for Yao Miao, like CCC, maybe you slow down a bit.
Hopefully she's sticking around Europe now until UTMB and not traveling back to China.
That's a very good question,
That would
but
be,
I'm not sure
way to
she's
go.
doing it. Oh, look at that. Free cryotherapy. Put the legs down, face down, pick up a bit of Giardia on the way. But yeah, it's good to see that creek is still there.
You called it.
Despite the heat wave and the very good weather conditions, that will be an absolute blessing on that long stretch. Exposed, the sun is now high in the sky.
Yeah, it is now coming up on 10:30 local time. So they will be getting a bit of a respite from any of the oncoming heat due to the fact that they are at altitude. But you can really feel it when you're exhausted. They've been running during the day. They've been running at night. They're now going into their second day, and so the margin of error starts to get a little bit less.
You see here now some of the climb is done, so he's putting the poles away, breaking into a run. I mean, Theo's running super well. Like, there's no question about it. But it's just like, yeah, Saga on these kind of tough terrains, like, he's just so strong.
Yeah.
He's just like consistently moving well, no matter what.
And it just looks like Theo is expending a little bit more effort.
Yeah.
As you would expect. I mean, we're sitting here in the studio, talking about these runners who have been, going for 18 and a half hours. You'd expect them to look tired, but Saga is just a league of his own. Look at him go. So we were saying earlier we've had a little bit of a switch up in who has come through in third. Previously, it was Thomas de Vivier, who has now dropped to 5th, maybe 4th. We'll see when he comes through the next aid station. But it's Remy, and is it Gillet or Gillet? Gillet?
Gilly.
Gilly?
Remy Gilly from Fouguet Mountain Club.
Perfect. We need a Frenchman to help me with the French.
But he says he's withdrawn.
Oh, no. Good catch. Okay. That I had missed. We need to have that highlighted in flashing lights. Oh, dear. So he clocked in third at the last aid station, but...
Looked like he pulled the plug officially.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe there hasn't been a switch up in third. I absolutely take that back. Good spot.
And so in the meantime, yeah, we'll keep our eyes on the first 2 runners in the men's race. And in the women's race, we got very, very scared for a couple of minutes.
Yep.
Where Katja sat down on a rock and had both her fists clamping the poles, and her head was just leaning over it. And we could see that something was happening, and the way she then stood up and went back out, looked like she was moving with a purpose. I don't know what she said to herself, but it sounded like a very positive twist that helped her get back on her feet and keep going. And, as much as we talked about it a lot, because it is a UTMB World Series major, there is 5,000 euros on the line for first, which is a lot of money. But I don't believe that money is what makes you get up.
No, absolutely not.
It's just, I don't know what you have, like your purpose, your why. You talk about, you think about your family, you think about all the things you've done. It's like, well, I've been here before and I got myself out of it. I'm gonna keep going.
And I think it's also important, just, aside from the money, aside from all your supporters, everyone else who will be following you, just for herself. This is a race that she is doing going into UTMB. And you do not want to have a big race before UTMB that's a DNF. You don't, because it just plays on your mind. You want to be able to go into UTMB thinking,
I got this.
I've got this.
Yeah.
I've got this. I've got a win. I've got a podium. I've had strong races this year. Kesha was a little bit plagued by her DNF at Trans Gran Canaria. You could tell on her social media she was, really disappointed by it, really upset, because it's just not where she should be. If she's in a race, she should be on the podium. That's what her fitness dictates. That's what her mental strength dictates. And I could see how difficult that DNF was for her. She's come back. She's gotten a first at Ultra Trail Australia. I mean, phenomenal performances. I think that might have been what was going through her head there on the trail. She's suffering, but she knows that she can do this. It's just to face another 45K, 40K when you're really not feeling at your best is tough. But if she can push through this, it's going to really help her mentally going into the UTMB World Series finals.
And if we take this with the math approach from a graph, it's like, well, we had DNF, like a bad performance, and then a super good performance.
Yep.
So if we get a bad performance, it's probably going to be a very good performance at UTMB.
That is not the kind of calculation she should be doing on the trail, because that would push her to a DNF.
Try and keep it with a positive spin.
That is the conversation we can have if she does indeed DNF, but that is not the motivation that we want her to have at the moment. Look at that scenery. So now we are following third place. This is going to be Delby Villa Gongora, our Finnish man who I'm pronouncing as a Spaniard.
Yeah, and then now, because Remy Gilly has dropped out, he's now standing in third place.
Yeah, well, Remy Gilly, that's why I'd gotten excited when I saw him up at third, because he wasn't running.
Yeah, true. Delby and Thomas Duvivier were running together. Yeah,
exactly,
my bad.
Exactly. So I'd gotten excited. I thought there was a switch up, but I think maybe he just caught a ride to the and clocked
and
in
somehow
already.
clocked. Yeah. All right.
But as we were following the men, we're keeping an eye on.
He was looking behind, and I thought he had mentioned something to our cam runner.
Okay.
Nope. Sorry.
No, not at all. Just keeping an eye on the women's field. Of course, the women are much more spread out than the men are. But we should be seeing Aurora CO coming through the aid station. And then we'll be able to get, let's go back and look to see when Kasia did clock through at that last aid station. It was at 9:17. And she spent 14 minutes in the aid station. So we'll be able to get an update when Aurora comes through of how far apart they are. If Aurora is moving well, still, maybe there could be a race on our hands after all. I don't know.
I mean, like we said, there's still a lot of ground to cover. And Aurora, has experience in that distance, and we can trust that if there's nothing major that comes, put a bit of a spanner in her wheel, in her plans, she will be consistent throughout to the race and to the finish. And so, I mean, as mean as it feels, this is a race, and so if you're running in second and you're starting to feel like you taste blood.
Yep.
He's like, oh, hang on a sec. Somebody up ahead is having a tough time. Irreparably, that gives you an extra boost of energy. It's like, all right, well, maybe I have a shot at this. As much as, when you're an hour behind, you're like, well, maybe I'm running for second.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, you're like, ooh, hang on a sec. Maybe there is one more spot to pick up.
Now, Aurora had a DNF at UTMB in 2024 and 2023, but she did come in 8th in 2022. So I wonder if she has her sights on. I wonder if she's coming back to UTMB this year, or if maybe this this World Majors event is part of her play to get a direct entry for next year. I have to say, Delby is moving very well right now.
Yep, I would agree with that. And so again, maybe that was his game plan, and he's not realizing he's getting pretty close to the finish line, relatively to what he's already covered.
Close in quotation marks.
Yeah. But I mean, look at how much distance there is between these two gentlemen. It is, yeah, it is a lot.
Quite a gap between first and third. Not as big of a gap as between first and third on the women's side, but certainly not going to be a photo finish unless we start to see a little bit more action here.
Oh, we have a very wide angle on that camera. Yeah, he is moving super well. So let's look. Come here.
And, you know, we are following the top runners, but the bulk of the runners on this course are still smack in the middle of it. Really still kind of at the, after the first two big climbs, then the runners get onto the same course as the 100 kilometer course. And they are on that next big chunk of climbs. So that third big climb.
Yeah, between 66 and 76 Ks.
Yeah.
While here, your second place man is
at 140.
That is over twice the distance covered in the same amount of time.
Absolutely incredible.
That's why we call them the elite, and that's why we call the rest of the field the extraordinary runners.
Yep. So just to put everything in context here, we've been seeing Kesha struggling. We've been seeing her really have some hard moments, but she came through the last aid station 9:17. She left at 9:31. So we're already over an hour later, and Aurora, she's about to come through the aid station, but she hasn't yet. So there's still quite a bit of time to play with there.
There is.
And we'll be able to get a sense, hopefully with images of Aurora when she comes through the aid station, get a sense of how she's doing, how she's feeling. Is she moving well? Is she going to take just as much time at the aid station? Or is she now on the hunt? Now, I want to look into the background of our Finnish man here, Delby, because he wasn't on my radar going into this. Now, okay, last year he was 20th at Diagonale des Fous. Quite a competitive race. So, you know, it doesn't sound like it's an impressive finish, but that is a very competitive race. He was at UTMB last year, unfortunately DNF'd. So maybe today is, again, part of a play to come back. Maybe we'll see him on the start line this year as well. Not sure, not confirmed. Looks like, yeah, he does have a good finish in a 20K race, which is impressive. But jumping a little bit all over the place with his results recently. So today, a third place finish, if he can hold on, would be quite good to add to his race resume.
And it looks like you're seeing the result here at the. So he's done Diagonale des Fous a few times, DNF'd it, and then did Pika Pika. So he definitely chooses races that are technical and with a lot of elevation gain and loss. Yeah. That's his jam. TDS.
Yep. Very true. Yeah, I'd say that both Saga and Delby are looking a lot smoother
Mm.
than Teo, than our second place man. It could just be a running style thing. But they're looking a lot more kind of light and bouncy on their feet over the technical terrain.
Yeah,
And what
and
we've
look
been
at-
seeing from
yeah,
Teo.
like slight uphill, like running and then transitioning, but the power hacking is really with like purpose and intention, leaning forward. I mean, there is a big gap between second and third.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a hard one to close, but for sure, if Oceania just slows down too much, he could be starting to see Delby in his rear mirror, because again, the back end of the race is very, very tough.
Yep. Okay, now we see Delby just going through. Teo had stopped here to get a bit of water. Delby is just going straight past, not bothering to stop, and heading towards the next aid station. Looking at the women's side, Aurora has come in to the aid station at Salardu. Now, 1 hour and 20 minutes after Kasia had come in, but Kasia spent 14 minutes sitting down at the aid station. So hopefully we'll get some images so that we can get a bit of a sense of how Aurora is doing and whether she's similarly struggling or she's feeling quite strong.
So she's still not there.
What's that? Aurora? She is
yeah.
at the aid station.
So she's made it.
Yes.
All right. Hopefully, we're gonna have images of her at that aid station.
And now you can see here on the screen as we're following Sega that he's coming close to the end of this runnable plateau. And then soon he will start to hit quite a steep and technical descent.
He'll hit the aid station first, won't it? Yeah. Aid station with the big water tanks on the left. It's a small aid station. It's quite remote, hard to access, no crew.
Yep. There's only one more crewing spot that he will face, and that's the very next one after the next one.
RTS
Yeah.
at the bottom. About
Where it all
halfway.
happens. Where it all happens.
Yeah. There we go. That is that big descent in the trees, going across the dirt road quite a few times. And then there is RTS after a couple of Ks on the flat, and then another 4 Ks on kind of a flat, slightly uphill, but like a bit undulating. And then is the start of the last climb here in this gully. And then there's a bit of a flatter section here, right here in the valley, but still climbing. And then on the right-hand side is the monster climb, finishing with like completely straight up the hill. And then look at that long descent at the end of a 100-mile race. It is really unforgiving. And again, as you were pointing it out, like both Sagareda and Delby Villa Gongora are looking good. They could be opening up in that last descent, while if Theo Soriano from France is feeling a little bit more gingery on in his steps, could we see a gap close? I don't know, because there's almost 50 minutes, 5-0, between these two gentlemen. So that is a substantial gap. And sorry about the images, but this is our French commentator giving absolutely 0 Fs about, the English stream, and they're just walking straight through. No problem.
But he was carrying bread and cheese.
Yeah, which he
representing
kept for himself. Selfish bee. Sharing is caring, and obviously the French just give really little care to the English commentators.
This can only be said by a Frenchman.
Oh yeah, I can get away with that.
Keeping my mouth shut right now as a Canadian. I am not saying a damn word about this one. Okay, so now we see Delby coming past this little hut trying to figure out where am I going here.
Yeah. Like, how do I get across that dam?
Okay. So still wondering what is happening on the women's side with Aurora Sio. And, you know, it's possible because I think the times that we see on the live stream when they clock it, they've clocked Kasia at 9:31 a.m. That was when she left the aid station. That is not when she came into the aid station.
Yep.
So if we are seeing Aurora Sio and her time as 10:37 at the aid station, I'm assuming that's the time that she left. But that means that we won't know what actually happened at the aid station.
I know there was a mat coming in.
Yeah.
I didn't remember if there was a mat coming out, which would update that.
There would have to be. That's what I'm saying, because Kasia came in at 9:17.
Ah, right.
She
Okay.
left at 9:31.
Okay.
So on our screen, the times that we're seeing, I think, are the times of leaving.
If she's already left.
Yeah. So
Yep.
that might mean that Aurora Sio left the aid station at 10:37.
If anybody's out there.
Actually, if we click on her profile, we should be able to see. Okay, so it's not showing rest time yet. This is me really doing some sleuthing, because for Kasia, if you click on her profile, it will say how much rest time she had at that aid station, and we don't see that for Aurora. So maybe that means she's still in the aid station. The time that we're seeing is when she comes in, and then they'll update it when she leaves. Who knows? But this is my sleuthing. Yeah, interesting. A bit of a mystery on the women's side, how Aurora is moving. But I'm sure we will get an update soon. And of course, she is followed behind a switch up we saw overnight on third place. It's no longer Sandra Coelho Capistros. It is Salome Crihon from France. How did I do there? I think well.
Effort.
We are now going into a commercial break. So stay tuned. We'll be back with you in a couple minutes.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Fast time, Billy. The group is so nice.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Here we go, team. Finally, we have images of our second place woman in this VDA at the HOKA Val by UTMB from Spain, Aroa Sio. And she's left as we expected the La Salardo aid station, and she's on her way across that long valley and then starting that 16-kilometer climb. And the images show that she is running well, making good use of her poles, and it looks like all the lights are green for Arasio, which means the way she's moving now, she will be closing a lot on Katarzyna Dąbrowska. And we can also anticipate, of course, that whoever was crowing Aroa, most likely her partner, at the aid station would have shared what went down, what happened with our female leader, and probably would have said to her, look, don't go hard now, but if you can maintain your pace, chances are you could close the gap on Kasia. So it's up in the air, but it might very well happen at this point. We'll have just to stay put and see how this last, let's say, almost like under 50K will unfold in that women's race. And the battle for first is still very much happening.
And I'm back. I was just on a little cheese break.
Yeah, we have now a full cheese platter in front of us.
Fuel up at home as well, so that you can stay with us for an entire day of coverage as we follow the 100-mile race at Val d'Orient by UTMB. And on our screen there, we have images finally of Aurora Sio, who is now going up that climb coming out of the Salardo aid station, and moving very well. And you'll remember, if you were with us watching Kasia Dąbrowska come out of the aid station, Kasia was really struggling quite a bit, and on a death march, kind of, let's say, going up this incline. It's a long climb up, about 16, 17 kilometers to the peak. And Aurora is pushing. She is running up this incline.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, obviously, feeling good. And she has come through the night incredibly well. Give another shout out again to the fact that Aurora is 47 and crushing it. Giving some hope to us veterans out there. I won't call us old ladies. I'll say veteran.
And here we go on your screen, back with the third man, Delby Villa Gongora. And thanks for pointing it out, but indeed, he's not from Finland. He's actually from French Polynesia and was originally born in Peru. And so he's, this is definitely verified. Born in Peru and 36 years old, currently based in Tahiti, in French Polynesia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he started running in about 2010, first race 2014, and he's the finest Polynesian ultra trail runner. Yeah, and again, it's the production, the UTMB Live playing tricks on us, but as soon as we do a little bit of digging, a little bit of searching,
that is true.
Yeah.
How funny. Okay. So it is true. If you click on his profile, then the flag changes from Finland to French Polynesia. So that solves the mystery, because you can certainly be from anywhere, but it didn't sound like a Finnish name to me.
Yeah,
I have to say.
It's certainly not. and his main goal, like when he started doing like ultra trail running, was always La Diagonale des Fous. because again, being from French Polynesia, like we know that Diagonale des Fous in La Réunion also being part of the French territory.
So much more sense. I couldn't figure out why a Finnish man would keep going back to Diagonale des Fous so many times.
And so that was his like ultimate goal, and it took him 3 attempts to actually reach the finish line at the Stade de la Redoute. And so yeah, he DNF twice, but then finally made it across, and then since have been doing really, really well at races, especially Madeira Island Ultra Trail, and right now running in 3rd place and moving really, really well.
So I just have an update here. Need to give a bit of a shout out to Maciek with all that he's dealing with right now, supporting Kasia. He's been kind enough to give us a bit of an update. Just checking in on, what was going on at that last aid station where we saw her struggling. And it is true, when we saw her with the plate of food and she kind of put her head down, she is dealing with nausea. So because of that, I think struggling to get some fuel in and having low energy as a result. But hopefully that wave of nausea will pass. We saw her sit down on the trail. Maybe that was another bout of nausea. If she can somehow get, continue to get hydration in, but even to get any calories in, either through her liquids or even just if she's carrying a few sweets, you can actually trick the body into thinking that you're getting more calories in than you actually are, and get over the hump. But huge shout out to her partner Maciek for giving us that update, a little bit of insight.
And it confirms what we were seeing. It looked like the body was okay, but she was just running on empty. And when you have nausea, you can't process food. You can't get energy you need to keep going.
Yep.
But that's also a good sign, because if she manages to actually get over the bump and through, I don't know, drinking Coke, and let the stomach settle, it means that the engine could 100% restart, and she could be back in the game.
It's recoverable. If it was a muscle issue or
an injury,
then
you're like, okay, well, you don't really want to push through that.
It's gonna get worse.
It's a mental game. Obviously, you got to be mindful of your energy levels, and you don't want to start dizzy and possibly taking a bad fall. But as you said, it is 100% recoverable, and hopefully, I know from experience, Coca-Cola is just the way to go. It's just quick sugar, usually keeps the stomach happy, and keeps the body moving. And man, we've seen this time and time again. Runners run the last 30K, 40K, 50K just on Coke, because that's just the only thing that goes through. But it works.
For me, it's Mentos. Either the fruit Mentos or mint Mentos. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. I've gotten through many an ultra on Mentos. Mint is actually something that can cut through nausea pretty well and can help the stomach. But even the fruit Mentos, you just put a couple in your mouth and just let the sugar seep in. And I've been talking with my nutritionist about this, because I suffer from nausea in pretty much almost every race, and you can trick the brain into thinking that it is getting more calories than it actually is if you just get a little hit of sugar. So even gummy bears, Haribo, any kind of sweets you can stick in there.
But now when you bring up Mentos, I'm like, you may not want to mix that with Coke in one go, because you'd be blasted, exploding.
That is true. Not at the same time.
Kids, do not do this at home.
Do not try this at home.
And so now she's, see, the watch bips. This is what, as a professional athlete, and we certainly recommend to do this as an athlete or any participant, the GPX tracks are available on the race website that you can download, put it on your watch, and it means that whenever you're going off track, if your watch obviously handles that feature, it will notify you. It's like, oh, hang on, you're going the wrong way. And this is exactly what we just saw with Aroa. She was going the wrong direction. She looked at the watch, she's like, oh, shit, okay, no. And then straight back on the course, no time wasted. And that's a massive peace of mind. Here we go. We are back with our first man.
On the descent.
Yep. that long descent. Right now, it's not a technical section, but it is steep all the way down. And yeah, she's making really good use of all these water sources. She's gonna pass that one, but she definitely used the one back in the village.
Aurora moving with purpose, with energy, and continuing to run where she can up this climb. She's really going to gain ground if she keeps this up. And this is what we like to see. You know, Aurora has such an interesting history. She really had 20 years or so of not doing a lot on the sports side. She's actually a smoker, and then she kind of came back into sports, came back into athletics, into running, rebuilt herself as a professional, and has built just an incredible race resume over the last few years. Again, she was 8th at UTMB in 2022. Had a couple of years of DNF, but I am hoping that we will see her again at the start line. And of course, as she's running in second, if she continues along on this path, she will get, along with the other top 10 men and women, a direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals next year. Back with our top man, Santos Gabriel or Sega Ureda from Argentina, taking this nice long descent fairly smoothly, fairly easily. Oh, back with Aurora. She is really showing a lot of energy, moving up this uphill, using her poles efficiently. This was the section that we saw Kasia Dobrowska struggle on, our leading lady, dealing with nausea at the last aid station and sitting down on the trail for a little bit, but she got up off her feet, and she continued on her way. She's got quite a lead. It was an hour and 20-minute lead or so, at an hour and 10-minute lead out of the last aid station. But Aurora is on the hunt, and she is moving. So there is still enough time left in this race, depending on how things go. Okay, so now we have an update on the timing for Aurora for when I'm assuming that is the time now that she left Salar-du. She left the last aid station. So they've updated the numbers now. She spent 9 minutes at that aid station, whereas Kasia spent 14. So she gained 5 minutes there. But we're still talking about 75 minutes in between the two of them.
Yeah, that is a lot of time. And also the fact that she spent 9 minutes. 9 minutes is also a big chunk of time. So she's going to obviously keep pushing. But yeah, as you said, 75 minutes is a huge gap to try and close.
And back with Sega, making it look too easy. We've been seeing this from the leading men. We saw this in the 50K. We saw this in the 50K when we were watching the leading men make it look simple. But they are pushing, and they are feeling it. Believe you me. Now we can get a bit of a sense of the elevation. So here we have Teo Soriano. He's running at about 2,000 meters, which if you're used to training in the mountains won't affect you so much. For those who are not able to train at altitude, depending on how well you deal with altitude, you can feel it definitely at 2,000 meters. And just with 20K to go, oof, this is exciting. Again, he runs with a slower cadence than we've seen the others running at, but he is still moving fairly well. And then we have Delby, our fake Finnish man. Is actually from the French Polynesia.
Yeah, we're fixing this in the studio. The ISO country code FI for
there we go. It's
Finland.
fixed.
And there you go. Oh, so they just put French to. I don't know. French Polynesia. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, it's PF. So. No, it's still not on the screen, but at least it is in LiveTrail, so that is going to eventually populate our imagery. But apparently, since on his UTMB index, it was correct. Normally, LiveTrail just picks it up, but it didn't because apparently the participant have to re-enter the nationality. And so he might have typed in F in the drop-down menu and clicked on the wrong one.
Oh, interesting.
French Polynesia, Finland might be very close to one another in the list.
That could have been a fun exercise for me to continue to try to pronounce
with the Finnish accent.
the Agogora with a Finnish accent. Why not? Keeping us on our toes here. Here we have images of Kasia Dabrowska. Now, she is back to running, working through that nausea. Oh, it was just a glimpse there. That was just a tease, but it is great to see her continuing to move on the trail. Again, I have to say I'm glad it's nausea and it's not an injury, because you can recover from it. You can come back. And I hope that is what we just got a little glimpse of there on the screen as Aurora is continuing to chase her down. She's got 14 kilometers until the top of the summit. So this is, again, a long ascent. It's about 16, 17K in total. But parts of this very runnable. So it's not a time to relax. There we go. Now we've got a split screen. It's saying second man, but that is actually first woman and second woman. So we have Kasia Dabrowska on the left-hand side of the screen, and our second place woman, Aurora Sio, on the right-hand side. And Kasia looks like she's moving much better now.
Yeah, it looks like whatever she's been able to process, to drink or eat, is finally making its way to her body. And surely but slowly, she is progressing towards the finish line. And these are images we are super happy to see.
Yep,
she's back.
Sure. She is back, and the race is on. And she will have one more chance to see her crew. It's not for quite some time before she hits the finish line, but she's got a few checkpoints to go before she gets there. She will be coming up on the next checkpoint.
And look at that
shortly.
That meadow with the trees and the high grass. Really looks like Colorado right there.
Just need a bit more wildlife.
Yeah, except I'm pretty sure they don't want it. Although, in the Pyrenees, you do have bears.
You do have bears, really?
Yep. Yep.
As a Canadian, I thought that there were bears everywhere. On my first camping
Isn't that
trip.
a standard?
No, on my first camping trip in the UK, I was in the Lake District, and I bear-proofed all my food. And absolutely got laughed out of the campsite.
Oh, you never know. You might bump into a hungry Brit coming back from the pub.
Hungry sheep. Now we are getting close to midday, so the temperature will be increasing. Yep. I mean, the fact that Kasia will be through this climb, an hour before Aurora, these kinds of differences in terms of where you're at on the course and time of day, how hot it is, that can start to play a role in how quickly you can move through. Just similarly to races where you're going into the night, some sections are much harder to do during the night than other sections. So it can matter, where you put the speed in on which part of the course. I would imagine that getting to the top of this climb before it really gets to 1 p.m., 2 p.m., where it hits the heat, that is what is going to affect Aurora a little bit more, but in particular, the third place woman. When she hits that climb, it's going to be much hotter than what Kasia is currently experiencing.
Very true. Very, very true. And that was always the conversation, when obviously men run faster than women. So there's a bit of a difference between the finishing time in the men and the women. And trying to close that gap would possibly, like one of the options was to get the women start 2 hours prior to the men. But then it's like, wow, that is going to affect a lot the way they race, because they're going to go through those sections at a very different time of the day, and which could be detrimental or beneficial, but then it would make it essentially harder to compare. Not that we do want to compare, but to get a gauge of like basically to offer the same race situation conditions for men and women, although arguably then you can say, well, they're going to finish in like they're going to be covering the back end of the race at different times of the day. So for us in the live broadcast and you watching at home, it would make it so much easier to follow, because like we do this for a few races, usually on shorter distances, and that works super well because the elite women start in a wave before the men, and therefore we have full focus on the women's race, and then we move back and forth between the two. But it is true that in ultras, we would have to get them starting a couple of hours prior.
Yeah. It's been a topic of conversation at the
With
Pro Trail
PTRA?
Runners Association as well. Yep.
And so has there been any decision made, or like kind of majority of athletes agreeing in one direction or another?
There's a difference of opinion,
Yep.
right? There's some that feel that, maybe even starting even 15 minutes before, make sure that the women don't get crushed at the start of a race. But then, once the men start behind, then we get trampled, 15 minutes into it. There's some that might like having a start that's 2 hours before, because then you get full attention on the women's field. But also a lot of the top women are now racing the men. As we saw with Yao Miao, being able to run in a field where you can still follow other runners, whether they are men or women, that also plays a factor. So there's no clear solution, I think, to it, but it's good to keep trying to look at the different scenarios and what will be fairest, and what will also make sure that we get good coverage of the women's field. Because it is hard when the women's field is more spread out. It is harder to be able to follow it from a logistical perspective, from a commentary perspective, and we want to make sure that that we are covering the women's field just as much as the men's field. Now here we have Kasia coming into this next aid station looking much better than she was at the last one. Now she is not allowed assistance at this aid station. Let's see if she takes in any fuel. Let's see if she takes in any food, or if she sits down. Kind of getting a sense of how quickly she will move through this aid station will be important. It will give us an indication of whether she has truly gotten over this nausea or not.
Yeah, and what kind of food she's going to go for as well. Like if she's going to fill up the flask with water, with anything else, possibly with Coke.
I'd feel for her. Nausea is just the worst. It's bad enough to have nausea if you're just sitting on the ground, but when you have to keep moving and keep running and performing when you're not feeling your best, it is tough. Come on, Kasia, let's go.
So interesting, she was talking maybe with someone on the sidelines. Aquí dentro. Here inside. Guiding her through the aid station. Okay, water. Interesting. And hopefully the music also lifts her spirits.
Now, she's not sitting down, so I take this as a good sign.
And she's drinking.
Because if she was really struggling, she would be sitting down right now. But she's not doing it.
But interesting, just plain water means absolutely no fuel.
She might have electrolytes with her, but we don't see any kind of carb powders or carb drinks.
Hombre. ¿Qué pasa? Oh, I take that back.
She's taking Coke.
Was that Coke?
Looks like Coke.
Oh, then that's the winning combination.
All right, she's smiling. She's got some sugar with her. And she's looking at the food. And what are we taking from this Spanish buffet? This is a great sign. Kasia
Although
coming back. Come
she's
on.
eating right above the
garbage
trash. Yeah, I don't know if this is by accident or a very purposeful move. If things come back up, she knows she can.
I'm thinking positively here, Marta. I'm thinking positively. She took a long look at the food. She didn't really take anything, but that is improvement.
Yeah, she was nibbling on something. Not too sure what it was.
The last aid station, she's got Coke with her, and she was smiling. So Kasia is not out of the game. She is still solidly in first. And now we can hear some tunes along with some goats as we're watching Aurora go up this climb. Are the tunes coming from her? Does she have
clearly it wouldn't be the cam runner who would be blasting some tunes right next to the runners. So yeah, it leaves only one option. It is Aurora, like, carrying a freaking ghetto blaster and yeah, moving through this beautiful land with some loud music going on. Whatever it takes.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, when I'm out on the trail and other people are doing it, I hate it. But from a commentary perspective, if she's in second place and there's no one around her and she wants to blast some tunes from her phone,
by all
power
means.
to her.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let's turn this into a bit of a party on the trail. Oh, how funny. Okay, great. Kasia's using her poles. She's running. She's showing completely different energy than we saw, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. And that is great to see. And I think it was important for us all to see as spectators, as runners, that, she had this moment where she sat down on the trail. She had her head in her hands and she was struggling. And she has come back, and look at that, almost 6 kilometers in between Kasia and Aurora, and it's 6 kilometers uphill.
Yeah, and obviously it's hard to always compare because they're on different terrains. But it was 5K, and now it's 5.86. So she's still putting time on Aurora. And that is hopefully something that her partner will be able to share at the RTS station and be like, hey, regardless of how shit you've been feeling, you've still been increasing your lead.
Yep.
Pas de souci.
This is what I love to see. The comeback.
Non, j'ai pas le cadenas sur le VTT.
Okay, she's 40 kilometers now from the finish, so still quite a ways, but she's chipping away at it. And once she gets to the top of this climb, then she's only got one more steep climb at the end and a couple of descents. This is the tough section here because it's just relentless. You're constantly moving uphill and really not getting any kind of a break.
And we've got Poland in the chat as well. Tomek is really, again, sharing those words of encouragement. Polska grom, force to Poland. Dałaś, Kasia. We appreciate all your feedback, all your cheering. That's what's making a difference.
Now we have Saga coming in to the Artis aid station. This is where we have seen a lot of drama over the past couple of days. So yesterday, this is where we saw in the 100K race, Yao Miao sit down, take about 10 minutes to deal with her eye issues, her vision problems. She had eye drops. She had a cloth on her face. She was sitting down for quite some time, which didn't affect her time as the leading woman at all. But it did cause us to pause and to question. Then we also saw Julen, who was our leader in the men's race. That is where he was given out his sanction for getting unauthorized aid at a previous aid station. He was helped by 2 people. The rules only allow 1. And so he had to wait out 1 hour sitting at that RT's aid station, watching all of the other male runners that he had been leading pass him by. He ultimately finished in 6th, couldn't make it back into the top 5, but he kept going. So this is where it's at. The RT's aid station is where the drama is. It's the 3rd and last checkpoint where runners can receive assistance. And then after that, they've got 1 steep climb and descent to the finish. And that's it.
And I don't know if we've mentioned it this year. We explain every year during the live broadcast. When we get drone images, it sounds like a plane. It is not a plane or a helicopter. But to maybe give you a bit more of a aerial impression, this is a sound that is actually made in the studio. So we are, of course, not using helicopters to capture these images, and it's all drone shots. What's happening here? Sagarita coming into RTS aid station, surrounded by a big crowd.
This is his fan base. And consider us part of that fan base.
Oh, yeah.
This is cool. He's now just 14 kilometers from the finish of this 100-mile course. Now seeing an overview of where Saga is coming into the aid station. Like we say, this is where it all goes down. On the 50K, we did not see the top runners actually come into the aid station. They just filled up their water and kind of moved on their way. Sarah Alonso was in and out in about 3 seconds. In the 100K, the top runners did come in to refuel, sit down, get a sanction.
There you go. He was asking how far the next aid station is, I guess just to gauge how much water he needed to take. 5Ks has been said by the volunteer. We're going to double check that.
Yeah, that's fairly accurate.
4.5, exactly. It's, probably a little better to say more than less.
Exactly.
Picking up a few things on the way. And, so there's a full section in between first and second here at the Mondromius aid station. So from there on, Teo Soriano will be just dropping down into the valley.
And he's taking some Coke. It seems to be it always is a race favorite, but definitely a favorite out here in Val d'Aran.
Yeah,
just a good way, an easy way to get some sugar in. You know, there are long stretches in between the checkpoints where the runners can get their own gear, get their own fuel, and receive aid. So unless you want to carry all of your carb powders and all of your gels for 40, 50K, you're going to have to rely on fuel that's at the aid station. And Coke is a pretty known quantity. So it's a good way to go.
Look at that. He is absolutely flying on that section. And I think we should keep an eye on the splits.
Yep.
Because our 3rd place male coming from French Polynesia, Delby Villa Gongora, is he's striding it out. So sure, it's a slight downhill section, but he's looking strong. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, that must feel so good to be able to run on that nice smooth section, to just break things up a little bit, give the legs a chance to test out different muscles and lengthen a bit after doing such technical sections and steep climbs.
Yeah. And in the meantime, Saga's coming out of the aid station, a little bit of a climb coming out of town, and then onto the dirt road. He's going to see where he's running. He's looking for shade. It is hot out there now. But luckily that next section is shaded. A quick commercial break, but we will be right back.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back. Val d'Aran by UTMB following the 100-mile race. We are with our women's leader. This is Kasia Dąbrowska. She had suffered a bit of a low moment dealing with nausea about 110K into the course, 114K into the course. We even saw her sit down on the trail on the next section on the climb. But she is back. It looks like she has worked through her nausea. We saw her take a few little nibbles and some Coke in her flask at the last aid station, and she's on the move.
And she heard you in the chat as well. Thank you, Tomek, and thank you, Magdalena, for your kind words. Polska Góra, go Kasia, you're the bravest. And these words go a long way, you know? Like, the vibes just come here in the studio and all the way back to Val d'Aran and on the trails and eventually land on all these beautiful runners. Give them a little bit of an extra boost.
Yeah. It is great to see her come back so strong. And this guy, Sega Reda, has been strong just the entire time that he's been on camera. And I suspect throughout the night when we didn't see him, running so smoothly, whether he is on technical trail or on this long, untechnical section.
Yeah, and he's used to doing like really, really big weeks, like high volume training. So again, it shows here, like he just doesn't fall apart. His body is conditioned to not only big volume, but insane amount of elevation.
Yeah.
Like I remember in the lead up to like Rio Trail Run that we did together, like I think he had clocked like 8,000 meters of vert.
Oh
like,
my
and
goodness.
that's tapering for
Yeah.
for Sega. So yeah, he's just consistent, reliable, great human being, and it's good to see him again leading a major race.
And of course, he knows this course well. He was second on this course last year. Now, I had predicted that he would get a second again because he was up against Benyat Marmasol, who has, at least from the UTMB index, a fairly good chunk on him, a much higher UTMB index. But unfortunately, Benyat had to drop out. of the race overnight. We got a little bit of intel on his DNF from social media. He said he had a sharp pain in his right soleus muscle that took over on the climb up around kilometer 59. And he tried to keep going, but the pain was getting worse. Now, sometimes there's pain you can run through, and then there's pain that you can't. And this pain was getting worse, so he had to make the decision 8 kilometers later, unfortunately, to stop. Well, it'll be a bit of a disappointment for Ben Yet. He's an incredibly strong runner and no stranger to technical, difficult mountain terrain. So wishing him a good recovery so that he can come back strong. Getting a bit of a flyover of the course now. You can see the RT's aid station where all of the magic and drama happens, and how far Santos Gabriel Saga Rueda has gone since then. So there is this slightly downhill, runnable flat section coming out of that aid station before you hit almost a wall of a climb. So the poles will need to come back out. I'm just actually looking. It doesn't look like he has poles in his quiver. Did he drop them, or are they there?
That's a very good question, actually.
Yeah.
Because I kept staring at the pink quiver, but you're right. It doesn't look like it's got anything in it.
Yeah. It could be that he dropped his poles, which would be an interesting decision. You know, maybe he just decided that he doesn't need them anymore. In some races, there are rules that if you start with poles, you need to end with poles.
Like knowing the back end of this race, and as you pointed out, he knows it too.
Yeah.
Like, would you drop your poles? Probably not, unless something happened and he broke one or something. But for that last climb, I would even use one. If I don't have the option of using both because one is broken or like just not working. Oh, okay, interesting.
We've seen it make a difference to the performances in the other race distances. It was, I think it was in the...
It was in the 50K.
It was in the 50K race?
Yeah.
I was looking, was it the 100K? Yep. It was in the 50K race.
Gianluca Giano and then Anthony Felbert were both like making good use of the poles, and this is how they basically crept up on Robert Camoy and even dropped him on those climbs. So yeah, if it works on such short distances, the longer you go, the more useful they're going to be.
And the tall man in black, Santa Maria Blanco.
Alain Santa Maria.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alain Santa Maria, he did not have poles, and he was dropped a bit on that climb.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
As we were following the BDS, the 100-mile race, just a quick glimpse on what went down at the Sky Master at a 20K race. The men have finished, and it is young runner from Spain, Jan Torreya, who was already European champion in the off-road championship just, a month and a half ago, where I wouldn't say out of nowhere because he was always super strong, but that was his big breakthrough on the international scene. And he's confirming today, just finishing about 40 seconds ahead of Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland and Oriol Cadrona, Olympian in skimo at this very first Olympic Games in Cortina in ski mountaineering. So,
cool.
Definitely establishing himself as one of the runners to look out for on the 20K distance for years to come.
That's impressive. I mean, to finish ahead, even just a few seconds ahead of Roberto De Lorenzi, is quite a feat.
Means a lot. And now, there we go. I didn't have a finishing time just yet, but that's it. In the women's, only one competitor has finished. Alba Alsina from Spain has made it to the finish line. So it was 18 Ks, 882 meters of climb, and she wrapped it up in an hour 30:26.
There are so many different races, race distances, different disciplines across the Val d'Aran by UTMB series over Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and some running into Sunday.
Yep.
And 7,500 runners come to try out these different races throughout this weekend. So quite the festival. It gets a lot of attention because it is a UTMB World Series major, joining the Kodiak for North America, Chiang Mai in Thailand for Asia Pacific, and not to forget Ultra Trail Australia for Oceania. You are welcome. And this is, of course, the World Series major for Europe. And what that means is that all of the runners, no matter where you finish, at the front or at the back, as long as you finish, you get double the number of running stones. Okay, just a little bit of a pause as we look at Aurora CO. She is really good at making sure that she finds all of the different water points. You can see her there at the stream, and back with Kasia Dabrowska. She is moving so well now. She's back.
She's back.
This is what we are used to seeing from her.
Yeah, and almost having a low point like this, again, when it's not a mechanical issue, when it's not an injury, when you come back from it, it's like you're so much stronger mentally. Like you've gone to the well and then you come back out. It's like, all right, things are working now. Obviously, you haven't been able to push yourself as hard as you would have hoped. So you still have, like, physically a lot left. And she made a very smart move to take one flask of clear water, one flask of Coke for fuel, and you go back and forth depending on how you're handling nausea. So yeah, she's doing everything right, and it's showing.
I love it. This is what we love to see. So, yeah, again, going back to the majors, all of the runners get double the number of running stones. That's double the chances in the lottery for the UTMB World Series finals, but not something that the top 10 have to worry about here, or the age division winners, because they will get a direct entry. That's 210 spots, direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals. That's UTMB in the 100-mile distance, CCC in the 100-kilometer category, and OCC in the 50K category. And quite a bit of prize money on the line. 5,000 euros for the winners. That is ahead, waiting for Saga Rueda from Argentina. So as we were saying, money is certainly not the motivator when you do these types of races. It can't be, because you need something else to kind of keep you going when you hit those low moments in the middle of the night.
But it certainly comes with, it's like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll take that. It's pretty good layer of icing on that cake, on that victory cake.
It's not nothing. Like we were saying yesterday, more money to enter more races.
Yep, put it back in the middle.
Yeah. And following Teo Soriano from France, our second man at the moment, who's had a couple of wins this year already.
And here are the polls.
There are the polls. Where did they come from?
Yep. I don't know, but maybe that quiver is actually deeper than we think. Yeah. And just like the Mary Poppins bag, you can pull whatever you want out of it. You might just pull out a baguette or a bocadillo sandwich. But that's a good sign. He's reassuring. Like, we knew he knew the course. We knew there was a big climb, but he's just like, whoa, that is a bold move if he's chosen not to take poles with him. But no, we are reassured. He has them indeed. And as he's moving, he's been moving for quite a while on that flat road. It will be any minute now that he'll take that left-hand turn onto the single track and start his way up to... Is that the highest point in the race? Let me double check. No, it is not.
Now, going back to Teo Soriano's background, who we're following as our second place man, he has already gotten a couple of wins this year, so a pretty good 2026 race season. He was first at a 100-mile event already in May, and then first at a 100K race in March, both in France. But he does have experience in this area. So Andorra, which is a bit to the east of where they're running right now in Val d'Aran, he got fourth at the Trail 100 Andorra race last year. Now, I just did this race a couple of weeks ago. It is I say only 105K, but it's in the 100-mile category because of the terrain and the elevation. It's got almost 7,000 meters of climbing across these 100K. So it's quite a tough race. And because of the difficulty of the race, it is in the 100-mile category.
Yeah, and actually that race he did in June last year was by quite a bit his best UTMB score, like at 8:28, and then hasn't been able to replicate that. So,
well, it's interesting, the Andorra race. I don't know if the same pattern happened on the men's side as on the women's side, but the times this year have just dropped substantially in terms of the competition. Last year, for example, the winning time for the women was 18:30. This year, I finished with a sprained ankle in 18:40, feeling pretty proud of myself, but that was only good enough for a sixth.
Yeah.
Because Martina Valmasoy brought the winning time down by hours, finishing sixth scratch amongst the men. So I think it's a race, the Andorra race, that's been kind of under the radar a bit, but I believe that elites are now looking at that race more closely because it's not a major, but it is a UTMB World Series race. It has very technical terrain. It is close in time and in geography to Val d'Aran by UTMB, which is a World Series major. And so I think elites have been looking at that race now more closely as an alternative to Val d'Aran. We have struggled with the weather at the Val d'Aran race the last few years. The 100-mile event was canceled 2 years in a row, 2023, 2024, and last year was a shortened course. This year, now that we have beautiful weather and we're running a full 100-mile course, I suspect we'll see elites coming to flock back more to the 100-mile category of this race. The 100K, extremely competitive. 50K, extremely competitive. Not to say that the 100-mile isn't, but I think we will see a deeper field next year.
Yeah. I mean, I think we were like trying to figure out why like there wasn't as deep of a field as we've seen in the other distances. And you're right, like for the last 3 years, runners were unable to do the full course on a 100-mile. Like last year, he got shortened, but the 2 previous years, it was just plain canceled because of like high altitude thunderstorms, which came with heavy rain, super dangerous winds. And so maybe people were thinking, well, am I going to take a gamble on showing up at a race that I don't know is going to actually happen or have the full course? Because otherwise, it is a beautiful course. It is perfect for training. We said it earlier, the first editions of this 100-mile, like the first finishers were like, well, UTMB Mont-Blanc should be the qualifier for this race. It is so much harder. The terrain is so technical that this race is by a long shot the hardest, most technical race in the UTMB World Series circuit. And so it does appeal a certain profile of runner who certainly enjoy that kind of terrain, that technical terrain. And Saga proves it again today. But yeah, maybe there was a little bit of a question mark around whether or not that 100-mile was going to be able to take place and it was going to be the full course. So now we are back on, just like we did in 2022. So hopefully, indeed, next year it's going to be pinned on more calendars.
I think so. It's now slowly getting pinned back on mine. Though I feel like I should have been running this year, but I'm excited to at least be following the race from the studio. I would much prefer to be out on the trails. I just love this kind of terrain. The harder, the better. The more technical, the better. And we are getting such a good sense of what this race involves, both at the remote high altitude parts and on the more runnable sections that we are seeing now following Teo Soriano, our second place man in the 100-mile event. We're just going to a short commercial break, but stay with us. We will be back with you in a couple of moments.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
the trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Catalunya.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
The groove is so nice.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we are back with you live, Val d'Orem by UTMB, the third day of our coverage. We're following the 100-mile event, which started at 4 p.m. local time yesterday. The runners have been on the course for almost 20 hours by this point. We have been following the top men and the top women. Currently on the screen is our second place man, Teo Soriano from France. Moving pretty quickly over this section.
Yeah, and as opposed to Sarah Alonso, he didn't take a tumble, so that always helps. And on his way to the RTS aid station, where he's going to be able to see his crew for the very last time before the finish line. This is going to be the last very important pit stop, a moment where you kind of regroup, make sure you grab everything you need, get a bit of an update on what's going on ahead and behind, and yeah. Propulse yourself all the way up and back down on the other side of the valley where the old town of Viella is. And yeah, you see it on your screen. That last kick is no joke, up and down. And yeah, we brought back your comments to the studio about the brake pads, and by the sound of it, literally, actually our camera mountain biker already had to go back to the store and change brake pads. So yeah, they've tried hard, but yep, apparently there's still a bit of a squeakity squeak, which yeah, indeed could be a bit of a disrupting noise for the runners. But to be fair, as you said, after 20 hours, you're just in your zone. You're just cruising.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to kind of keep your head in the game and shut out all of the noise, literally. See if we can hear in on what's happening.
C'est pas, il y en a plus qu'une, allez. Ça va le faire.
And as much as, yes, you have the squeaky noise of the brake pads, you also benefit from having a human presence, you know, that means well, that is here, obviously, with the camera, but, you know, I don't know, personally, it would help tremendously. I know, like, possibly my friends watching back home, like, instead of being alone and just moving through the mountains, which they did throughout the entire night, like, when the day is back, you're like, oh, yeah, sure. Like I'll have company.
It is a question about whether, having a camera crew with you is a benefit or whether it's a detriment. I think it can play both ways. For me, I actually hate being chased. I hate having someone behind me. And even though I know it's not a competitor, knowing that there's someone right on my tail, I find a bit unnerving. But maybe it forces me to run a little bit faster. I'm not sure.
Trying to run away from that person.
Exactly.
I'm gonna drop you.
It just causes more logistical difficulties when you have to go to the bathroom. But
yeah. You
so do the drones.
You just need to point it out, and usually they're pretty quick.
Yeah. So there's a bit of an exchange there between the camera runner and Teo. He was saying like, yeah, but I think we didn't hear what they were saying first, but probably talking about how he's doing fairly well. But he said, yeah, but it's not finished.
Yeah.
C'est pas fini. And it's true. He's still got 15 kilometers, but relatively speaking, that is the home stretch of this race. Now, Teo, as I've been learning, watching him over the last few hours, he does his general style is to run a little bit more hunched over than the other runners, but he is still moving very well.
And you can see him focused. And those words of encouragement are absolute gold.
And he is working coming into this aid station. You can see him breathing. He's not.
He just found someone.
How fun.
On the side of the trail that he obviously knew. So everybody's here. Estelle, Sylvain. There you go, cheering him on, reminding him to keep himself cool and use water along the course.
He's in great spirits.
He is,
Chatting with the others. It looked earlier that, he was struggling more than the other, not running as easily as first and third place, but I take that back. I think it's just part of his running style. He just seems to be on fabulous form coming into this aid station.
So got a bit of a glimpse here in the images, so hopefully we can get the audio so we can share what's being said with his crew. What was that? Was that peanuts?
Yeah, quite possibly.
I know, hard to tell.
Ouais. Tiens, charge-toi le sac, c'est ça.
Et j'avais oublié ma feuille de route.
Oh non.
La ceinture. Oh no. That was there you go. There's probably in the water bottle. That was the fuzzy water that brings a lot of salt, a lot of mineral.
Yeah.
But now it's on the ground.
And on her skirt.
No, it's not peanuts. It's bigger than that. The chunks he's grabbing out of
fava beans.
What?
Fava beans? I don't know what the word is in French.
And that would be a...
They've got quite a calm energy. I'm assuming that this is Teo's partner. Got quite a calm energy at the aid station. I mean, he's in second. He's being deliberate. He's just asked for a bit of watermelon.
and whatever was in that little jar is gone. So that's definitely something he loves eating. What was in that thing? He looks super relaxed. Oh, yeah.
Broad beans.
Oh, broad bean. Oh, yeah.
I think it could be salty fava beans. That's my guess. That's my prediction.
That would be a bold move to go for that. Unless you want to air propulse your way up the hill. I'd be worried about.
Maybe olives. Olives taste so good
Yeah,
when you are in races like this because of the salt,
fat,
the acidity. Yeah. I had all of the sandwiches I didn't eat when I was at Trail 100 Andorra 3 weeks ago, but my sandwiches did include olives. Just couldn't get them down.
Comment tu te sens? Ça va. On va finir. J'ai chaud et fatigué, mais comme tous les coureurs, je pense. Là, il reste on va pas s'arrêter maintenant. Qu'est-ce que tu manges là? Un peu de fromage. J'ai mangé des pâtes. Là, j'ai besoin de salé en fait.
So that was just pasta. That was just pasta that had been put in this little container.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. They were a bit bigger, so he was just fueling on pasta.
Yep.
And he was saying like, "Yep, I'm okay. You know, we're close to the finish. I'm hot. I'm tired, but just like every other runner.
Yep.
This is the home stretch, so I'm definitely gonna get it done." He looks very calm and composed. Taking his time as well to eat as much as he can, or
quite a bit,
because he seems to be enjoying it. It was just the ability to sit down and process some real food. Here's a tuk, which always, interestingly enough, a hell of a challenge to eat when you're on an aid station without choking or processing it. Usually you want to be drinking a little bit with that, but
yeah, he's super relaxed.
Yeah. And man, this is like an eating party. Like he went through the pasta that was in that little glass container. Then here's like a little cheese sandwich. As you mentioned, he was asking for watermelon, one tuk. Dang.
You know, someone should tell him that it's really only 15K to the finish. He's fueling up like he's about to start on another 100-miler. We've been talking about how it's important to continue to take fuel in and to continue to manage yourself, but he's only got a 15K to go, and he's having a full buffet. You know, third place Delby isn't that far behind, so... Allez. All right, let's go.
On y va. Oh là là.
Oh.
Oh yeah, when you unfold.
we do need proper sound effects for that.
Yep. But yeah, that was a substantial refill.
I hope he keeps that down. That's a lot to jostle in the stomach as you come out of the
I was trying to think like, wow, is that a big, a bit of a gamble? But again, the next section is flat, so he's going to be able to jog it like nice and easy, and then it's all uphill. So there's not going to be any shaking in his stomach for the next hour and a half. So hopefully by then he would have processed it all, and well done on the crew as well.
Yep.
You know, she was composed and she kept bringing whatever he needed, was in tune with his attitude, didn't rush him out because she saw that he needed to take a bit of a break.
She obviously knows him well. It's I was guessing it was his partner, and
with the
confirmed there with the kiss. Yeah.
But then even she walked him out to those taps, like, hey, make sure you put water over your. So yeah, it's very well done. And then the friends. So Sylvain again, from what I've heard him say.
He's on great form. What?
Yeah.
Just spirits are high. He knows that he has done super well here at this race. He's only got 14K to go and an entire belly full of food. Okay. You know, this is what I aspire to end my races. Like, I can tell you, I don't think I've ever eaten that much food or been on such good form. 146 kilometers into any race.
Yeah, being able to eat so well, to be in good spirits, not rush, not stressed, like, oh, I need to do, like, move faster, I'm being chased, or like, no, just all positive thoughts, happy days. Yep, I'm gonna get to the finish. Also put things in perspective. Yeah, I'm tired and I'm hot, but so is everyone else. And there you go.
Now we can expect Delby Villagongora from French Polynesia. The algorithm is telling us that he is expected to come into the into
Mont-Romies
aid station.
Yeah,
So he's not even at the Mont-Romies aid station. Okay.
Il y a quelqu'un avec moi pour la montée ou pas?
So there is a pretty good gap there.
Il y a du drone parfois. Ok.
I thought it was closer than that.
Bon, ben à tout à l'heure. À tout à l'heure.
No wonder he's feeling so comfortable.
Force et
with
courage.
that.
Merci.
And yeah, his
Bon, en tout cas, t'es à bloc en live. Hein. C'est vrai? T'es tout le temps live, ouais. Ouais. Tout le ravito, partout.
And they're having a good old chat. Like he's like, yeah. So are you guys gonna be with me all the way up? It's like, nah, I'm dropping out. So it's like, oh yeah, okay, cool. And then I'll see you later. And yeah, thanks for being there. And the camera runner's like, yeah, but you've been live for quite a while. I was like, oh, is that right? Oh, cool. All right, cool, sweet. Like 100% like great spirits. So we're gonna be with him for another couple of minutes, 3 minutes, until he drops out and gets into the no reception zone. And after that, we will move into a 20-minute break, but we'll still have fantastic content for you all to watch. If you haven't watched it already, it's going to be a 20-minute episode of What It Takes. And it's just a series produced with HOKA, following women athletes as they prepared for Western States.
Yep.
And we'll have, it features Lottie Brings and actually another Polish runner, Martina Młyniarczyk.
Yes. I believe that this is one of the episodes that has been directed by Carrie Hyman, who I've worked with on my last 2 films. I believe so. I know she's working on a series of films for UTMB HOKA. So I think this is the first one.
All right.
There should be 2 more.
2 more. So around, I'm assuming UTMB and another one later in the year?
I know that there's definitely one around UTMB.
Yep.
Not
would make
sure. Not sure if there's another one coming out, maybe on Western States, or if there's one coming after UTMB. Not sure. But again, never let the facts get in the way of a good story. So I'm going with
2 more to be continued. I hope there's one, like, because there was a pre-Western States. I hope there's one for Western States.
Exactly.
Man, oh man, what a race!
Oh.
And like, I would not have, like, I value a lot all these top women, and I knew, I mean, especially like Jennifer Lichter, like, who would be very strong, but breaking Courtney's record, it's like, wow, okay,
Really impressive.
next level.
And I'm just continually impressed by what we are seeing on the screen. Not just from Teo Soriano, who is now looks like he's all that fuel that he took in is serving him well, but also on the women's side, Kasia Jambroska, that incredible kind of revamp comeback from her low moment, dealing with nausea, sitting down on the trail, head in her hands, and we have seen her come back super strong. As we all hoped that she would. Very impressive performances here today. 20 hours into the 100-mile race at Val d'Orem by UTMB.
Wow. And yeah, actually, like, Jean Mangrange's time in 2022 was 23:20 or 23. Let me find that again. $23:24.
Okay.
Santos Gabriel Herrera is going to break that time. There's no way it will take him 3 hours to get to the finish.
Love it.
Damn. So that is a statement.
Now, last year, Saga Ureda came in the shortened course, which was, I believe, 142 kilometers and 7,250 meters of climb in 16:53. So, full course this year, much longer on the feet, but doing even better in terms of his placing. Last year was won on the men's side by Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon from France, and on the women's side from Laura Van Voren from Belgium. And Yanyan Wu from China was second last year on the women's side. She's supposed to be back on the start line this year, but I haven't seen her high up in the rankings.
In the meantime, here's the episode of What It Takes. Once again, a movie featuring female athletes leading into the Western States 100, including Lottie Brinks and Martina Muenochik.
You can never let go of the gas.
The slightest issue, you sneeze, you're gonna lose a position.
5 women separated by 10 minutes. The race is on.
There is this crazy phenomenon where all of us are getting faster.
Women's trail running has exploded to the point where every race is just incredibly competitive.
They're breaking course records that have been there for years.
If you want to win, you got to break a course record.
I don't know that you've ever had this depth.
There! Oh my God, 5 seconds.
I can't stand it.
Athletes now have strength coaches, nutrition coaches, mindset coaches.
Everyone is riding that performance wave.
I know when to push and when to hold back, especially in competitive races.
UTMB Mont-Blanc has increasingly become like the biggest center of gravity in the trail running season.
Not only trying to qualify for UTMB through the series, but also using some of the races to qualify for Western States as well.
For pro athletes, it is this irresistible target. Everybody dreams of having their best day in Chamonix.
I want to have that dog in me when I race, you know.
20 ages. Losing my mind.
Good morning, Auburn. Good morning, all the runners for the Canyons Endurance Runs.
Okay, thank you guys.
You're running the 100K?
Yes.
Great time. And flower. That's a great last name. All right.
Oh.
So here's your.
It's kind of my pre-training training run for Western States. You have to have a cup. Right now, my A race for the year is definitely Western States.
We are going to be doing about a 3.7 mile route for you guys today. Also do have a couple of pro athletes from the HOKA side out with us today. We have Hayden Hawks and Flower.
We have the great Ann Flower, who just came off a massive win, broke the course record at the level 100.
Wow, we're impressed. We're impressed.
I immediately said, who is Ann Flower? When you come out of nowhere to break Ann Trayson's course record, who is unequivocally one of, if not the all-time greatest female trail runner, that raises your antenna.
Coming off of Leadville, I wanted to show that it wasn't just a fluke, so that was why I did Tunnel Hill.
Followed up with a new 50-mile world record at Tunnel Hill.
Maybe I'm better at trail and ultra running than I thought I was.
Then, when you run one of the greatest 100K performances to finish second place behind Jen Lichter by less than a minute at the Black Canyon 100K.
20 minutes under the previous course record time.
3 is a trend, as they say.
Should I try to do this professionally or do it more structured than I have?
She's got the special sauce, yeah. The fact that she can also carry on a professional career in emergency medicine, something that is both physically and emotionally demanding, it's really interesting.
Okay, blood pressure 86.
We're at the busiest level 1 trauma center in Colorado.
Hey David,
Tell me your name. I think David's going to need to be intubated. I'm going to bag him for a minute while we get IV access set up. Take bagging for you. Thank you. It's hard work, but it's super gratifying, super exciting. Yep. Can we get 20 of Automodate and 100 of Rock? Thank you.
You have 20 of Automodate, 100 of
Thank
Rock
you.
ready.
Let's get hold of the tube is in. Stylet is out. 96%. We're still hypotensive. Let's go ahead and start blood. Yeah, working on
I
that
think
right
there's
now.
so much going on in this world right now that I'm nervous about or not proud of, that being able to be an emergency physician and take care of people most of the time on a really bad day, the worst day of their life, I think that brings me a lot of satisfaction. I signed my first professional running contract in January of 2026. I definitely felt like I was now more invested, but I also had something to prove.
In 45 seconds, the Canyons Endurance runs by UTMB, and the time is now.
Gloves and a hand bottle. Alrighty, let's rock.
Canyons endurance runs, for a lot of athletes, it's their last chance to get into Western States. For those who are already in, it's really their last opportunity to have a race simulation.
2, 1. Canyons Endurance runs your elite women. Here we go.
I want to win it. I would like to punch my ticket into CCC for next year.
The spring is when a lot of the athletes are doing arguably the most important work of the season, and part of that is other racing.
Tak naprawdę to chyba 2 tygodnie przed. To mi dodało trochę takiej pewności siebie, okej, ten fitness jest wysoko, wygrałam oba wyścigi z dużą przewagą i to mnie upewniło jakby w tym, że okej, jestem na dobrej drodze. Potrzebujemy zbudować jeszcze wolumen treningowy, wolumen biegowy, natomiast mój fitness jest wysoko i udało się jakby dobrze podziałać z tą formą.
Tomorrow I fly to US to training camp in Flagstaff. So yeah, in France it was quick break before the final preparation for Western States. So yeah, I can wait. Yeah, this is my favorite stuff here. We don't have this one in Poland, and yeah, this is my new addiction actually. I love it. Big gym, not too much. To not be tired.
Myślę, że podeszłam do tego biegu bez należytego respektu w zeszłym roku.
3, 2, 1. Have a great journey today, everybody. We will see you all in Auburn.
Back here, the women's race
Martina.
is packed up.
That's
Martina
Martina.
Milnarczyk here in 4th place.
Debuting at the 100-mile distance.
So we believe this is race leader Martina Milnarczyk from Poland, tiptoeing up the hill towards the Devil's Thumb aid station. And holy smoke, she does look fantastic. We see Abby Hall coming into the aid station here. So 1 and 2 together into the aid station. Martina Milnarczyk and Abby Hall. Big news in the women's race. Abby Hall moving into Michigan Bluff in 1st place, overtaking Martina Milnarczyk. Something has gone awry.
Dostałam trudną lekcję pokory. Podczas biegu było kilka rzeczy, które po prostu w tamtym dniu nie zadziałało, natomiast w samym kanionie to już było coś jak udar cieplny. Nie pamiętam generalnie końcówki. To sama byłam zaskoczona, ile to takiej energii, takiej mocy mi dało do dalszego działania i do próbowania. I jak bardzo chciałam wrócić w tym roku. Ja mam swój beep number z zeszłego roku. Codziennie jak wstaję, to go widzę, bo jest powieszony na takiej szafce. I to mnie motywowało przez cały ten rok tak naprawdę w tych...
leader, Martina Milanacik from Poland in the women's CCC.
Well, we knew that she was going to come into this hungry after dropping out of Western States.
Tak, no jakby samo CTC było jakby super ważnym wyścigiem dla mnie i było celem w samym w sobie.
There you go, the smile, seeing her partner bring Broad up to the table. It's going to be a fast one.
Nie czułam presji, nie czułam się wymieniana też jakby wśród tych osób, które mają wygrać ten wyścig. Ja lubię startować trochę z takiej pozycji underdog. To mi pasuje bardzo.
Third to 10th separated by 4 minutes.
Wow.
Plecami, natomiast spodziewałam się blondiny, bo ona cały czas była blisko, a tam Sylwia zrobiła świetną końcówkę i tam bardzo szybko mnie dogoniła.
Here we are. That's Sylvia.
That is Sylvia from Norway.
Battle between Sylvia and Martina was epic.
Martina's there.
Okay,
so
it's not over yet. The chase is still on.
They really were battling it out. After like 12 hours of racing.
98 kilometers in the bag, 3 to go.
Ja nie lubię być wyprzedzona podczas wyścigu. I ja myślę, że to było coś, co wyzwoliło we mnie jakąś taką dodatkową energię. Jak byłam bardzo zmęczona wcześniej, to nagle to zmęczenie zniknęło. I nagle był jakby full focus na tym.
And Martina is about, she's gonna do it. This is it.
Oh my God, I can't take. Tina has surged back into the lead in front of Sylvia Nordskar. This is going to be the second fastest time for the women in CCC history. Absolutely incredible.
How far is
Sylvia? There.
Oh my goodness. This is the 5 seconds.
I can't stand it.
Gap after 11 hours and 40 minutes of racing. Our champion in the CCC.
Congratulations, Martina. That was an absolutely incredible performance. Second fastest time at CCC for the women in history. And now we have Sylvia Nordskar from Norway racing to the finish just seconds behind Martina.
Insane.
I ostatni trening, który zrobiłam z Sylwią. Trudną jednostkę razem i było widać, że my jesteśmy na dosłownie tym samym poziomie. No i 3 tygodnie później generalnie spotykamy się w lesie na zbiegu i naprawdę musimy jakby wykorzystać znowu te umiejętności, więc tak, więc to było jakby super zatoczenie takiego koła i ekscytujące. Mety CCC, bo to była ulga i radość z tego, że już jest za mną ten wyścig, ale myślę, że któraś z kolejnych to było mam ticket na Western States. Jesienią tego roku to będzie mój drugi rok, kiedy zaczęłam współpracę z HOKą. To bieganie jakby pojawiło się tak zupełnie niespodziewanie. Większość mojego życia była sfokusowana na tańcu. Po studiach pracowałam w teatrze tańca, później uczyłam baletu w krakowskiej prywatnej szkole baletowej, więc pojawił się pomysł na bieganie, żeby się odstresować i żeby mnie jeszcze trochę jakby swoją głowę oczyścić, to potrzebuję czegoś, co mnie zrelaksuje. Natomiast myślę, że to tak naturalnie po prostu zaczęło ewoluować.
Martina as well. Wow.
Ja zawsze chciałam biegać dla hoki. Jim czy Judith i to były dla mnie absolutne gwiazdy, które jakby śledziłam ich wyścigi i sobie mówiłam, naprawdę kiedyś chciałabym biegać w takim teamie z takimi zawodnikami, no i odwracać. No i później w momencie, jak podpisałam kontrakt z HOKą, to naprawdę prawie mi się kolana ugięły i mówiłam, Boże, to się w końcu może wydarzyć i to było super i wejście do tego świata profesjonalnego sportu jeszcze z wymarzonym teamem, to no, nie można jakby chcieć więcej.
How was work?
Oh, it was good. It was just a lot of back-to-back meetings, which I don't love, but we're building something cool, and I'm excited about that. I am balancing being a pro runner and also having a day job. I work in B2B SaaS. I feel like I can do both, and I can do both well. I want to be like full gas pro running, but I also really want to deliver on work. Yeah, I've always been competitive. I've always wanted to try my best regardless of what I do. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't have both. Like, I want to win, but I also want to have fun.
Well, yes,
but I mostly want to win.
I know that about you.
My sweet spot is the 100K, but I'm really excited to challenge myself in the 100-miler.
How many hundreds have you ran?
So only 2. This is number 3. I ran Western States the first time in 2024. It was all right.
And there's Lottie Brinks. Is originally from Germany, but now living in Boise, Idaho.
I feel like I was like mentally not like super fresh and didn't have that bite to fight. Like I finished 14th. Like I still look back to that day fondly. It was just not on par with what I wanted in terms of performance.
How have you changed as an athlete since 2024?
I've found a better balance with running. Putting myself in competitive races has really helped me grow my confidence. Knowing that I can win competitive races, that I can break course records. I think especially Gorge gave me a good confidence boost.
For Lottie, she's just turning 30 now, entering her prime as an athlete.
I was just having a fun time racing and racing fast and kind of going down.
Let's go. Show your heart.
Finished, got the course record, but like finished feeling like I could give more. And that makes me feel good about States, because States is another 40 miles.
Definitely.
I think she has all the talent and also a psychological disposition that is conducive to finding your way through hard moments.
Thanks for being out there.
They have different paddles, so if you show up to pickleball court, people just make fun of the paddle you have.
You get judged.
That's not cool.
The good one.
Yeah, it's gone too far.
I don't want to take anything in life too seriously.
Damn. You want to do that one more time for the camera?
There's a difference between caring a lot and taking things too seriously. Like, I care a lot about running, but I also know in the grand scheme of the world, it's not that serious. I think about what's the best thing that can happen, and then I'm just like ready to go. Like, I'm happy to embrace the challenge. I'm putting myself in a good spot to be really brave on race day.
Joanne, nice work.
Hey.
As we point our gaze towards Western States after the Canyons 100K, a lot of people, including myself, are going to be viewing Ann Flower as one of the favorites.
Great work. Keep it up.
I mean, rarely do I see her outside of, 5 minutes off the lead at this point. So yeah, I think she's probably feeling a little heavy, if I had to guess, like legs-wise.
Such a bummer, but that's okay. Short strides are like actually super okay. Long strides are just trash. So I'm gonna recollect, maybe go one more aid station, and then I think that's gonna be a day. Woo! Hello. Oh, not good. Short strides are like super.
Had like a hamstring niggle for a couple of weeks that I thought would have healed itself.
Kind of TBD.
Yeah. Same pain?
Yeah. But as of Monday, it was like really tight and kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, be smart.
I know. It's just
Are you thinking
so disappointing.
super frustrating? Maybe a good barometer of exactly where we are and what we need to do to address it, maybe?
For sure. God.
Like
8 miles.
Oh yeah! Crush that! See you in 2 hours.
Have fun.
I think had this not happened now, I would be at risk of it happening for 2 weeks before Western States, which is what we don't want to happen. So I think having it happen now gives me a lot more like sober of an approach towards States.
That got real rough. Oh, man. Yeah.
You love you, runner.
Sucks.
So I already felt very much like I didn't belong, or I wasn't like good enough to be there, and then having this be a hard day was kind of like a half step backward in terms of my like self-confidence. So
Frustrating.
oh yeah, that was awful. I really want to get back and prove that I can and I'm stronger, so
you will.
Hopefully it's part of the build. Yeah.
The women's race to the 2026 Western States 100 is one of the most exciting on record. Returning. And then we have this really exciting group of those who have qualified through the golden ticket chase. People like Ann Flower, Martina Monarchik, coming back to Western States this year with, I'm sure, a chip on her shoulder and a desire for redemption. For Lottie, she's just turning 30 now, entering her prime as an athlete, and with a chance to come back to Western States where I think she feels she underperformed her own potential. The athletes keep getting more professional, more committed, and it's just forced everybody to raise their game.
Team 4, de mon côté ça range les bâtons. Est-ce que ça parle d'une attaque? Je ne sais pas.
And we are back on air on the live at the 100-mile event for Val d'Orient by UTMB. We are following Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland, our first place woman. She is 20 hours and 27 minutes into this 100-mile event and really has had a commanding lead. Now, she gave us a little bit of a scare earlier on when she was dealing with some nausea. Had a tough transition at the aid station at Salar-du, and even sat down on the trail for a bit with her head in her hands, giving us all a bit of a scare, but she has rallied. She has come back and continued to push. She's now nearing the top of that very long climb. It's about a 16-kilometer ascent, just brutal. So she's about to crest the top of that. Following now the fourth place woman, Anastasia Iannina. And she follows Salome Grillon from France, Aurora Sio from Spain in second, Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland in first. So now Anastasia was coming in, looks like, let's just do a refresh. Anastasia came through the Salardu aid station about half an hour ago, and she was just 10 minutes behind third place. And there we are back with our race leader, our men's leader, Sega Rueda. He was second on this course last year, 15th at UTMB, the 100 miler last year, and has run an incredibly strong race today. He has put a good gap. We tuned in this morning after the competitors had gone through the night, and he was running alongside a second place Teo Soriano from France, but then managed to put a 15-minute gap between the two of them, which I believe is growing. We will get an update on that maybe in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes, when Teo comes through the next aid station. At the Artis aid station, we had Sega go through at 11:20 a.m. this morning. Yeah, and Teo went through at almost noon, so an increase to a 40-minute gap, quite substantial. And at this point in the race, Sega is on the home stretch. He's now heading up the final climb of the race. There's quite a steep part now towards the top before he does the final descent to the finish. This is Kasia Dąbrowska. Now, if you are getting a bit of deja vu, if you have been following us on the live, this is because the course that we're seeing now is the same as the 110K course that we were following yesterday on the live. So the 110K course follows the last 110 kilometers of this 100-mile race. Also some overlap with the 50K race. Now we see Kasia here, again, coming to the top of this climb. She's put her poles away, which is a bit of an interesting move because she still has a bit to go. We're not seeing her move as deliberately as we were before when she had her revamp her comeback after her bout of nausea. I'm wondering if the nausea is hitting her again. This is Kasia is an incredibly strong athlete coming off of a win at Ultra Trail Australia. And when she is in the mountains, she is normally moving faster than this. Okay. getting a little bit more intel. Thank you so much to Kasha's partner, to her crew, Maciek. He had given us the heads up of what was going on when we saw Kasha struggling at the aid station at Salardu. He was the one that told us it was nausea. When she sat down on the trail a little bit later on, it was apparently because she was sleepy, not necessarily because of the nausea, but these runners started at 4 p.m. yesterday. So you're starting already kind of in the afternoon at the end of the day. You can try to get some sleep. You can try to, put your legs up during the day, but it's very hard to bank any sleep during a day when you're starting a race at 4 p.m. Also very similar to UTMB. And so you are running into the first night knowing that that you're already going to be tired about 10 or 12 hours into the race because you've missed a night of sleep. So Kasha sat down because she was tired, and that is why she got Coke at the next aid station, but was looking much better at the aid station at 122 kilometers. Now we're getting an overview, a flyover of this course. You can see the start-finish line in Vieja. And getting that beautiful drone shot from above. And that is Sega Rueda doing that final steep climb up towards the top, the pinnacle, before he's just got one descent to the finish. Now, we were poking a little bit of fun at Teo Soriano at the last aid station. We saw him take in just quite a bit of food, not something that you would normally see with less than 15 kilometers left in a race. But now you can see probably why he was fueling up, because even though it's 15 kilometers, it is a punchy end of a race course. This part of the trail, you are going straight up. There's really not a lot of switchbacks here. We saw this also at the beginning of the 100-mile race, going straight up the climb. Normally in trails that are this steep, you would have more switchbacks going back and forth, but this is just a situation of, putting your head down, pumping the legs, pumping those poles. Saga has just 7.5 kilometers to go to the end of this race. And I would say it is in the bag with this much of a gap, 40 minutes at the last aid station. He really, he really has this solidified. He has this firmed up. We can expect him to come into the finish line in just about an hour's time. So super exciting. You can see him look behind him on the trail, but I do not think that Teo Soriano has any chance of catching up to him. Teo was followed by Delby Villa Gongora from French Polynesia, who was about 33 minutes behind him at Artis at the last aid station. And then after him is Thomas Duvivier from France. Okay, back here with our leading woman with Kasha. She is moving really slowly right now. I wonder if this is part of the sleepiness that Maciek was referring to. You can see she's still got, she's still got another 1.5 kilometers of this climb, another kilometer of this climb. Wondering why she's put the poles away, as it looks like they could certainly help her push up this climb. I can remember being on this course. Of course, I took a much longer time than Kasha is taking herself, but feeling very sleepy. You're in the second day. She probably hasn't slept since, yesterday morning. And you're expending quite a lot of energy out there in the sun. She's got no shade cover. Yeah, we look like we've got the night zombies chasing her a little bit at the top of this climb. Now, when you're sleepy in a race like this, and you are sleep deprived, it's a lot easier to stay awake and stay alert when you are on a descent. Uh, Mostly on a technical descent, but even on any kind of a descent, because your brain has to stay active, knowing that you need to look where your feet are going. You're going at a faster pace. It forces your brain to stay awake. But when you go up a climb, you can get into a death march where everything slows down. The brain starts to shut off, and that's when you can get really sleepy. And I think that might be what we're seeing here, which is completely understandable. You can see now here she's using all the different techniques, getting a bit of water on her to cool her down and probably to wake her up a little bit. But she has just got about a kilometer to go, and then she is at the top of the climb, and I'm sure that descent will help to wake her up and get her kick-started once more. She is battling through this, but solidly in the lead. And I'm hoping that will give her some confidence that she can hit these lows and continue pushing through and still win as she gets ready for the UTMB World Series finals next month. And there we've got Sega, our first man on the left. He's a whole mountain ahead, so he is on the final climb, whereas Kasia is just nearing the top of the second to last climb. A bit of aerial footage there. I'm wondering actually who we are seeing on the left-hand side of the screen. If that is Sega, yeah, then it would be the cameraman that you see in front of him. So don't get confused by the fact that there's two of them out there. One of them is bringing you the images from the trail. The other one is bringing you images from above. And that climb is just unrelenting. Straight up the mountain, steep incline, no switchbacks. This is what you face when you come to run the trails in the Pyrenees. We've been talking earlier on the broadcast about how, while the elevation gain and the distance is similar in numbers to UTMB, this is a much gnarlier, more technical route. And that is why you'll see that the finishing times, both the average finishing times and the winning finishing times are longer than UTMB, and why the cutoff times are also longer. The cutoff times here are 48 hours, whereas at UTMB it is 46 and a half. And as we are following the 100-mile race today, we have been covering the 50K and the 100K race over the last 2 days. On Thursday, we saw Yao Miao leading early on with Claudia Trumps and Camille Lescuyer on the women's side on the first climb, and then Yao Miao really continuing to push the pace. This was in the 100K, not the 50K, running in ninth scratch. Just 3 hours in, already a 20-minute gap near the beginning. She ended up climbing to 7th scratch, even as high as 6th scratch at one point, dropping back down to 10th, finishing overall 8th scratch. Incredible performance for Yao Miao in the 100K race. She did have some vision problems around 80 kilometers in, 85 kilometers in, but still managed to push through. Absolutely blistering pace, giving her a lot of confidence going into CCC next month. Ultimately, in the 100K race yesterday, after Yao Miao finishing in first, it was Alexandra Casson-Ferrier, who came from a triathlete background and was really blown away. I think she blew herself away as well as the rest of us with her performance. I'm sure we'll see her again. And then defending champion Marie Clageg-Fenra in third. On the men's side, it was Gauthier Boncader, and he was followed by Abel Carretiero and Matisse Leray. Hulen was leading for most of the race, but unfortunately had a time penalty, 1 hour for unauthorized assistance at one of the aid stations, ultimately finishing in sixth. We're now seeing a flyover of this course. You can see that lake that Kasia Dąbrowska was following. There she is. So right high in the mountains, very remote. 30% of this region is above 2,000 meters. I believe the course goes as high as around 2,600 meters. In the past, that has caused some complications, some logistical difficulties when the snow has either still been there up high, or when there's been storms. Weather can change quite variably in the mountains. Now we're getting images on the split screen of our second place woman, Aurora Sio. Still moving very well. She's on a little plateau in the midst of this 17 kilometer climb. So still has the poles out because she knows this isn't going to last for long, and then she's going to go straight back up again.
Which kilometers, please? 5 kilometers. Here, how many?
And Kasia there is just checking her watch. Once she gets to the top of this climb, she'll have just under a 5 kilometer kind of rolling descent down to the next checkpoint, the next time we weren't Colomers. And welcome back, Martin. We have just been following Kasia Dąbrowska. It looks like she is back to struggling a bit. I've gotten some intel from Maciek, her partner. Apparently, when she was sitting down on the trail some hours ago, it wasn't due to nausea, it was due to sleepiness. And I think that that's what we are seeing here. We've been chatting a bit about how when you get on a climb, especially a climb that is this long, 16, 17 kilometers, your brain shuts off. You know, your brain is not forced to be nearly as active as when you are on the descent, but I think she's falling asleep a bit here. And yeah, she does look like she might be leaning a little bit, but I think this is sleepiness.
And I don't think this is the weight of the poles that are just making her lean to the right. But look, she's clearly leaning to the right. And, you know, at this point, I know it's tough because you have a lot going on around you. You have a camera. But like you say, hey, buddy, you're going to sit on the side, and I'm going to take a 15-minute nap. Because knowing the gap she's got, 75 minutes.
Yeah.
You take, like, you find a bit of shade, you put your alarm, you put it, like, you strap it to your ear, you put it right next to you. 15 minutes, that's all it takes. Power nap, and then you're back in the game. If it's not physical, that's a game changer, because otherwise, like, you just completely collapse. And you're not aware anymore, you're slowing down, and shit, if you trip, that's when things get really worse. And there you go. Speaking of little breaks,
that is very hard to do when you're in the middle of a race like this, to kind of stop, lie down by yourself on the side of the trail. Given the way that she's moving, yes, it could be a good idea. I don't see that happening. She is nearing the top of the climb. What I'm hoping for is that she just holds on until she gets to the top of this climb, and then she wakes up on the descent. Now, we've got a little bit of a descent before we hit that long plateau, which is not going to be good for staying awake. What we need right now is technical footwork, gnarly descents. That is what is going to wake her brain up and get her back in the game. So she's just got to hold on a little bit further. Now, has she actually clocked in through that checkpoint at the top? Yes, she has. So she passed the last little timing point just a couple of minutes ago. and she's got 4.9 kilometers to go until Colomers. This is where we need to see her. We need to see her brain wake up a bit. But it is tough. Getting into that death march for 16, 17 kilometers is incredibly difficult when you are running on tired legs, tired brain. But Sega Herrera is not showing any of that right now as he is on his final section of climb. Certainly no sleep monsters are catching him here. He is driving those poles down with purpose, breaking out into a run every chance he can get. I see no evidence that the sleep monsters are chasing him, unlike Kasia. We are now going into a short break, but stay with us. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
So nice.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
And there we go. We're back once again at the video of this 100-mile at the HOKA Val by UTMB in the final climb. Look at this slope. It's straight up the last climb. And here, Santo Gabriel Rueda, a.k.a. Saga, is actually looking at his watch. It's like, how many meters do I have to climb to be done with that monster? And he is getting close, looking over his shoulder. But, man, there will be no one in sight. He's made a substantial gap. He's in the clear. All he needs to do is make it to the line, make it across the summit first, and then a steep descent down to the col, and then a long rolling descent. But he's shown that he had it in the legs, finally coming and get a big win. One more to attach to his career. And we were talking about sleepiness earlier. He's certainly not affected as much and still moving very well. And yeah, so now that the grade is getting a bit more mellow, but that was an insane climb. You could see him double poling, and you can see here on the right-hand side of your screen, Théo Soriano from France. You could probably see Saga on the very top in the background on that little on that big mountain. So he's literally miles away, but still moving with an intention. We saw him at the aid station in RTS. Spirits were high. He was confident he was going to make it, and he's still trucking forward. But the first place is way out of his reach. He's in that valley after the first part of the climb. Now he's going across, and in the last kick, where Saga right now is located.
Yeah, we've been chatting about how these climbs here in the Pyrenees at Val d'Aran are absolutely unforgiving. Very few switchbacks, just straight up. And you just have to put your head down and push on through. And now we see here Saga coming to the top of that final climb of the 100-mile race. He has really shown such strength across the ascents, the descents, the flats. There really hasn't been a moment where we've seen him on camera show any little bit of a weakness. This is just an incredibly strong and versatile athlete.
And look at him, just in full confidence, putting the poles away now and starting that descent. He knows that descent. He's been there before. He knows what he's in for. Try to stabilize a little bit the quiver so it doesn't bother him as he's making his way down.
And now it is just I'm going to say an easy run to the finish. Still has a few K to go, but compared to what he has already done on this course, this is going to be a cakewalk for him.
Yep. And look. Oh, no, I thought he was limping a little bit. Nope. He's just cruising down, and you see there's going to be a few switchbacks. It's going to get pretty steep. Well, I think we'll have a bit of a aerial shot of Saga. Meanwhile, Teo Soriano still moving really well.
Yeah, continuing to use the poles. Even on this, I want to say relatively flat, it's still a slight uphill on this section.
Yeah.
But continuing to drive. You know, he was so relaxed at the last aid station. He just brings us such a good energy. He knows he's going to finish. He knows he's not there yet. But he's not stressed about losing second place. He knows there's no chance of catching up to first. So it's a good position to be in.
Yeah.
You know, as long as you maintain the status quo, he will get second place. And that is not too shabby at a World Series major.
Certainly not. And he's eaten to last for another 6 hours. So he's fine. He's in the clear.
He's fueling up for, who knows? Maybe it's the post-race celebrations that he's fueling up for.
And we saw Kasia Dobrowska really suffering from the sleep. And so since we have plenty of time to share with you before Saga actually gets to the finish line and we see all these athletes come in, like this is a little bit of what's happening physiologically about the lack of sleep, because when you start running ultras, this is definitely a factor you have to take into account. And so for melatonin, the trigger is darkness, not how tired you are. So basically your eye detects the fading light and then send the signal to the body that a cluster of cells in the hypothalamus start to react, and that's the conductor for the 24-hour circadian rhythm. And so when you see darkness, tell the pineal gland to start making melatonin. Therefore, the rays of melatonin makes you tired, you fall asleep. But it raises on a schedule. It's not actually related to how tired you are. And it climbs like 2 hours before you start to like your usual bedtime. And then it's at the highest between 2 and 4 a.m. But then by morning, which I also didn't know, is actually the daylight shuts the tap off. And so even if you carry on throughout the day, your melatonin level will not increase further. But the thing that needs to be taken into account is actually not the melatonin anymore, but the adenosine. And the adenosine is the one that generally accumulates the longer you're awake. And also important to note, especially for these ladies and gentlemen out there working at hard, it is a byproduct of the cells burning energy. So since they are constantly burning energy, the raise of the adenosine is actually accumulating even faster, and this is the molecule that's creating that sleep pressure. And so to fight against that, and again, everybody's like, yeah, duh, you take caffeine and you fight this. But caffeine doesn't make you less tired. But what it does is actually it's blocking the adenosine's receptors. So you're still loaded with adenosine, but if you block the receptors, you will not be feeling the effect of it. And so basically it cancels this tiredness and manages basically to keep going and not experience that really deep sleepiness that right now we can see it on the screen. Kasia Dombrowska is experiencing right now. So she was drinking a bit of Coca-Cola, which has a bit of caffeine in it. But then that is at this point, and again, if you're running ultras, keep that in mind. Like the next day after you spend a whole night out, and possibly 2 nights out for a lot of participants, make sure you take caffeine when you feel really sleepy, because it will help you. But again, keep in mind, it doesn't wipe away the tiredness. It will be there. So make sure you also understand the half-life of caffeine with your body and how it's going to decrease and when to take it, because you also do not want to overload with caffeine, because then you start having GI distress. So it's all a matter of finding the right balance for you, what works best, and that you can only do it in training.
Yeah, it's always a little bit of a science experiment. And one thing that I've certainly found difficult is that when you get these gels that are filled with caffeine, a lot of them are calculated towards a man's body. And the amount of caffeine that is good for you to take, it's, grams of caffeine or milligrams or whatever per kilogram in your own body weight. And so a lot of the gels that I look at, the caffeine weighting is actually too high for a woman because it is geared towards the men. So all of these different things you need to take into account. Kasia has been trying to battle with the tiredness with a bit of Coke. Who knows if she's got some caffeine gels with her as well. But I think there's a number of factors, maybe to put it into layman's terms, since not all of us are nuclear engineers like Saga. To put it in layman's terms, she's dealing with the fact that she's missed a night of sleep. She's expending energy, as you're saying. So she's in a sleep deficit while also dealing with the physical tiredness. But during that period of nausea, she also would have gotten in less fuel. So, there's a gap there in terms of the carbohydrates that she would have been able to take in. And if you don't have fuel to keep you moving forward, that's also going to cause the tiredness. And then you add the uphill on top of that, and it's no surprise that she is struggling. But again, this downhill that she has coming up will help, hopefully, to wake her brain up a little bit, trick herself into feeling more awake than her body actually wants to be. But it's going to be a tough slog, because it's not a steep descent after the top, after the summit at the top, and then you've got that long kind of runnable Jeep track type of trail, which will again want her brain to shut off again and go back to sleep. Really, really tough in these long ultras. It's not just managing your body and your mental state, but it's dealing with sleepiness.
It's super cool. I don't think we've ever had images of this aid station before. Like halfway through the climb, right at the bottom of the last climb. So kudos to the productions and the runners and mountain bikers out there offering us these images. This is, technology gets better and better. And yeah, we're stoked to have those images. There used to be no reception in that part of the valley. And it was good to see Theo, even before the aid station, he saw a little bit of a water trough or like a little fontaine, natural spring, and he used it to put it again in his cap, splash himself a little bit. Look at this, filling up his flask. Oh no, just drinking a bit of Coke, straight Coke. So be prepared for a big burp. That's always the challenge. You want to have like pure sugar going down the drain, but also like usually you cut it with a bit of water to try and get rid of the water, the fizziness. But look at him. He's just cracking up, having a good old yarn with the volunteers.
So I'm looking at the timings coming through this checkpoint, and I thought that there was a much bigger gap in between Sega and Teo, because what it is telling me is that there's only an 8-minute gap at this last aid station, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because we have seen Sega already go over the top, already go over the crest of the next
yeah, good point.
of this and head down towards the finish. And the algorithm has them predicted to come into Vieja, 45 minutes apart. So something is going a little bit screwy, I think, if we look at the timing.
No, you're absolutely right. And he's still eating. Man, I would not want to have that man over for dinner.
Okay, so here's what we have. The time that Sega actually went through that last checkpoint, if you look at the full live race, it says 12:54, but it was actually 12:25. So don't be fooled by what you were seeing there. It is not an 8-minute gap. We're just trying to keep you on your toes and add a little bit more drama. But
what?
Yeah.
What is he doing? Did you see that? He's pouring salt
on the oranges.
On an orange.
Yeah, why not? Salt on watermelon is quite a good known aid station fuel. And if there's no watermelon, then why not?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there was a goo flavor too. Salted watermelon.
Yeah, yep.
And there we go. Look at him. The head tilted backwards to catch a glimpse of the summit. It is going to be a hell of a wall. But again, it's probably the highest spirits of them all.
So 40-minute gap between these two runners as of the last aid station.
And all in the last 50K.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That is pretty good. I mean, you can see it clearly in the way that Saga is running.
Yeah. Saga is still like strolling, strong and steady. But yeah, I mean, and as you know, people are cheering in the chat. Come on, Theo. Let's go. He's still moving super well. Ooh, look at that effect. A little bit of a glow of light around our runner.
That is cool.
And then the names popping up. Man.
Well done, team.
Technologia.
Now, as we are watching the top men, I do just want to give a full readout of the top 5 women on the 100-mile race, just because we're not going to see images necessarily. We have seen a few of 4th place. We haven't seen images of 5th place, which is Yukiko Sawada from Japan. And just wanted to call that out because it's great to see different nationalities, people coming from outside of Europe to race on these trails. 88% of all the competitors across these races are from Europe. Now we're back with Kasha, our 1st place woman.
Whoa.
She's on a very gnarly part. Is this the trail? That would be my question.
It looked like there was a flag.
Now, this is why I'm hoping that this will now wake her brain up, because you're not in a death march anymore. You've got to watch where your feet are going. You've got to make sure you're on the right trail. Hopefully, this will kick-start her legs once more. But yeah, back to the overall 5. So Yukiko Sawada from Japan has been running in 5th. And that is about 7 minutes at the last aid station behind Anastasia Ianina. And then a little bit of a gap. We've got about half an hour between 4th and 3rd. That's Salome Grihon from France. And Aurora Sio, full checkpoint ahead and Kasia Dombrowska a full checkpoint ahead of her. So quite spaced out, the top 3 women. And the majority of the race are still between, we've got 100, almost 150 runners on this course, still between kilometers 82 and 90. While we are waiting for Saga to finish. It just gives a sense, not of how the other runners are running slowly, but how fast the elites are running at the top.
Oy, 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 oy.
Come on, Kasia.
I can't watch.
No.
Like, there's, I hope not, but something's going to happen eventually. Like,
No. We're staying positive here. Kasia's still moving, okay? Kasia is still moving. She's a little sleepy. She's not running, but we have seen her come back. You know, she came back from sitting on the trail with her head in her hands, taking a little nap. We've seen it happen once before. It can happen again. As far as we know, she's not dealing with muscle injuries. She's not dealing with those kinds of niggles. Nausea, you can come back from. Sleepiness, you can come back from.
Can you, though?
Yes, you can. I've done it. You absolutely can.
Yeah, I wouldn't take you as a rule, though. Like, the stuff you do, like, I wouldn't apply it to general population.
Come back from donkey fights. Come back from it all.
I don't know. Like, for me, it would be such a guaranteed, like, reset. 15 minutes on the side of the trail, in the shade. There was a creek right there, so you could splash a bit of water when you get up. And then you wake up so much fresher. And 15 minutes is nothing. Right now, by moving at this slow pace and risking to fall, she's bleeding minutes.
I don't disagree with you, but if you're the kind of person like I am, where, you know, I get quite stressed as soon as I know that I need to sleep and the clock is ticking, then I immediately can't sleep. If I am in a death march on the trail, I can't stay awake. But then if I decide I want to sleep and I try to lie down on the trail, all I'm thinking about is the fact that I need to get to sleep as soon as possible because the clock.
Oh, okay. So you already have that voice in your head. Just okay.
Yes. The only way I'm able to do it is if I'm at a checkpoint and I have someone watching me, because, you know, even when I fall asleep, I don't believe that I've already napped. So I have to have someone sitting there watching me telling me, no, you actually slept for 12 minutes. And then that makes me feel a lot better. If I'm out there on my own on the trail, it's impossible. So if you have the gift of being able to take dirt naps, I am incredibly jealous because, as you say, it could be just the reset that Kasia needs.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully she can pull it off. 3.5 Ks to go, ladies and gentlemen, for Saga Reda. He's never been so close.
I love the comments in the chat. We've got some good gifts about Teo's appetite for sure.
Oh yeah, num 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 num.
And some kudos to Dr. Martin for your.
What's up, Doc?
Yeah, your rundown of all of the different sleep molecules. And if you would like, we have put into the chat the UTMB personality test. Which UTMB World Series event suits you best? I don't even need to do this test before I know what the answers are. It's the long, hard, gnarly races.
Yep. You need to know also in which part of the world, at what time of the year, and in what's at stake. Again, is 1 beer for the race, 1 beer of HOKA Spigot 7, and 1 full UTMB nutrition pack by NAC.
And we have behind us in our chalet in the studio, we have some NAC Ultra Energy waffles. And I'm telling you, before this broadcast is done,
I was going to say, like, how long are they going to last?
I am breaking into the energy waffles. I actually, I'm a NAC athlete myself. I order these waffles to keep, not for training, but I often have them just for a little sweet, either for breakfast or before I go to bed. So they are not just performance waffles. They are
happiness waffles.
Happy waffles.
There we go, and that is a good sign, ladies and gentlemen, when our camera runners feel out of breath, it means that our competitors are moving really, really well. And here, double pulling up that hill on the last climb, the very last climb of this PDA.
And again, you don't really get a sense of how steep this is from the camera. The camera tends to flatten out the course, but you can see that gradient there, 31% gradient. Most of the trails around Chamonix are 20, 25% and switchbacks. Here, there are no switchbacks. You are going straight up the trail, Barkley Marathon style. We had the same in the Trail 100 Andorra race 3 weeks ago. I remember near the end of the race, just going up one, it was just like hitting a brick wall. It was straight up. And one of the guys in front of me just sat down on the trail, face downhill, and just, I don't know if he decided that was it, but he wasn't moving anywhere. It can really be a shock, even if you're training in the Alps, even if you're training in the mountains. This is a different climb if you have a switchback, and they're not giving them a single one.
Nah, this is very brutal, borderline, mean to put that at the very end of a 100-mile race, but it will test the bodies, the spirits, and it would make the 360 view at the top even nicer and more rewarding. And look at this on the left-hand side of your screen. Saga is now tiptoeing into the town of Yela, tiptoeing into victory.
I am so excited to see him cross the finish line. He just has such a cheerful personality. I want to see like a finish line dance or something, you know?
I think he's just going to be closing his eyes, opening a big, bright smile and celebrating. He's very humble. I doubt he's going to be super, like, out there.
Does he have a signature? You know, some of the top runners have signature finish lines. Tom Evans, the salute, and then the shoey, which is so disgusting. Does Ruth have a signature? She doesn't, does she?
She raises an arm.
She raises an arm. Okay.
Some people raise both. She raises one.
Yep, that's good. That's a good one.
Although, no.
The same arm? Is it always the right one or the left?
It used to be only one. And I recall a photo where she's got both up. So maybe clapping, thanking everybody. Like, always super grateful for everybody on the side of the trails.
For those of
not
you,
really a signature. Like Blandine Lirondelle, her little jump across the line.
Yeah. For those of you who are new to Martin Kofuri, which I think would be the tiny, tiny minority of you, of course, we are talking about Ruth Croft, Martin's partner, our UTMB champion, who will be returning this year.
Yep. And there we go. Final stretch in the sun before town. Going across that field, and then on right-hand side, back into the forest, back into a little single track, a little steeper, going across the dirt track one more time, and then the next landmark would be the antenna, which is less than a K from the trailhead. Here we go.
Okay, Kasia, have we woken up yet? Not quite. But still moving. That's actually the kind of plus and minus of being on a race that is this remote, is that even if you want to drop out, you can't.
Oh, yeah, no.
There's just nowhere to go. You'd have to walk out anyway. So the only thing to do is keep moving forward. And that kind of makes the decision-making a bit easier.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. There's no option B. You just have to keep going.
And that's a tip for all of you out there who are have acted as crew or support for friends, for family. If you want a crew, pick a spot that is super remote so that your runner is not tempted at all.
Or crew on a motorbike, because you get no room to take anybody else. not give them the option to drop out.
That's true. I've been told before when I've seen my crew, it's fine if you want to drop, but we're not taking you, so you'd have to take the bus. All of the tips, the mental tips that you need to keep your runner going. And I have to give it to Kasia. I mean, she's such an elite athlete who runs with so much passion and so much heart, and she's clearly struggled, but she is continuing to move. We're now seeing a replay of this 100-mile race, which started at 4 p.m. yesterday local time. On the men's side, the favorite going into the race was Benyat Marmasol, and unfortunately, he had to drop out in the night. He was starting to have some pain in his soleus at around 59K, and unfortunately, it was not decreasing, so dropped out 8 kilometers later in the night. But then we saw there was Brent Petieux from Belgium. He kind of came out of nowhere. That's him on the screen there in the yellow shorts. And he was leading the race for a bit, which now let's just check to see where he's fallen on the course. I don't see him in the top 10. So he is now running in 18th overall, 17th male. But certainly a strong start for him. So we were all scrambling to get some details on him because he wasn't in our race favorites. Now on the women's side, Kasia Dabrowska led from the start, followed by Aurora Sio. So we have not seen a change up there. Where we have seen a change up is in the third place. Earlier on, it was Sandra Coelho Capistros in third. But now we have Salome Grillon from France. And there we have Sega. We can see this is when he started to really put in a gap between him and Theo. Very efficient through the aid stations.
Yeah.
And here was the moment.
Tough moment.
So we were suspecting at the time that was nausea. She had been experiencing nausea at the previous aid station.
Every time we see Theo, he's like munching on something.
That guy's got skills. I mean, he's got a stomach, an iron stomach.
Like a honey badger. He's just like going at everything. He's like, nom, 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 nom. Can I eat this? Can I eat this? Opening up the little dishes on the aid station tables.
Oftentimes these races are, it's a competition of carbs. It's not a competition of muscle. Everyone's coming in fit. Everyone's coming in trained. But if you haven't trained your stomach, then you are missing out on a big portion of what this competition requires.
Yeah, and shout out to Anne Trayson, who we were lucky to see out there cheering and enjoying at Broken Arrow. And she's the one who said running 100 miles is an eating and drinking competition.
It is. It is.
So to your point,
it's one of the legends of the sport.
Absolutely.
She's still out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't seen her, she's riddled with arthritis, but she was out still doing some laps. So some months ago, out with her walker. Still trying to race, still trying to get out there. Absolutely love it. We owe a lot to her in the sport, especially on the women's side.
There you go. And once again, we are blessed with a full course at this PDA 2026 after last year, the course being shortened in the past 2 editions before that being just canceled entirely. We're back in business and we're absolutely stoked about that. And there we go in the final descent for Sagarera, while Tero Soriano is probably soon now cresting that final climb. There we go. Kudos to the volunteers who also like spending all this time out there to help the runners.
Okay, and we can expect that Kasia will come into Colomares within 10 to 15 minutes.
And so it'll be interesting to see what the gap will be between her and Aroa.
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting close. Our soon-to-be crowned champion of the PDA 2026, Sagarueda. We have a quick commercial break, but stay with us to throw a big party, a big celebration to bring in home in Vieja. We'll be right back.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go. We've gone past that antenna, that little relay station above the town of Vieja for Sagarueda. We're in business. We're in the money time team. If you are at home, it's time to start screaming, start celebrating. And if you are in town in Vieja, it's time to run to the finish line to bring him home. He will need all of you to celebrate what will be another fantastic win in his career. And see, still in control and looking after himself, drinking a little bit, staying hydrated and fueled. This is the name of the game. Yeah, we've seen Sega getting past the antenna.
Ooh,
And
final stretch.
Yeah, final stretch, and he's just drinking water, looking after himself, making sure he's staying safely on his feet in that last steep descent. There we go. We can see the road. It is the final stretch.
He runs so light, you know, he's just kind of hopping down the trail here, checking his watch. He knows that he has less than a kilometer to go. I'm so excited for him.
So good. Absolutely outstanding performance. He now knows that he's getting in the bag. He just needs to keep it together for another kilometer. Sunglasses are coming on.
This guy has pedigree, not just in his quads, but in his brain. I think 2 master's degrees in nuclear engineering. And as you were saying, also formerly a race car.
Well, yeah,
Driver?
like professional race car driver. This is what I've seen in one of the articles that I stumbled upon. I had never heard that before. I knew he was a nuclear engineer from like past commentary, but that was a new piece of information. So
fact check.
Maybe we can just ask him the question, like, okay, what are the things you do in your, and how many lives have you already had?
Or maybe what don't you do? I think that would be a little bit easier. Yeah. What do you not do? And will we see him come back to UTMB this year? Getting a little bit of a sense of his past race results there on your screen. Incredibly impressive athlete, formerly 2nd place in this race, now coming back as the winner. He has been so solid and consistent all the way through.
So good.
.500 meters to go. I hope the crowds are out there in full force. I'm sure they are. It's perfect weather. And we can hear the finish line celebration.
Owen is there and starting to set that finish line on fire. He deserves nothing less than the best to bring him home here in Vieja to celebrate a big W at this UTMB World Series major.
Disfrutalo, negro. Vení solo, tranquilo.
And we are seeing him run and finish this race just as smoothly as he started. There really has seemed to be no deterioration or change in his gait, in the amount of energy that he's bringing to the trail, to the road, to the lightness that he has brought on this course. It has been, as you say, a masterclass in how you run a 100-mile race. He's got the experience. He knows what's on this course in particular, and he knows how to run hard courses.
So this is the origin of that professional race car driver. We got fooled by Google Translate because I was reading an article written about Gabriel Rueda in Spanish, and as much as you know my Spanish is getting slightly better, I did translate, and it went from corredor profesional to, let's put it again, professional race car driver. So that was a big mistake. So again, we'll take that back, but who knows, maybe that's going to come after his ultra running career.
And I'd say maybe it is a loose translation from how he has performed today, because he has run like a Formula One race car. So you know what? Google Translate had it right from the beginning. We just interpreted it wrong. He does have a background in Formula One. It's just in his legs, not in the tires on a car.
And there we go, waving high and proud the Argentinian flag. Yerba mate will be drunk for celebration instead of champagne, as they do there. Oh, look at that. He's broken into a smile. The celebration is there. And the official song is playing. He's going to ring that bell.
That's the celebration that I was hoping that we would see. I mean, just pure joy.
We see the flag from Lionel Messi.
He's being absolutely tackled before he gets to the finish line. This is our men's winner of the 100-mile race at Val d'Aran by UTMB, Sega Rueda. My goodness, Santos Gabriel Rueda, congratulations. You are the winner.
What an absolute legend. And look at that. I don't know if that was on purpose, but all the flags up high are flying light blue. Yes. And see,
He might be a humble guy, but I mean, it is hard not to celebrate loudly from the end of this race. He is just overcome with joy and celebration. He deserves it. He deserves it.
And imagine that. You're growing up in a remote little town with no water nor electricity. And your parents are just looking after the children, just making sure they don't lack anything. Send them to school. And little did they know that one of their son would be one of the world's best ultra runner in the world, nuclear engineer, and a great human on top of that. Because being a fast runner is one thing, but at the end of the day, what stays is how good of a person you are. And I can tell you, this man at being a great human is one of the best.
He deserves every bit of celebration, every bit of joy that he's soaking up on this finish line. Rueda, hey!
Arriba, Rueda!
Oh, wow. He lives in a community of only 8 families near the border of Bolivia. That's incredible. When you say small village,
that wasn't an understatement.
That is a small collection of a few families.
All right, I think we're going to have an interview already. Let's hear it.
Dicho lo cual, Santos, ayer a la noche había un país al otro lado del charco que tenía la audiencia dividida. Algunos de ellos estaban siguiendo un Argentina-Cabo Verde. Otros, quizás los más sabios, te estaban siguiendo a ti. Tú estabas jugando tu particular Argentina-Francia, batiéndote el cobre con Beñat Marmisol. ¿Cómo viviste ese momento?
Fue una carrera muy diferente a los otros años. Creo que se corrió con un clima increíble, un poco de nube a la noche, pero creo que el entorno natural que hay acá en Viera es impresionante. No se encuentra en otro lugar y eso se disfruta en horas de la tarde, de noche, todo, ¿no? Y este año también había un buggy, se salió a correr adelante, sin miedo, y creo que cuando uno se anima a dar ese paso, ¿no? De que uno siempre tiene miedo de que las cosas van a salir mal y nunca nos pensamos qué pasa si salen bien, ¿no?
No sé, también de alguna manera te quitas una espinita después de tu victoria en aquella OBDA recortada en el 2024, de ese segundo puesto en el 2025. Quizás tenías la gana, ¿no? Estaba en el interior de ganar una OBDA, en tele de verdadera. Ahora sí puedes decir, te puedes quedar tranquilo que ya llevas una OBDA a casa como yo no.
Sí, creo que la tercera, la vencida, se pudo dar, que todos pudimos correr el recorrido original, que es durísima, pero es hermoso, todas las zonas que se llega corriendo, impresionante. Y bueno, la primera vez que gané y nos cortaron por la lluvia, me dijeron, no ganaste las 100 millas, así que ahora a esos haters le digo, bueno, ganamos las 100 millas por...
Claro, claro
he said, like, the first time he actually did well here. He didn't have the full course. So he's like, well, I didn't really win it. So he's just like, this time I came and I actually won the 100 miles.
Y con ya mínimo 3 ediciones aquí en la Val d'Aran. Argentino de corazón, pero también barcelonés, catalán. ¿Te sientes en casa?
So yeah, he says like this is the third time coming here, and as much as you're from Argentina, like you live in Barcelona.
Gente que uno se rodea. Vine a España un poco, por mi profesión, pero también para, vivir esto del deporte del alto nivel, y siempre soñaba con correr grandes carreras. Creo que ni soñaba con ganar grandes carreras, pero se fue dando y es una felicidad enorme vivir esto.
Bueno, Santos, pues te digo una cosa, de sueño nada, esto ya es una realidad. Eres oficialmente el vencedor de la VDA 2026. Fuerte aplauso para este bravísimo corredor argentino. Ahí tienes a tu público, a tu gente. Nuestro mayor reconocimiento, Santos. Ahí lo teníais. Tenemos vencedor.
And there we have it. Our men's winner. So well deserved. Thank you for following us along in the chat as well.
Yeah.
I just want to bring up there one question has been asked to us specifically, Martin. You know, how do trail athletes survive on training through the year for these races with little training resources, sponsorships, UTMB win incentives? You know, commenting on how this is a super expensive sport, and it's a good question because you know there's this misconception that for trail running, for ultra running, all you need is a pair of shoes, and it's just not true. You know, you need access to green spaces. You need to be able to get access to mountains, to be able to run and perform in a place like this. It's quite hard to do. We have seen athletes like Tom Evans. You know, he has proven that you can train in the UK and still win UTMB. But for the most part,
you still need like a 25 grand treadmill to be able to run down on that. So.
Exactly. He has quite the setup in his gym. So it is expensive, and that's why you know I was calling out the other day on the air. You know, the athletes from Asia, also from South America, from some of the areas where has traditionally gotten less sponsorship money, got less support and injection of resources. If you know we could equalize the field a little bit, it would absolutely change the dynamics of European racing, of North American racing, and we'd see a better geographic diversity of athletes.
I mean, with more and more races of the UTMB World Series, like expanding deeper into like remote countries, it helps like get your stones, get the chance to put your name in the hat for the UTMB World Series final. So in terms of accessibility, without having to travel too far, this has been a substantial improvement.
Run local races. I mean, with over 50 races in the series, you know, you don't have to come to the Pyrenees. You don't have to come to the World Series finals. You can run a really competitive, high-quality race in your own area. But it's true. It does cost resources, and that's not always available to everyone. I think sometimes it comes down to a matter of priorities. You know, do you go on vacation or do you run a trail race?
Well,
and for many of us,
I think
those are one and the same.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, and I've seen and talked to a lot of people who do that. You just combine both.
Exactly.
You just pick a race where like that takes place like this one in absolutely stunning landscape, and so you bring the family there, and then either they can support your crew for you or just go on and do their own thing while you're at it, and then you know spend a whole week enjoying everything that has like this area has to offer, whether it's the mountains, the beach, the jungle, depending on where you're going. And you can combine the two, but also if it's because like I understood this question in two ways with the financial aspect, but also like if you don't have access to mountains and all that stuff, then like you can jump into a 50K. Like don't necessarily go for the biggest, longest, hardest, seemingly like. If you haven't been able to put in the elevation gain and go into the gym for like the resistance training for like to be able to handle safely and in a healthy way such an amount of elevation gain, well, just pick a shorter distance. Like there's nothing wrong with it, and trust me, with over the 50K distance, you still have plenty of options to blast yourself and finish completely empty. And then you still see a lot of the landscape. So also pick a distance that corresponds to what the training you've been able to do, because otherwise, you know, you stretch it and it could lead to an experience that is just subpar because you won't be physically ready, you won't be pushing, you could lead up to an injury. So also being mindful of what you're capable of doing and choosing the corresponding distance, I think would be a very, very smart move. And on these terms, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
work and the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right. We are back with the women's race, first and second. It's a battle.
It's a death march. It is a competing death march. We have Kasia Dabrowska. She is battling the sleep monsters. And we see here, even on this flat section along the dam, she tried to break into a little bit of a run, but it was short-lived. Now, Aurora Co behind her is on that just punishing long climb and looked like was also maybe suffering from a little bit of the sleep monsters as well.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's really not easy, everyone. I mean, we're sitting here in the studio commenting on them, but they are really pushing themselves to the brink. They have been moving since 4 p.m. yesterday. It's almost 22 hours. We've been talking about how this course, while it is similar in distance and elevation to UTMB, it is more technical. It is more punishing. It's just a tougher course. So, you know, what we are seeing out there, we are seeing top elite athletes getting worked by this course. And that's not a comment on the athletes. That's a comment on the course.
Yep. 4.44. So that gap has definitely shrunk. It's still like it's not shrinking at a pace that would possibly lead to a late pass. At least at this point.
That's 4.4 kilometers difference on an uphill. So once we have Kasia hit the right?
Because it used to be like I think the biggest we had when we were looking at it was 5.58.
Right.
And so it's dropped down a full kilometer. So yeah, wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, time to celebrate the Frenchies. Theo Soriano, 31 years of age, and on his way to securing a beautiful second place here. 4,000 euros in the pocket. That is a lot of pain au chocolat, I tell you that much.
Nice. Now, Theo does not have experience on this course, but does have experience in the area, having gotten fourth place at Trail 100 in Dora last year. Very similar course in terms of terrain, shorter, only 105K, but in the 100-mile category. But definitely similar in terms of technicality, as they are so close geographically in the region.
Yeah, and you can see comparatively to Saga on this section, you can definitely see that now the legs are starting to hurt a little bit, and he's running way more gingerly, just trying to minimize the impact. It must be starting to hurt. rightfully so. He's almost run 10,000 meters of vert downhill. He's done the uphill, and now there's probably another 400 or 500 meters of descent before making it into town. And yep, on the left-hand side, running in second place, Teo Soriano, and then in third on the right-hand side of your screen on the way up the last climb is Delby Villa Gongora from French Polynesia and born in Bolivia.
Super cool. Now he's looking behind him to see if he is being caught by anyone on the trail. Whoop. And this is where you can get a good visual when you're on a climb like that. Now, if we take a look at the stats, no, there's no way.
No, he's in the clear.
No way that anyone will be catching up to him. So it's Thomas Duvivier who is behind him in fourth, but still not through the last timing point.
Yes, he's got a solid 20 minutes.
Yeah. So we're, quite well spaced out between the men and the women. Oof, there we go, taking advantage of any bit of water, but that is...
You might just lean over. I was going to say that. You might as well lean over and put your whole head in it. Just avoid drinking.
Yeah, I hope he didn't have his mouth open when he dumped into that pot of water. I mean, it's not going to catch up to you until after the race, but you want to be able to enjoy yourself a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do it. Yep, he's drinking the water.
Or at least he's drinking the one outside of the tap, not the one that's in the trough. Wow, yeah, okay. Yeah, wow.
It could be all right. It could be all right.
Or it could be. It could not be. Let's make sure we ping him in a couple of days. It's like, hey, bro. How's the gut feeling right now?
But who cares? Do what you need to do. He doesn't have long left on this race. And he has been running very well. He does have more of a staccato running style than the others. He is leaned over a little bit more, but looks are deceiving because he's quite relaxed. He's been moving well, and here we have Oreo Sio taking advantage of that gorgeous stream with the high alpine water, making sure to dunk her hat in and also get her neck scarf a little bit wet. It helps so much to be able to have some cool water on your neck. Obviously, no ice around. That would be ideal. But even just a bit of water before it warms up is helpful.
Yeah, and if that stream is actually glacier fed, that will be cool enough. And if you have a fine ear and you are wondering what you're hearing when we're transitioning from one image to the next, it's because our cam runners get an audio cue when they're live, and that audio cue is a little goat.
So it's fake wildlife on the trail as
well. It is indeed.
Okay, so Kesha's really still kind of in a hole here.
Yeah.
I was hoping once she got off that uphill march that she would be able to pick up the pace, but it just seems like she's hit a hole, and it could be a hole from tiredness, from fueling, a combination of the two. But you can see on this part of the climb that Aurora is on right now, Kesha had her poles away, which was interesting. But Aurora is still using her poles. She knows that this is going to help her push up this punishing climb.
Although, admittedly, this is not the most punishing climb. The next one that's coming up is going to be even worse.
This is punishing just in how it's relentless.
Yes, yes. And exposed.
Yeah.
At this time of the day.
Yeah, it's certainly not the steepest. It just never ends. It just never ends.
It just never ends. Hey, she's looking at the watch. She's like, am I getting close? Nope.
Nope. Actually, she is. She is getting close to the top.
But yeah, I gotta say, like, ooh, it's hot. Yeah. I'm walking. I've been walking for almost 22 hours. And on the left, there's a beautiful lake. We could possibly stop and have a wee swim. That would feel like $1 million. That would wake you up.
That would wake you up. Now we're here back. This is Kasia.
Man, yeah, I wanted to say it again. It really, like, if you've been out on the PCT, like, that really looks exactly the same. I never realized that.
Have you been out on the PCT?
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Around Tahoe.
Nice.
And actually a little further. It was at the time when Timmy Olsen was doing the...
Oh, yeah.
The record. We got to run a few miles with him.
That was 4 years ago?
It was a while ago, yeah.
Maybe longer. Everything's a blur around COVID times.
And there we go. Our Frenchie in second place. Allez, Theo. Oh, no, sorry, I take that back.
Our
Our Frenchie
third.
has already tipped over. Now we're third place. Well, technically also a bit of Frenchie, French Polynesia. I will claim him. But yeah, Delby still moving well and also looking at his watch. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? But super strong right now, like double pulling, making his way up that final climb. Yeah, the men have been very consistent on that back end of the race. It's just that the gap was made by Saga Rueda about the 110, 115K into the race. And it grew from 0 to 15 minutes and then eventually increased gradually throughout the day.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about the background of our third place man. I'm trying to dig into his background. We've been jumping all over a bit on his background when we were falsely led to believe by an incorrect flag that he was Finnish, but no, he's French Polynesian, but Peruvian by birth. So now representing French Polynesia. Moved there in 2010. Only started running in 2014 at the age of 26. He is referred to as an Aito in the Tahitian press, and that's a word for warrior, used as an honorific for local sporting heroes. That is very cool. Aito? Let's go. Well, he's certainly looking like a warrior out there on the trails, and I'm sure everyone back home is cheering for him and hopefully tuning in.
T'as le Unity là ou pas? Non, j'ai rien. Ah, t'as tout posé? Ouais. Ok.
Wow. And, you know, we were talking before about his history with Diagonale de Fou, which is, just the race to do if you are French. Also the race to do for many of us. But first time he tried it, got sick, DNF'd. Second time was injured mid-race. And his third attempt, when he had a very good finish, it was called the best time by a Polynesian at that race. Came back again in 2025.
Yeah, 2025, that's when he ran his full course.
Yeah.
21st position and 30 hours 27. Here we go. Let's hear it from Carla Gina.
I love ultra races, so that's why I'm here. In my spare time, I really enjoy just being in the nature. So if I'm not running, I'm just walking, hiking, cycling on a bike. And spend time with my husband. Later in the season I have UTMB, so I wanted to gain some more experience in the 100-mile race. And Valdaran is a great choice because the course is demanding. We have 160K and 10,000 meters of elevation, so a lot of climbs, a lot of descents, quite technical terrain, so a lot of learn, a lot of experience before. the next goal. I was here, not here, but in Pyrenees twice. In 2021, I raced in Ultra Pyrenees 100K. So then I was surprised by the demanding course. And last year I was here also in Canfranc for World Championships. So I know a little bit what to expect, but I have never been in this area. So I'm super curious and super excited. Wow, well, the biggest competitor will be my feelings, I think. So I will be focused on myself, on my needs and my thoughts and so on. I think the following the nutrition part will be the most challenging part, and also the I don't know how it will be with heat or weather, but I think this time it will be quite warm. It wasn't a goal to make 2 major races this year, but it happened, so I'm super happy. I really like Ultra Trail Australia, so I'm super excited for major in Europe.
And I hope she's remember these words. Super excited to be partaking in this European major in the UTMB World Series. It is a bit more grind that she probably anticipated, but there she is, making her way to one more aid station.
She is at Colomers, and this is a key aid station along the way. 22 hours into this race. Oof. Now from here, it's when she has the long runnable Jeep road type of section. This is going to be an important reset point for her. Maybe a little bit of water. I'm hoping she takes in a bit of fuel. Let's get some Coke in one of those flasks.
Yep.
Come on.
Yes.
Go in. Great. This is what we want to see. She's still fighting. You know, she's still doing all of the things that she needs to do.
Oh, excuse me. A bit of a yarn here.
There we go. There's the Coke.
But as you were saying, like that next section is the long douche grade uphill on a dirt road. And we haven't seen her run much since.
Yeah.
Like she first sat down on that rock. So if she carries on at a hiking pace, and if Aroa actually manages to just jog that, man, that difference is going to shrink.
She's got to run this
massively.
Section. She's got to run this next section. It would be, I think, mentally demoralizing if she's not able to run, because it's just going to take so long. And it's different when you are in a slow hike going up a hill. If you are just on a flat or douche grade runnable climb and you've got to hike it out, it feels like giving up. She's not, but we're going to want to see her, get into a little bit of a jog wherever she can. Hopefully a bit of Coke, a bit of water. She hasn't sat down. She's still fighting here. Great. Now she's looking for the food. This is exactly what we want to see. And this is what you see of professionals, right?
Yeah.
She's clearly had
more
than one low moment. Yeah. And she's still doing all the things that she knows she needs to do. She knows she's in first.
Tiny bites.
Yep.
Wash it down with a bit of water.
That's how you have to deal with the nausea. You just test. You see what looks good, and because you might not know until you look at it.
Yeah. And then you have a nibble, and it's like, oh, is that working? Is it not?
Yeah.
But such a different behavior compared to Theo Soriano from France, who's like, hey, how you doing? What you got for me here? She's like, nom, 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 nom.
Everything
like,
in sight.
Stuffing his face. Like, she's like very delicately taking one bite after the next, and then water her down a bit more of a bite. I don't know what this is, actually. Is that a...
Looks like little cookies or...
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
This is where, we've talked about this before, not during this broadcast, but there's such a difference between European aid stations and North American aid stations and aid stations and races in Asia. Just in terms of what the locals like to eat. So at European aid stations, you'll see a lot of meat and cheese, which is quite a weird thing for North Americans when they come over. I mean, you are looking for Skittles and M&Ms and maybe quesadillas and some, very, very different types of food. But In Europe, you will get meat and cheese. And if you're not used to digesting that, it's a tough one. Whereas, some of the races I've done in Asia where they've got little rice balls. Oh,
Yeah.
my
Oh.
God. Those are perfect. Can we bring that to Europe, please?
Oh yeah, you get like steamed.
It's so easy to go down, so easy to eat. There we've got it.
Ramen.
Yeah,
brings in
ramen.
a bit of heat, bit of life back into you. Salt, like cuts with all the sweet stuff you've been downing for far too long.
I got to get back to Asia. It is just such a great way to also keep up with the racing over the cold winter months in
And
Europe.
here comes the cycling horn. Yep. That is the sound of downhill. Next time he hears a cyclist braking, he's going to have PTSD of that descent.
It's the sound coming from his knees as well. It's Teo
Yes,
Soriano.
by the look of it, it's starting to look squeaky too.
Squeaky bike, squeaky knees. This is Teo Soriano coming down the descent.
Very
Oh my
last
goodness.
descent.
He will be expected to come towards the finish line in less than half an hour, maybe 25 minutes or so. Oh, even less. He's only got 3 kilometers to go.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That algorithm is off. He's gonna be in 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Tops. Yeah.
Yeah.
A few more like crossing of that dirt road.
Oh, here's where we see a replay. Are we going to see something interesting? An ankle roll? No, I'm not hoping for it. I'm just wondering about what the catch is on this
Just
slow-mo.
a few beauty shots.
Okay, there we
go. Not everybody is as generous as Sarah Alonso when it comes to replays.
Exactly. She had some spectacular falls, but don't stress. She still finished in first. If you haven't seen them, I think there might be some replays on the UTMB Instagram page. But
Oh, 100% they will be there.
Chest down, rolling over onto her back. In her first fall, she was able to spare her knees, but she was on all fours and still managed to finish the race on 2s.
Yep, serious skills. Very complete runner. And there we go. Our third man coming once again from French Polynesia. And you can see he is now cresting that final climb, Delby Villa Gongora.
Or Eto, the warrior, as he's called in Tahitian press.
That is super cool.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Now, is that right that he attempted UTMB last year, but got caught out from the cold? Let's take a little peek.
It surely would have felt pretty damn cold for someone
Yeah,
coming from
that's
Polynesia.
right. Yeah, there were, quite cold conditions, particularly through that first night. That definitely caught out some of the runners who didn't layer up soon enough in time. I remember Ruth was quite smart about that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And this is what those early season races are. This is why they're so important. You test your fitness, you test a lot of things, but all of a sudden you get thrown into a different race situation. You're like, oh, I didn't realize how important, preparing and gearing up against very cold weather condition, how important they were, and the consequences of not taking this into account.
And that's something that Kasia Dąbrowska faced herself at Transgran Canaria in March. I was in that race behind her, but I had started off in a long sleeve shirt.
Yep.
And, people were making fun of me because you start on the beach and you're in the Canary Islands. And they said, why are you wearing a long sleeve shirt? But I knew that we would be going up in the night in altitude. It would be raining, which actually did turn to snow. And you know, it's much easier to start off with a little bit extra knowing that you're going to get cold. But what hit some of these top athletes, including my teammate, Elsie Davis, and Kasha as well, is that they didn't layer up soon enough and they got hit by hypothermia, and both of them had to drop out. Not something you expect on a race in the Canary Islands. More heat stroke, but
Although, like, Madeira Island Ultra Trail is always throwing pretty shit weather overnight. But you know, all it takes is to do your homework.
Yep.
You look at the weather conditions, you look at things, you don't make any assumption based on where you are, and that is part of like being a professional athlete. And so it's good to see, you know, experience pays.
You know, I've got some tricks. This old hag has some tricks still up her sleeve. That's why I hope for bad weather. I hope for course changes. I hope for, you know, every little monkey wrench
that can be thrown at you because, like, yeah, bring it. I've most likely experienced them before. I know how I'm going to react.
Yep.
And then it's the attitude towards, like, the stuff you can't predict.
Yep.
It's like, okay, what is it going to be? And when it happens is whether you welcome it and be like, oh, yeah, that's what I signed up for. Okay, now we're problem solving, or you freak out or you get angry and then you throw the toys and you're like, I don't like this.
Now, I'm making fun of my age. I'm 44, but we have Aurora CO in second place, running incredibly strong, and she's 47. So, you know, really just showing that you don't have to be in your 20s and 30s in order to be able to podium at a UTMB World Series race.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What are you doing here with me?
I don't know. Next year, I told you, you're going to be commentating on me coming up.
Damn, I need to find someone to comment with me.
I'm racing next year. I'm getting back in the game.
Maybe we'll just put a streaming pack on you and you can stream from the field.
Do you know, I did offer, I'll be running TDS next month. And Sunto is going to be holding a press conference. It's their 90th anniversary this year. And they asked if I could be there. And I said, well, I'm actually going to be out racing, but I'm happy to call in from the race to join the press conference. So we'll see. We'll see if see if they take me up on it. But why not? I mean, you're out there for 145K.
Yeah, you're going to have the time to just have a yarn.
And we have just 2 kilometers to go for Teo Soriano from France. Let's see what other interesting dirt we can pull up on him to call him across the finish line.
Well, first we know he's got squeaky knees.
He has squeaky knees. And he has a stomach of steel.
Yep. Definitely a honey badger. Do not invite him over for dinner. He will absolutely savage everything you get in the kitchen. And actually, that's his motto. If I'm not in a mountain, I'm at the dinner table. So there we go. 32 finishes in ultra racing and a huge spring. So right now, it was no surprise to see him do so well. And again, the super good spirits all throughout the race.
Oh, and actually, I think he is living in the Pyrenees as well, not far from where this race course is. So if my intel is correct, that would explain why he's super relaxed, you know, running on these trails as if they are his home trails. And I believe he works as a teacher.
Ooh, here we go, teach.
Should be quite cool.
And not so long ago, actually, he won the Euskal Trail Ultra.
Yeah.
130K, 7,800 meters of vert. Yeah, 16 hours, 16 minutes, first overall. And as he's making his way down, and we're going back and forth between the top women, we have a quick commercial break coming up, but we'll be right back to bring the Frenchie into Vieja and across the finish line. We'll be back.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back with you live at UTMB Val d'Aran following the 100-mile race. On our screen now, we have our second place woman, Aurora CEO, former smoker who came back into the sport and just has blazed her way through races over the last few years, showing a very strong performance here. UTMB Index score of 754, has been running in second for pretty much the entire race behind Kasia Dabrowska. Kasia has been slowing down. She's dealt with nausea, sleepiness throughout this course. Still, quite a good gap on Aurora. But this is a long race. I don't think she has a chance of catching up, but there has definitely been a slowing down. There's still, she has 32 kilometers left to go, though. And we've been speculating whether the sleep monsters have been trying to catch her as well. Now, in third, coming up behind Aurora, is Salome Grillon from France. She moved into third overnight, I believe. We didn't see her. We didn't see her in that place yesterday when we were on the live. But the one thing that I would say about Salome Grillon, don't know too much about her, but her race results are definitely geared in the Pyrenees. So she will know this area. She will know these trails. Similarly to Teo Soriano, who we believe is also from the Pyrenees. It makes such a difference if you're comfortable running on this kind of technical terrain. It just gives you a little bit more confidence that you'll be able to tackle a race as technical and difficult as this. And also the actually training your feet, training your muscles to be able to remain nimble, to keep up that footwork. You have to be able to still lift your feet to clear those rocks, to clear those tree roots. even when you get tired in the final third, final quarter of races like this. Absolutely critical. Otherwise, you will be on the ground like we saw with a few of our top runners in the 50K race on Thursday. Sarah Alonso, our female winner, fell at least twice. Robert Kamoy from Kenya, who was jockeying back and forth for first. Unfortunately had a fall and was not able to recover from it. So far in the 100-mile race, if there were any big falls, they happened off camera or in the night where we weren't able to see them, but there's been no bloodshed yet.
Yeah, as difficult and unforgiving that course has been.
Yeah.
The damage has been silent.
The only thing that is not silent are the brake pads on this camera biker.
Holy moly. That is a doozy. I can't. I was expecting Theo to just turn around, unfold at the poles, and whack our cam mountain biker on the helmet. Get out of here.
Quite funny.
Come on, bring us the memes. What does that sound make you think about? Here we go, team. It's finally hitting the road.
Woot woot.
That's it.
I got a split screen here. Did you catch that distance between second and third?
It was 3 point something.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Theo
He
already
knows
smiling. Yeah. He's already thinking about what his next meal is going to be when he gets to the finish.
Bring him a pizza to the finish line, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was 3.88. Almost 4Ks between these two gentlemen. Plenty of daylight for Theo Soriano to finish. That second place is his.
Now 800 meters to go. Seeing a very smart and consistent race from Theo Soriano. He is going to be excited to finish this one up. As we're watching the men, still keeping an eye on the women. We don't have any close races on the women's side. Everyone is pretty spaced out. This has been a tough course for everyone. Kasia Jabrowska in first, followed by Aurora Co in third, and then Salome Grillon from France in third, Anastasia Ianina in fourth, and Yukiko Sawada in fifth from Japan, who I've been trying to dig into her background a little bit. She is a specialist in the gnarly 100-mile distances over in Japan. So I haven't seen her much, I don't think, on the European scene. Let's take a little bit a closer look at her background.
And there we go.
Yeah.
He would have literally sampled water at every single point on the race. Finally breaking into a smile, bit of a realization. He's like, this is nuts. What? We are absolutely crazy to do this kind of stuff, but yes, crazy does it.
Oh, he was broken out into a smile early. He is excited to get to that finish line, and he should be.
Oh,
He's been running for 22 hours and 22 minutes.
Oh. It's a long day to be doing anything at all, but imagine running across the mountains of the Pyrenees. 100 miles, 163 kilometers, 10,000 meters of elevation vert and loss. That is a journey in itself.
And let's just compare that. What is the UTMB men's record? What did Tom Evans?
1949.
So that gives you a sense. I mean, we're dealing with different athletes, of course, but you know, we have the top men coming in 3 hours, 2 hours. Yeah, 1949. Kylian Jornet, set in 2022.
Yeah.
So we have the top men finishing here around the same time as the women's record on UTMB.
Yep. Actually, women's record is 22:09.
Yep.
Yeah. But again, we said, on paper, those numbers are the same. However, actually, no, UTMB is longer than 163. It's like 68 or even.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's definitely longer than 100 miles. I think it's even like 72 now. Good old Claude. Uncle Claude, always good. Yeah, depending on how long it is. Yeah, 170
Last year
or 76. Yeah. And there we go. Celebration time, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise back home on the finish line in the chat. This is it. Our Frenchie Theo Soriano. Meters away from the finish line. This is going to be a day to remember. He's getting the poles at his freaking celebration, throwing everything out of the window.
He's like, I don't need my gear anymore. I am done. Let's get rid of the poles. I am finished and I am second place. Let's get our cowbell out.
Professor is ringing recess. There we go. Party on.
I don't think I've ever seen someone ditch their poles like that
on
the ground before
there was definitely an intention there. I don't know if he just got to the end of what he was aiming to do or just like, stuff it. That's not working. I'm throwing it. A bit of water. The professor has crossed the line.
Give him 5 minutes. He's going to go back and pick up those poles.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you always think when you cross the line, I'm never doing this again. And then you bask in the glory a little bit. You sign up for another one. He's enjoying his hero moment.
And it looked like he had a bunch of friends out on the course.
Yeah.
So good. So good.
Well done to Teo. Incredible performance, adding this to his 4th place at Trail 100 Andorra last year. He is soaking it all in. Still looking at his watch. Just add another 100 meters there.
Yeah. I think he was asked like, do you speak Spanish? He was like, un poco, hombre. Tranquilo. But maybe Tonin is on the day off. Now we have Owen as well. Owen speaks English and Spanish fluently. So I don't know if we have a speaker at the minute who's able to speak French.
Vamos en español, por lo tanto.
Vamos en español, por lo tanto, caramba.
Felicitaciones, enhorabuena.
Sí, buena, pero dura.
Yes, it was good, but it was hard.
Primero en Santa Pera, primero en Euskal Trails, pero esto es otra cosa. Esto es UTMB.
So 2 wins in your past races, but winning here is different. It's special.
Difícil y con muy más concurrencia y
Yeah, so he says it was definitely longer, more difficult, but also the competition was more fierce.
Tienes la oportunidad de ir a Chamonix.
Now you have the opportunity. You've just qualified for UTMB in Chamonix.
sí, pienso que no sé.
Lo sabes y estás contento,
Sí, pero hay que necesitar tiempo para todo eso.
Yeah, he will need a bit of time to process it all and to realize what just happened. According to the rules, like he qualified for the UTMB World Series final for next year.
Yep.
So he's got plenty of time.
Sabe que cada año la meteo no está.
Yeah, he knew that every year, like the weather conditions could be like really challenging. So he's super happy that this year he got the chance to actually run the full course.
Aquí tienes a tu público, a tu gente. Disfrútalo. Felicitaciones. Ahí está. Ese abrazo reconfortante por parte de su familia.
And there you go. Big hug.
Now it is time to celebrate.
From the
I love
support
seeing
team.
just a bit of emotion. You know, when people kind of outrun themselves and they outrun their own expectations, it's very cool. Okay, we are 22 and a half hours into this race that started at 4 p.m. yesterday. Finish line vibes are high. We have seen our top 2 men come in, and we are awaiting our 3rd place, Delby Villa Gongora from French Polynesia.
3 Ks to the finish.
Yeah. Moving very well, very light. Similar to Saga, actually, on how he moves across these trails.
And luckily, still some brake pads left. We can hear the footsteps in the dust, the air flowing by, instead of
And have no fear, although we've got, there we go. I was just going to say we're watching the women's field closely. Kasia Dombrowska has slowed down. She did slow down quite a bit on the climb, but for this long stretch, this runnable Jeep Trail stretch, we said that she's going to have to run. She is going to have to run, and she is. Thank God.
But when we started actually filming her, she was walking, and now it transitions into the descent. So if she's walked this entire uphill, now like started jogging on the way down, as soon as we're going to have a camera mountain biker on Aroa, we'll be able to have the time, either the time or the distance between them two. There we go. So we should be able to pull up that stat if they're listening to me in the studio, which is very unlikely since we have a French channel too. But it would be awesome to use our 2 cam mountain bikers, because basically what we're doing is we're using their GPS location. And knowing the actual course, we are able to calculate the distance between 2 camera mountain bikers. So here we have first and second woman. What is the distance between them 2?
There we go. Kasia is now putting steam back on. You can hear a little bit of encouragement. Allez, Kasia, let's go. Making it up through the sleep monsters. She's trying to shake them off her back and get back into more of a stride as she's on this plateau section. She needs to get past this plateau section down into that last checkpoint in Artis. There's one checkpoint, there's one timing point before she gets there.
All right,
but
team.
that'll be her last time to get assistance before the final climb.
So that's the beauty of being in the studio. You can go and bug the production right next door, and they were like, go away. But then they actually agreed, and so 3.39, it was the difference. It's another K. Another K. It was 5:58, and then we were down to 4 and some, and then now it's 3.
Okay, so Aurora is gaining ground.
I don't know if it's Aurora gaining ground or really, truly Kasia losing a lot of ground, because it looks like Aurora is just being consistent. But in a matter of, half an hour, 45 minutes, it was a K.
Yeah, that's not nothing. But again, we are looking at differences in terrain, right? Aurora is on more difficult uphill terrain, whereas Kasia was on flatter terrain.
So that would mean even more.
Yeah, that was my math. That's bad. Yeah, I've just proven my opposite point.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've been on the air for a while, so our brains are. Yeah, my mouth needs to catch up to my brain, or the other way around.
But so that means that we do have, as much as there's not much ground speed, there's still a full race going on for first. Like, it is not in the bag for Kasia Dombrowska. And if Aurora CEO manages to kind of just maintain that pace, and look, this is a male participant passing her. If she can just hold on and use that guy to find the right trajectories and just pull her slightly forward, just somebody to hold on to. Oh, yeah, okay, that's not going to happen.
No,
that
she's
guy's
not.
just like just disappeared.
She's not looking as comfortable on the downhills as we should be.
What?
But yeah, Kasia's back. Oh, now we're 5. Okay, so it's not as big of a gap. The studio led you astray. It's
God
5 kilometers in between them.
What are you guys doing in the studio? Just playing with our nerves.
It's 5 kilometers. Kasia's heard you, and now she's put a little bit more pep in her
Like
step.
2Ks in a matter of 100 meters. Wow, impressive. Okay. So then that definitely changes the race scenario here, and it went from 5:58 down to 4:04, and now it would be back to 5, which would make sense based on what you were saying.
Yep.
That Kasia has been on more runnable, flatter terrain, and therefore be able to progress at a faster pace than Aurora.
We are seeing now the second revival of Kasia. She has slayed the sleep monsters. You can see she's now on this descent. Her brain will be waking up a bit. She's got to keep it going when she hits that flat section again in about 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers.
Yeah, if ultra runners are cats, like she probably burned quite a few lives on this race so far. But she's still there.
Yeah, and it's all experience. It's all experience that she will bring in to UTMB next month. And we are back with our second place woman, Aurora CEO, just catching herself there on the technical descent. It gets so much harder not to fall, not to make one false move when you're tired, mentally and physically. So she is taking a little bit more time than what we saw earlier in the race and than what we saw from the male competitor that passed her. Running up at 2,200 meters.
And the audio cue that our cam runner hears. Oh, look at that.
Oh, it's absolutely stunning. But you can see the water, that little pond there is so still. There really isn't much of a breeze to speak of at all compared to the wind that we saw come up at the finish line of the 100K race yesterday.
So there we go. Once again, your top 2 women.
Course is riddled with fake goats.
Well, every time we're back live with one cam runner, and I think this cam runner actually, he was saying back to the studio earlier that his headset had run out of battery or he couldn't pair it with the phone. So the phone is actually playing out loud that audio cue.
Oh, this is neat. I'm just taking a closer look at the full top 10 on the women's side. We actually have 3 Japanese runners in the top 10, which is really neat. 88% of the runners in this race across all the races, the 7,500 runners that have come to Val d'Aran, are from Europe, with the vast majority within that being from Spain. So to have 3 runners from Japan in the top 10 of this 100-mile race is quite something.
Yeah, and it means that, if that ranking stays like this across the finish line, we'll have 3 Japanese runners, female runners, who will punch their automatic entry into UTMB in 2027.
Yes. Let's do it. I'll see you there. Well, I don't know. I've got an entry. But I had an entry for this year and I didn't take it because you know what? I actually love to commentate. I love to be on this side. I will be at least partaking in some of the events by running TDS early in the week and then joining Marta and Keith in the studio on Thursday for the finals.
Ooh, yeah.
So bring extra snacks this year because I'm going to be hungry. I'm going to be pulling a Teo. I'm going to be pulling a Teo. Stuffing my face on the mic.
All right. We'll get the snacks ready. Should be like the Hunger Games. We ask the audience to just send us gifts to keep us going.
Wow, Kasha looks focused.
Yep.
She is digging deep on this one. But I'm so glad to see it. I'm glad to see she's fighting and still looking very strong. You know, she has these dips. She keeps going. She comes back. There might be another one. Who knows? She's still got a ways. It's, 18 and a half kilometers until she gets to the next peak.
Yeah,
But,
so still plenty of ground to cover, but, you know, you can see she's just getting it done. Like, it feels like there's not much enjoyment going on. Type 2 fun, as we call it. It's a matter of...
So type 3? Is
Yeah,
it
3, 4, 5, however that number goes. But, yeah. At the end of the day, that's also what you sign up for. Sometimes not everything goes according to plan, and it's how you can react to the curveball you're being thrown. And, sometimes you just have to grind it, and days, weeks, sometimes months later, you look back, it's all right, well, I've learned a thing or two. But in the moment, you're just...
questioning your life choices.
Yes, that's one very good way to put it.
Questioning life choices. Why am I here? Why am I signed up to do this again? We've all been there. Everyone is subject to this. It's important for mere mortals, as regular people, to remember that. Even the elite of the elites, they struggle, they go through these down moments. But what makes them truly special and truly elite is that they can still perform through them. And they keep coming back. Here on the screen, Delby Villa Gongora from French Polynesia, nicknamed Eto in the Tahitian press, which means warrior. And he's brought his fighting spirit here today. Running down now towards the finish, following Teo Soriano and Saga Rueda.
Yeah, and again, like, finishing super strong. I think the warrior term really fits here. He's wrapping up like 100 miles, 22 hours, 40-minute elapsed, and look at him go. Like, just tiptoeing down, running pretty smooth, in control.
Do you know, I feel like Teo gave everything he had out on this course. I really want to see what Delby looks like at the finish line, because I feel like he could have pushed harder, just the way that he's running. I mean,
yeah, you feel like he's got still some in the tank. So there you go, 1.2 Ks, 200 meters on the trails that indicate on the road, and we'll see.
I think he's got some left in the tank. He's just moving so smoothly, but he'll prove me wrong, I'm sure, by collapsing as soon as he crosses the finish line. But he is
Careful,
making
team.
this look easy. He's making this look smooth, and yeah, I feel like he's still got a bit of kick in him.
Yeah, I guess he's just gotten to a point where you're like, well, there's no place to gain or position to lose, so it's just cruising to the finish. Look after myself. No need to overdo it, unless you really want to try and score a high UTMB score. But otherwise, if you're just running for position, which at these UTMB majors are far more significant than in any other races, both for their qualification into UTMB World Series final.
Yeah.
But because you get prize money, you're 5 deep. So for Delby, it is 3,000 euros that he's going to bring home.
Awesome.
Pretty solid day.
Absolutely awesome. But we've been tricked before when the runners make it, or I've been tricked before when the runners make it look this easy. And I think, are they holding back? Was it in the 50K? Who was our male winner? Our Italian?
Luca Del Pero.
Luca Del Pero. When we were watching him descend, I thought,
yeah,
he's kind of giving up here. He's not really pushing it. But then we find out he's running 3-minute, 30-second kilometers on the descent, and then found out just how hard he was pushing. So looks can be deceiving.
It certainly can. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Delby is hitting the road. Final stretch into the finish line. And soon enough, he will be hearing the commentators on the line.
And we've got our cow bell ready in the studio to ring him to the finish. There is a bell there for him to ring as soon as he crosses. With your hand, not with your head.
Yeah, I'll never forget that moment. Yeah, if you weren't with us during the 50K, we were talking about this. Like, there's obviously this big belt across the finish line that's hanging there about, like, I don't know, 2 meters above ground. And everybody coming across the line rings the bell, as they say, like, toca la campana in Spanish. And for some reason, one of the finisher just, like, started sprinting with his eyes, like, looking at the bell. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And we just saw it coming, and he jumped, dung, headbutted that bell, thinking like, oh yeah, that's gonna be fine. And next thing you know, he's like on the ground, passed out, and his forehead is bleeding. It's like, but why?
These are the decisions that you make after you've run 50K, 100K, 100 miles. They're not always the best decisions.
Nope, nope. But again, he provided entertainment for years. Because we're still telling that tale.
Let's keep it in check. Let's keep it in check, folks.
Yeah.
Who knows what Eto, the French Polynesian warrior, is going to do when he gets to the finish line, but we are ready for it. Just cruising to the finish now. Got his 3rd place podium in the bag. He's known that he's going to get it for the last few hours. Running very comfortably.
And so, yeah, coming into the wrapping up this VDA 100 mile, Santos Gabriel Rueda finished in first place in 21:32:05.
Rueda.
Teo Soriano, El Frenchi, finished in second place in 22:23:51. And our French Polynesian runner, originally from
Peru,
born in Peru, is about to cross the line. So far, 22:45:55 elapsed. There we go. We finally have a face to look at.
Yeah, we've been staring at his back the whole time.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get a little bit of insight into what he's feeling when he crosses the line. But how cool that we have Santos Gabriel Rueda from Argentina, and then Delby Villa Gongora, who was born in Peru. To have 2 of these athletes, it doesn't look like we have 2 from South America, but we do, although he is now running under the French Polynesian flag. And sometimes the Finnish flag.
Yeah. When we stretch it a little further.
Yeah, just by mistake, folks. Just by mistake. And we hear the cheers as Delby comes towards the finish line in Vieja. Oh. I wonder if he's got anyone out there supporting him. Yes.
Oh, and there's the flag as well.
Oh, that is cool. It's hard to know, when someone is coming, at least it looks like they're coming from so far away. Who knows? Maybe he's been out in Europe training, but to come all the way from French Polynesia, you just hope that they've been able to bring someone with them to celebrate this moment.
Oh, yeah. Come on, French Polynesia in the chat. I know it's probably not the ideal time over there, but make some noise. Let's celebrate for Delby Villa Góngora.
Coming in to the finish. Wow, our third place man, Eito, the warrior from French Polynesia, as he's referred to in the Tahitian press, stopping his watch there and ringing that bell. Woo! And
as you anticipated,
he's proving me wrong. He collapses at the finish line.
But collapses in the shade.
So he was working harder than he made it look.
Yeah. And definitely thirsty, just like all these runners. Representing French B. Not too sure.
I haven't heard of French B before.
No, me neither.
I'm going to guess that's a telecommunications company. Let's see. I'm going to Google that.
Team French B.
Oh, it's an airline. So maybe that's how he got here.
There you go. That's not a bad sponsor to have.
Yeah.
If it takes you places.
Ding, ding, ding. Air Canada.
Wink, wink. Hint, hint.
Hi.
Damn, I would take something from Air New Zealand. I love flying Air New Zealand. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, across the line, waving the flag from French Polynesia.
Oh, what a great finish. I wonder if he trains in French Polynesia or if he spends more time in Europe. I actually have been to French Polynesia. I mean, small islands, but you've got some cool little volcanoes out there.
There you go. So we're going to see if we can carry an interview. I don't know if he speaks Spanish, but yeah, okay, he's giving us a wee sign on the camera. Give this man a chair.
Yeah.
La oportunidad de hablar con Delvi Villa Góngora. Delvi, lo primero de todo, enhorabuena.
No estaba para nada, yo iba, no tengo palabras francamente, pero no pensaba terminar tercero porque hace unos 15 días hice una competición también en Ottawa, así que solo vine para poder terminar en el top 10. Es lo único que me
so he came with the intention of being top 10 and didn't have hopes to be third.
A tercer puesto pues me dio mucho coraje y no sé lo que pasó con el sol. Tuve muchas
I don't really know what happened, but eventually I found myself in third place.
Muy difícil.
So it was definitely a hard race.
Subida. Ay, mamma mía. Igual la última bajada.
In the last descent.
Las piernas.
And it was very much hurting in that last descent.
Delvi, vives en la Polinesia Francesa ahí, al otro extremo del mundo.
So you live in French Polynesia on the very opposite side of the world. How do you make it here?
Yo vengo desde medio del Pacífico, donde también es un paraíso para correr y un paraíso también para vivir. Nosotros no tenemos tanta suerte como aquí de tener tantos lugares para poder entrenarnos, pero hacemos lo que podemos con lo que tenemos.
Por supuesto, claro que sí, aplausos.
So yeah, they don't have the same playground, the same mountains, but we do what we can with what we have.
En muchos sitios, pero un podio en una Major de Europa, en una UTMB, es algo excepcional.
So
es algo excepcional, sobre todo aquí, como dice, enturado de muchos paisajes. Es hermoso poder participar en una carrera como esta. No hay nada igual en Europa que la Val d'Aran.
So there's no such race in Europe as there's in Val d'Aran.
Je remercie beaucoup déjà ma mademoiselle,
And he wants to like give a big shout out to his lady.
His mademoiselle. Oh, that's so
and
cute.
he says like basically without her things wouldn't have happened.
Oh, I'm loving this.
The same way, and then yeah, he says like she's basically made it happen for him today. And he definitely also wants to like give a shout out to all the volunteers who have been there all throughout the course to help them and cheer them. And this is something that is very much heartwarming. Oh yeah, I think it's good she's got the sunglasses because I'm guessing there's some wet eyes behind her.
Well, you know, there are two PDAs at Val d'Aran by UTMB. There's PDA, the 50K course, and then there's PDA, the public display of affection that we are getting here.
Oh yeah,
a little bit of making out on the finish line. All right, get a room, guys. Come on.
Nice work. It is a team sport.
I was waiting for a proposal or something. I thought we were getting set up here. And there we have our podium, our men's podium. Santos Gabriel Rueda from Argentina, Teo Soriano from France, and Delby Villa Gongora from French Polynesia, but born in Peru.
Very international podium here.
Very cool to see. All finishing under 23 hours into this 100-mile race. Very tough, very technical. Shorter in distance by UTMB by about 15K. Same elevation, more rocks, more technique. Okay, we're back with Kasia Dąbrowska. She is 137K into this back to walking.
28K of walking.
God.
A lot can still happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, she is still, going through. She's midway through this plateau section, this long section that I said she's going to have to run. Okay, yep, she heard me. She's back to running. Thank you. Let's go.
You get a magic wand somewhere?
Yeah, we're all cheering for her. It's tough. It's tough to see, you can see that she's trying. Any chance that she's got enough energy to run, she runs, but she slowly comes back to a walk. She is getting hit by tiredness. She's getting hit by, I think, the lack of fuel when she was nauseous is catching up to her. She does have Coke in one of her flasks, which will help a bit. But the amount of calories that you burn per hour in a race like this is huge. And it's hard to keep up. You really can't keep up with replacing the amount of calories that you need, even if you're fueling properly. So if you miss a few hours of fueling because you're nauseous, then you are in a deficit.
A proper hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. And look at her right now moving a whole lot faster.
Yeah. She should be coming into Colin Harris momentarily. And then we will get the next split to see how much time there is between them. I'm guessing it'll be around an hour. Just over an hour. So still a good chunk of time between them.
Yeah, if it's an hour, I mean, yeah, she would have lost 15 minutes, which in itself is a lot of time.
Yeah.
But it needs 4 times that for a possible pass to occur.
Yeah. And honestly, I feel like if Kasia can just hold on, she's still too far away to start thinking about the finish line. But if she can just hold on with enough of a lead until she gets to the top of that last climb, Once you can smell the finish line, then you can find different sources of energy. But she's too far.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, like, looking at that profile right now, she's in the middle of that like long stretch.
Yep.
Still so much ground to cover. That long descent, Mont-Romiers, Arties, then on the flat at the bottom of the valley, and then that insanely steep climb that is basically in two big long grunts.
Yep.
And then that long descent as well. Like, if you're not moving fast, you're gonna be bleeding seconds, if not minutes. And Aroa CEO, she's got the experience. She's been out there. She's just tracking forward, and see, like, going from hiking to running, trying to make every step count, every second count. I believe now in her head, she is chasing. She would have been told that she's making ground.
Gosh, it is still leaning a bit to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's tricky. I'm really feeling for her. I'm feeling for her because I know how strong she is. And she wants this as a confidence boost going into UTMB. I hope that she still gets it. You know, a win is a win is a win. But it'll be hard, I think, for her to look back at this and not want to change a few things going into UTMB. She certainly doesn't want to face this at UTMB. And this is not how she likes to race. She is fast and fierce. You know, it was interesting talking with Jackie yesterday about her finish at Ultra Trail Australia.
Yep.
Now, something that Jackie hadn't picked up, even though she had gotten a chance to interview Kasia at the finish line, was that Kasia had been running super well in the lead, but she actually had to stop for 5 minutes due to cramps like right before the finish line. So she's used to kind of interesting wrinkles coming up later into a course, and she figures out how to do them and to push on through.
Wow. So, I mean, the distance between them two on that 3D map makes it extremely hard to just imagine that distance, this big distance, closed down to nothing for a potential pass. But again, they're like, when you look on the live.utmb.world platform and you see the overall race profile, there's still quite a lot of ground to cover.
And we can see from the live chat, we've had some comments on Katarzyna's performance, you know, obviously looking at, you know, her legs don't want to move anymore and how difficult that is in races, particularly with so much ahead. Now, I'm still holding out for a third wave. I'm still hoping that something happens and that she doesn't have to walk this to the end, because that would be it'd be so tough. It'd be tough for her. It'd be tough for all of us watching. We don't want to see our women's field walking this to the finish. Wow, what a tough race. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens next year. Is this going to inspire a lot of people to sign up or not?
Or yeah, like the opposite would be like, man, this is far too hard. If these elite athletes are struggling so much, like, what would I do?
So for me, this makes me want to come back. This makes me want to come back.
Well, see you there next year. Yeah, sweet. That's what we want to hear as well, because obviously we're like suffering and feeling for Kasia, but there's also the positive mindset from Poland, from Marciek. Says about she's tough and she'll make it. Polska Grom indeed forced to Poland.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
I can feel my muscles clenching just watching these top two women struggle, battle it out on the trail. I mean, it's hard not to feel what they're feeling when you see them moving like that. Okay, and there's where we see just exactly where Aurora CO is on the trail. She is very close to the Colomares aid station. Come on.
Actually, yeah, she's dropping.
So she'll come in about an hour and 5 minutes.
Is that an hour? Yeah. Where are we? Women.
It will be, Kasia had come through Colomares at 1:59 p.m. local time. It is now 3:03 p.m.
Oh, wow. Yep.
local time.
Yep. All right.
Where is she going? I think she's going, was there a water source out there?
I don't know.
Yeah,
That
it looked like maybe there's a bit of a
confusing here.
River or pool or something. Getting a nice aerial view. If you are just joining us, we are in our third day of live coverage at Val d'Orient by UTMB. We've covered the 50K race on Thursday, the 100K race yesterday, and the start of the 100-miler. Now we have seen the top 3 men come in through the finish, and we are following the top women. This is second place Aurora CEO, 47 years old, former smoker.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Basically, I think she was competitive very early on in her youth and then quit and for about 20 years did nothing and was a smoker. And then she quit, came back, became a professional athlete, and has been storming the field ever since.
All right. See, like everything is possible. We'll keep that in mind for our friends in the French commentary booth, who will be running the MCC.
Yeah.
And just agreed during the lunch break that he was going to stop smoking until then.
Oh, I wonder. I didn't catch what the fist pump was about.
That was the agreement.
Speaking French too quickly. Now Aurora is looking really good, actually, coming through this aid station. Drinking, eating a bit, kind of moving on her way. Seems to have quite a bit of energy.
Yeah, like fueling at aid station. So now she's, however, looks like she's only taking water. So not dipping into the Coke just yet.
So yeah, exactly 1 hour, 5 minutes between them, between Katarzyna and Aurora.
Do you see what she's doing with the poles? Like she's just put them in the front pocket, just so she could free her hands.
Huh.
Is that how she carries them, or is there a quiver on the back?
I think she had a quiver.
You'd hope so. Because running with them like right in front of your face.
Maybe Kraft is doing something differently.
Yeah, well, whatever works.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're playing a bit of a cheeky game here because RSU is at the Coulommiers aid station right now.
Now, what is quite cool, we haven't seen images of our third place woman, Salome Grillon, but her UTMB index is much lower than what we would expect for someone running in third place. She has an UTMB index of 598. Now, you don't even need to look at the UTMB indexes of individual runners to guess because it's usually the bib number. The lower the bib number, the higher the UTMB index. So they give the top runners, bib 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So that's why we see Kasia Dabrowska, bib number 4, Aurora CEO, bib number 6. Then we have Salome Grillon, bib number 298.
Yeah.
So the fact that she's running in third is a bit of a curveball. Also with Anastasia Ionina, bib number 351. So her UTMB index is only 580. Now, normally we would see UTMB indexes in the 700s.
Oh, yeah.
If not in the 800s for the top of the field. So they are having a great day out there, but it's also giving us a bit of an indication of who has signed up to this race and who is in the game. As we are looking at these images of the Val d'Aran by UTMB 100-mile course, we'll be going to a short commercial break, but stay with us and we will be back.
The gravy is so nice.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are with you here on the live at Val d'Aran by UTMB covering the 100-mile race. We have welcomed in our male podium, our men's podium, Santos Gabriel Rueda from Argentina, living in Barcelona, last year's second place finisher. This year finishing with a first place in 21 hours, 32 minutes, followed by Théo Soriano from France, finishing in 22 hours, 23 minutes. So about 50 minutes behind our first place. And then Dalby Villa Gongora from French Polynesia, finishing another 25 minutes or so behind Théo. We have been following the women's course. A tough day out there for our women's leader, Kasia Dąbrowska, from the On team. She has been leading from the start, but then strong through the night, but then was hit with some nausea and then the sleep monsters, and is now in a death march. Hopefully she will be able to find a bit of a third wind, a bit of a pep in her step, and keep going strong. There's still about an hour and 5 minutes between Kasia and Aurora Sio, who has been running in second. Getting now a flyover of this incredible course in the Pyrenees. Incredibly technical, with some runnable sections, but you really need to be able to hit those climbs and hit those descents on tired legs to be successful at this course.
Yeah, and super cool to see all of you in the chat. Big shout out to bib number 292, Anthony McIntyre. proud wife watching from the UK. You know, if you can't be on the sideline, you might as well be in the chat, and love the shout out. Hopefully he's got a good race going on and he'll come out super stoked about his race and his experience in the Pyrenees. And as we're waiting for further images of our female runners, we do have a quick video capsule about the courage to try with the infamous Heather Jackson and Sally Crabb. Enjoy.
Strongly advise you wear your waterproof trousers from the start.
I think if anyone's mentally tough and ready to be out there, it's her.
8 hours until we have some light.
104 miles. Wind chill is going to bite.
Good test for the waterproof.
Okay, Aqua Nutrition 2020.
You're about to go on such a crazy adventure.
Oh, can't wait. Okay, cool.
This will be Sally's 4th time racing Arc of Attrition, with an even higher goal set for herself, going sub 30 hours on this course. It's one of those never-ending desires to see progress. Whether that actually happens or not is not always guaranteed. I am so nervous for Sally right now, and I'm not even racing.
I was always quite independent. I was always keen to try different. I like trying different things. I also like to keep adventure and challenge alive as much as I can. Bye-bye. In terms of where I am right now in life with family and work.
Hopefully be back shortly.
So I started running when I was 39, and I'd not long had Chilali, who is my 3rd daughter. I think I just like that challenge of going longer each time. So I started off with a bucket list when I was approaching 40. So I wanted to do 40 new things in my 40th year. So that was 10 years ago. So it had different sporting achievements, quite a lot of running ones on. I'd only just started running. I was 50 in November 25, so I've started a 50 new things as a bucket list for being 50. It was to celebrate getting older, really, and look at the positive of that. I've got 2 goals for the Arc of Attrition. I've got under 30 hours, and then I've also got a hat trick, because even if I don't complete it in under 30 hours, it will be my 3rd one. I think, if I'm honest, I think I'll keep going back until I get it under 30.
I totally understand where she's coming from. I mean, I raced Kona, I don't know, 10, 11 times.
So even though I like new things, new challenges, it's interesting with this one. It's just got that lure to make you want to keep going back.
I think the process of trying to return will always be a good thing. That's what drives you.
The Arc of Attrition by UTMB 100 miler. But it starts from Coverack on the Lizard all the way around to Porthtown on the north coast of Cornwall. So Arc of Attrition because you're going around that Arc of Cornwall, and it's in the winter. So it's got that potential to be very wet, windy, cold, gnarly in general.
This is the course profile. Pretty much just, non-stop climbs. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. 95% rain both days. So I guess we activate the raincoat and the waterproof pants from the start.
Sally! Hey Heather, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
All good, all good.
Like, where do you see yourself making up some of that time this go round?
It's that bit towards the end. When I look back in other years, I've probably walk too much.
You know, the majority of things that scare most people are your strong points.
No, it makes me feel more excited talking about it. Yeah.
I know, I'm getting excited.
Yeah.
Rough day, the weather is going to be challenging, but it will make your buckle so much better. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Heavy rain and strong winds to talk about another day. We have Met Office warnings in place across the southwest of the UK. And the winds picking up further through the day.
The actual route itself and the coast path, I love. I love the fact that it's local as well, I think. That is definitely an attraction. I always felt more at home here than I did where I was born, if that makes sense. I think running on the coast path as well is I find it quite emotional anyway, so I'll probably cry at some point in the 100, but not because I'm sad, just because I just think it's amazing.
Total race time estimated in 25 minutes to the first checkpoint. 15 minutes ahead of her desired time in every checkpoint. Bank that time.
It definitely started off like pacing wise, thinking, oh, I could try for the 30. I think I got to Port-11. I thought, okay, that's, you know, doing okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Had a change of hat, base layer, socks and shoes as everything was soaked through. She was eating well, drank a bottle of flat Coke and toddled off on her merry way.
The section from Port-11 to Penzance I found really tough, and that was because of the mud. So it was really, really muddy. Loads of, we call it like surface mud because there was mud on mud. I've had moments where I wanted to give up. Because it's tough going. I'm not sure about 30 hours. I'll still try. I think it might be hard today.
Currently still in between that 33 to 34 hour mark. I'm assuming 40 days in a rowboat in storms out on the ocean. This is gonna feel like nothing.
From their merchandise website. I'm never surprised by the stuff that Sally comes out with. I always want to say yes. So yes, of course, that'd be great. Not that she needs my permission, of course, but she'd be doing it anyway.
2019 I did learn to row. A friend from rowing, and she goes, well, I'm going to row an ocean, do you fancy it? And so I just said, yeah, I do. And that was kind of it.
Hi, from the Mid-Atlantic.
I think the conditions are quite hard the year we did it. It's an interesting mental challenge, and we constantly would keep doing the maths. Well, if we do this many knots an hour, we should get here then, and that was our way of dealing with it. When you do an ultra run, I do that as well with the maths. We were 40 days for 16 hours and 38 minutes.
I think that'll be the longest stretch. It's also in the night, it's probably cold, she's been going a while, but then seeing her husband and family will definitely, I think, give her a good boost, so.
I found the last section really tough, like really slow going. I'm a bit cold as well. And it keeps raining.
Hi, Andy. Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
I mean, there's not much you can do, right? Like, that's crazy. The roads, like, flooded.
Between us and them, it's insane.
Yeah.
she's allowed one SAG person in the area, so.
I'm gonna call Carrie and then see.
I have a top along that might work for her. I'm gonna look for another hat.
Cool, yeah.
I'm gonna change most of my clothes at Land's End, I think.
So, unfortunately, Andy stalled the car, the van.
Oh, right.
So, he's not going to be at this aid.
Oh.
I think he hit some water.
Oh, shit.
And stalled out.
So I can't get changed.
Well, we're going to do our best to crew you. So, we've got some supplies.
Oh, I have got a drop bag.
Okay.
So I can change my socks.
Okay.
You just adapt, don't you? I think that was it. I kind of just had I needed a few moments just to be like, okay, they're not coming, but Carrie's gonna support, and I've got some spare socks, and there'll be food there. Hi. Thank you.
Have you got crew or drop bag?
Oh, he's how close to you, but he can't get here.
Oh no. Have you got a drop bag?
We're just a bit gutted for Andy and the girls because I knew they wanted to be there.
Carrie. Okay.
Hi.
I got your drop bag already.
Oh, you have?
We're all set up.
Cool. I need to
How are you feeling?
Not the best. Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, you just mostly just strained or anything in particular? I don't know. I brought that because I thought you might need another layer.
I was feeling a bit cold.
Okay, I've got this one you can try. This one's warmer.
I don't know if I'll make it to the next cut-off. I'm moving so slow. I'm going to go for it.
Gotta go for it.
And we'll see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Right. Turning round.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So much fun. You're doing amazing. You got this.
Okay.
Way to go, Sally.
And there were loads of times where I thought, I'm going to stop at the next checkpoint. I'm not going to carry on. And then Rain's back. you kind of get to the next checkpoint. You go through the process of having food, drink. It changes it, like resets it a bit. And even just to having a bit of extra food made a big difference in terms of mindset.
Am I glad to see you guys.
I love being with the girls. They all get on really well in the adventure.
This time round, all of them are going to come, so I think they're all quite interested to see what it's like, experience it.
It's fun to watch it, even when it's wet, because of my waterproofs, so I'm nice and dry.
There they are.
Good. You okay?
Good.
Warm enough?
It's time to go.
Okay, are you warm enough?
Yes.
Good, well done.
Yes.
You got it there, Lee.
You've got it
Put it down then, boom.
All right then.
Hey, Sally! Oh my gosh! You're doing amazing!
Oh, it's hard work, this one.
Yeah, I cannot believe what you're going through. You are doing so good. You're
It's been a bit slower than I would have hoped, but
I mean, the weather is so insane. You have to just let that go. You're gonna get it done, and you're so close.
What do we do with this?
Frankie says good luck.
Big or Sally?
I don't know what the cut-offs are, because I didn't think I was going to be so pressured by them. But the terrain and the weather meant that I was. So I was trying to bag some time.
I have been running, and now you caught me walking.
But I love it when she comes up with these crazy ideas, because it's just what makes her her. Like her CrossFit group say, be more Sally. So Mia Blanc says, be more Sally. It's great. 12 minutes.
How much?
12 minutes.
She doesn't know the time is either.
She does not know what the time is.
And I thought, I'm not going to make it back down in time. And then I thought, no, you can't not do it. You've got to keep trying. I was surprised I had a bit more left. And then it made me think, oh, well, maybe I always have a bit more left.
Yep, straight through, all the way to the arch.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah! Woo!
And that's what I was saying to the girls as well. It's okay to fail at stuff too. It doesn't have to be perfect the first time. It's okay to try stuff and it go wrong. That was so tight.
That was incredible.
I had to properly run.
100? Just need a little.
Which I was convinced I couldn't do. That's the other thing for me as well, because I think that's why I just do stuff, because you could always, there's never a right time. That's the other bit, isn't it? You're never going to have perfect factors, you just have to go with it. There we go, Arc 100 hat trick. You can check it.
Yeah, it's green.
Well, look, this motivates me. Having that, there's a lot of white on there still. Dominican Republic, that'd be, and Mauritius, they'd be nice ones to do.
Train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
So nice.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we are back with you on the live following the HOKA Val by UTMB races. We have been covering the 100-mile race today. It started at 4 p.m. yesterday. This race is 163 kilometers with 10,000 meters of vert. Oh, amazing. We are back with our women's leader, Kasia Dąbrowska. She has had a tough time, was going through a pretty rough spell over this last period. She has been facing nausea. She's been facing sleep deprivation and really been kind of death marching up the last climb and then across this plateau. So seeing her break back into a run, even if it's on a downhill, is a plus. You can see here the gradient that she is running on at the moment is about 19 degrees. 19%. So good that she's still able to run on the downhill. She was struggling on the uphill and on the flat. But if she can just get a bit more fuel in, get those legs working, get that brain working, hopefully that will keep propelling her towards the finish. She still had an hour and 5-minute lead over our second place woman, Aurora Cio from Spain, 47 years old, former smoker, professional athlete, now running for Kraft. And she is followed by Salme Crillon from France, who still is not through the Colomiers aid station. She's only about halfway through. It looks like she's probably got 2.5, 3K until she hits that aid station, and we'll have an update on the splits from there. But excitingly, we have 3 women from Japan in the top 10 to help give a little bit more diversity and break up what would normally be a European, especially a Spanish sweep. But of course, Kasia in first is from Poland. And it now has a big following, lots of support cheering her on from Poland today. There we have images on the right-hand side of the screen of Aurora Cio. Incredibly strong runner, been very consistent today. We really haven't seen any change up in the lead women and the second place women today and yesterday. They started out in first and second. They've remained in first and second. The gap has opened up between them overnight, but now with Kasia struggling, we are keeping an eye on those splits just to see how things develop. And welcome back, Martin. We have been seeing visuals of Kasia, who is now on the descent and is running the descents at least, which is good.
Okay, that's a very good point.
That's improvement.
Yep.
So she's still moving, but gosh, she is battling. She is battling.
And Carolina in the chat sending love and words of encouragement to Katarzyna.
Yeah, a lot of people are pointing out she is tough. She will make it. Of course she will make it. If you're following us in the chat, who else are you looking at? Who are you cheering for? Your heroes, your friends, maybe your colleagues? Or if you're out on the course.
And listening to the live broadcast as you should.
Jump in.
That keeps you entertained.
It gives you entertainment and it gives you information.
Oh, yeah. You're the heart of the action. You're like, okay, what's going on? Oh,
yeah. I actually thought about it when I was out running Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB last year and the live stream was going. It was Jackie and Mael. And I thought at some point, do I want to actually listen into what they're saying?
Yeah, you can tune in.
Are they shit talking me, and how are my competitors doing?
And then you're like, and then you get the numbers. You just like ping them. It's like, hey, what's going on here?
Yeah. Kasha, there we see. Jump into the chat. Tell us, who are you following? Who are you cheering for? And if you've got any questions for us.
Yeah.
And Martin has a wealth of experience. I've got some from the last 20 or so years of ultra running, but jump in the chat. We are open books, happy to comment on not just what we're seeing here today, but anything you might be wondering from the trail running scene, how it's been developing, what some of the current topics, nutrition, training, racing. Bring it on.
And we'd love to hear like opinions as well on this live broadcast. Like if there's any way you feel we could improve that as well. Like we're trying our best to keep you entertained, like drop some knowledge on you sometimes when we get the opportunity. But, you know, maybe somebody's going to come up with an idea where it'll be like, wow, this is it. It's going to be the light bulb moment and be like, shit, we can improve that by another mile. And so by all means,
more singing. How did you like Martin's singing?
Well, I mean, if you want more rain, this could always happen. Do you like the goat in the live broadcast whenever we go live with one of our camera mountain biker or cam runner? Yeah, the sky is the limit.
Speaking of the sky, I mean, let's just comment again on how gorgeous the weather is. The gorgeous weather that we've had for all three of the races we've been covering on the live, but all 8 of the races that have been happening at Val d'Orem by UTMB this year has been absolutely stellar. We are getting a full 100-mile course, 100-mile finish after having a shortened course last year and then cancellation of the 100-mile distance the prior 2 years. So great to get this out there. Gives everyone a little bit more confidence about what might be ahead. Signing up for next year, hopefully. Okay, we've got a good question in the chat. What is a good race to start with if I am new to trail running? Now, this is actually a good point. It's something that I have talked to Lucy Bartholomew about a little bit when I said, you know, what's the thing that people are getting wrong, that newbies, youngsters, newcomers to the sport are getting wrong at the moment. And she said it's kind of the fact that trail running and ultra running has become conflated. So, you know, if you want to trail run, it doesn't mean you have to run a 50K or a 100K. Go out and run a 21K. Yeah, did you want to come in?
I mean, just listen to that.
The music?
Yes.
I think that is coming from our
speaker.
Yeah,
we're gonna get back on that mountain biker, and we're gonna stay silent just for a second so you can hear what's going on there.
She's got some jams.
Full-blown classic music.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Look.
She's got some jams. So yeah, going back. We've got Kasha here again. But as we are watching these runners through this 100-mile race, you know, it can be quite intimidating if you are new to the sport. Yeah. You know, what we're covering here are these huge, big, gnarly races. Now, for me, that is how I started off in the field 20 years ago. I started off with a 250K self-supported foot race. That's not what I'm going to recommend to people.
No.
But if you want to get into trail running, into the sport, jump into a 10K, a 21K, and just get used to running on the trails. It's so different than the road. It's a whole different sport entirely. And now we've just got a comment on Kesha and how she is descending. Her legs are hurting. Her legs are hurting. She's really taking this descent quite gingerly.
Yep.
So it's not just the sleep monsters. It's not just nausea. It is now affecting her legs. We can see she's still moving. Let's stay positive here.
But yeah, so new to trail running is just, pick up whichever race, that is local.
Yep.
And yeah, by no means it should be an ultra. Like the common thing now is like the longer the better, or the longer the harder, and then you want to get kudos for running something that you wouldn't even drive.
Yep.
I think this is very wrong, and then especially for the young ones out there. Like, I don't know, Joep, how old you are, But for all the young ones out there, like just stick to shorter distances, work on your speed, work on your ability to run comfortably over technical terrain. These are the skill set you need to develop and work on when you're young. And doing ultras when you're too young will also have like possibly impact the rest of your either career or ability to run for like until an older age. You know, like we see athletes absolutely crushing. Our 47 years old, we see Ludo Pomeray 50 years old. Like if you look after yourself and you don't overdo it too early, yeah, you might want to pick up smoking for 20 years and then you get back to it. But like more seriously, the rush towards ultras, I feel is a very dangerous thing. And as much as, you know, we're all excited, we all love seeing those races and athletes trying to get the best out of themselves over such long distances, they've worked a whole lot and they've worked really hard for many years to build like consistency in training so they could get to these start lines in a very healthy way. And so
I'll give one caveat. I'll give one asterisk to that because I do agree with you. And I do agree with Lucy Bartholomew, who said, you know, we have to stop conflating trail running and ultra running. But because I don't want to be a hypocrite here, because I did start out with the big races, I will say the one asterisk is that the most important thing, you know, beyond what distance you pick, beyond, you know, what style of race you pick, the most important thing is that you pick something that you're excited about. And so if, you know, we're telling you pick a shorter race, pick a local race, if it is the big races that you're excited about and you don't mind, you know, whatever your race result is going to be, then I have to say, you might disagree with me more time, but I have to say go for it. Because the most important thing is that this is supposed to be fun, right? We do this, we're talking about competition here, but even for the elite athletes, I actually uttered these words during Trail 100 Andorra 3 weeks ago when I was riding on a sprained ankle. I looked at the film crew that was following me and I said, this is supposed to be fun. And so I thought, if I'm not going to have fun out here, then there's no point in me being here. And so I started dancing with, you know, the crew. I started hyping up the crowds. I was in pain. I was suffering. But there is no point in doing, you know, any of these races if we're not going to be having fun out there. So whatever excites you, whatever you think will be fun, as long as you don't, you know, have an ego about whatever your race performance is going to be, I say just go for it.
Yeah. And so maybe to reframe a little bit what I was saying is just like the association as well with ultra running and like the celebration of pain and suffering. Like, I think it's ridiculous. Like,
yeah.
Like, if you're experience pain and suffering, I mean, you will eventually in a super long distance, but that is not the end goal. No. Like, as you said, it's to have fun. And if pain and suffering occurs, then, okay, it's a matter of trying to like stay on top of it. But if you're looking for this, you might as well take a hammer and just hit your hand. Because,
Don't do that.
like, because it's just absolute nonsense. Yeah. And it's also why, like, I feel some of the formats today, it's not who's the strongest out there. It's just who's the one willing to damage themselves the most to come out on top. And I was like, wow, is this really what the sport is about? And I'm really questioning this. So I like that you reframed with like, hey, it's all about fun. And if you stop having fun, then like, oh, maybe I went too long, or maybe I chose the wrong race, or my why was not right. Like maybe my friends are doing it. Oh, okay, I get dragged into it, but my heart is not really in it. Yeah. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, what am I doing here? And let's not forget that also if you feel, and because there's still so many people doing it, and it's scary because it is truly dangerous from a health perspective. Is like you get into this race and all of a sudden you realize you don't have the training, you're not physically fit to cover the distance, so all of a sudden you start popping painkillers or anti-inflammatory, and that is also the very wrong way to do it. Because it is genuinely super dangerous. And you don't want to lose a kidney just because you want to be, oh, well, I said I was going to do a 50K, I didn't prepare for it, I'm just going to pop pills and make it to the finish line. Like, ooh.
And, you know, it's something we've been talking about getting into the sport. But now that I've turned professional in the sport, it's something that this fun aspect that I've really kept in mind. And I've also seen amongst other professional runners, I see some runners that have been doing this for so long that they've lost the joy. And when you don't have the joy, you're not going to run well. So wherever you are in your ultra running career, your trail running career, you know, just keep in mind, regardless of performances, keep that joy in there, keep the fun in there. As long as you can run happy, you're not going to have every moment be happy, but as long as you can run happy, you will run well and have a long career. Now, with that nugget of wisdom, we are going to a short commercial break. We will be back with you.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Catalunya.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
So nice.
And we are back following our lead women, Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland in the 100-mile race, having a tough time, but still going strong and over an hour lead on Aurora Sio. Now, we've been answering some questions from the chat, which please bring them on. The next question we have, do you see carbon-plated shoes dominating ultra running in the years to come in the same way we now see that on the roads? I've got thoughts on this, but I'm interested in your opinion.
Ladies first.
No, okay. Well, I have to say I'm not a huge fan of carbon-plated shoes. I know a lot of my teammates wear them. I know a lot of the top runners wear them, but unless you have perfect biomechanics, they can really transfer a lot of that energy, a lot of that force when you're on the trails up into the body. And that is pretty tough to maintain over the long distances. So certainly, do they help you on the trails? If you're an elite and if your biomechanics are good, yeah, they will help you on the trails. But I see them, for me personally, as a shorter distance shoe and an elite shoe. Yeah. So I don't see them as the type of shoe that translates well to the super long distances or to the vast majority of the crowd that don't necessarily have the training, don't have the time to be able to do the weight training, get the biomechanics right. I don't know. That's my opinion. I might change it in time, but for me personally, I'm sticking with the non-carbon plated shoes.
Yeah, and so like to take the whole parallel with road running, of course we see elite runners, especially in the marathon. Like basically none of the top runners do not have carbon plated shoes.
Yeah.
But we're like, this is a 2 hour, now sub 2 hour effort on the road. So as you say, like fast, definitely forefoot running, like beautiful, perfect stride. But that being said, we see now people all across the pack,
Yep.
even slower runners, wear those shoes. And what was said is that, they still do, for regardless of the pace, improve your performance by a few percent.
Mm-hmm.
And so nowadays, everybody's trying to get these few percents left, right, and center sometimes to try and compensate the lack of training or all that stuff. So for the transition to trails, I would say first, what kind of trails? Because there's so many, it's such a wide variety of trails that if you want to run on technicals, no, I would advise against it, because that will throw you around. And as you say, like the energy transfer is going to be like not in this really nice hill to toe transition, but like if you're on technical, it will throw you left, right, and then it might be more of a challenge than actually helping you propulse yourself forward. But there are trail races that are far more runnable than what we're seeing here on these images. And in that case, sure, like if you're running on like dirt roads or like butter smooth single track, we see a lot of them in the US, then I feel like it would help. But then I would say, again, just like a lot of advices, like a piece of advice we can share with you, it boils down to personal preference.
Yeah.
So one thing is just like the poles, just like your nutrition, just like everything else. Practice in training, see how you feel about it. But I'm not surprised to see a lot of top athletes wear them because they do run faster, and even on like the uphill and the downhill, if they're not going to stride out a lot, as soon as you get on flatter, more runnable terrain, just like here, all of a sudden that shoe helps you propulse forward, and it's either running a little faster or saving a bit more energy at the same pace.
I mean, there's a reason why they're popular. There's a reason why all of the brands are now doing these carbon plated shoes. It's just, for me, I feel great in them for 20K, or I feel great in them for a few weeks. And then that's when I start to get some of the niggles. So, if you can crack it, awesome. But I do see it hard. I don't think we're going to see the same translation as we've seen on the road running side, just because of all of the different variables you have for how you need to get over terrain on trail versus what you need to get over on road. And I think it's setting us up for more injuries if you're not using them properly. But that's me being a little bit conservative and a personal preference. Let's jump into some of the other questions. How long of a training block would you recommend for a trail?
Hang on, like there's one before that from Lewis, and I'm very intrigued by this. I had not seen it. So Mirarai, who's like a very strong athlete from Nepal and a great human being as well, recently shared a technique for dealing with sore, stiff legs on a long run. She's currently running China to Europe, where it's just gone. Where you do a short 100-meter hard sprint to bring life and blood flow to your legs. Any thoughts? I've not tried it yet. So full disclosure, I haven't tried it yet, and I don't think I will.
No, I would not use this either. Mira Rai is a phenomenal athlete, so whatever works for her, works for her. But, if I'm on a long run and my legs are sore and stiff, the last thing I'm going to be doing is trying to put in a 100-meter sprint. What I will say about 100-meter sprints, and this is something I learned very early on, 20 years ago, is that in order to become fast and good at distances of 100K, 100 miles, you need to do your speed work. You need to do these sprints. You need to do these efforts, hill strides, all of those things. That's the one comment I'll make on sprints and how I see them fitting into the ultra running world. Not necessarily mid ultra. I think that's setting you up for a pulled muscle.
Yeah, because again, as you cover the distance, your muscles will slowly break down. You're going to break muscle fiber. So depending on your training and your leg conditioning, it will happen later or sooner in the race. And once that this happens, like if you do a sprint, you're gonna just pull and tear even more everything. So what you want to do is the opposite: be gentle and actually stretching nice and slow might help, like relief a little bit stiff legs. But yeah, I had never heard about 100 meters all-out sprints and probably would advise against it.
So, whatever works for Mira, works for her. Okay, we've got a couple more interesting questions. One of them on UTMB stones and the index. Maybe we'll start with that, and then we'll go back to the training block question. So, UTMB stones and index. Yes, let's help demystify this for you. So, the UTMB index. Let's start with that. Once you run a race, you get as long as you finish, you get a score. Now, there's a very complicated algorithm that sits behind it. I don't pretend to
It's a black
be able
box.
to know. It's a black box. But it basically, depending on how you finish, where you finish, what that particular course conditions are, there's a whole bunch of factors that go into it that gives you a score of basically how well did you do. Now, you could get first in a race and still not necessarily have a very high UTMB index score. It depends how competitive that race was. It depends what previous race results were. It depends how the men are doing.
And then that is basically a score out of 1,000.
Yep.
And 1,000 is without putting in all the different factors that come into play, is based on the potential world record, like extended. So it means that if it's a 100K race with 5,000 meters of elevation, they will consider that if that race was flat, it would be 100 plus they will add 50K for the 5,000 meters of elevation gain. So then what would be the hypothetical world record for 150 kilometer? And that is 1,000 points. Now, as you said, there is weather conditions, competitiveness, how technical the terrain is. Those are factors that will then start to come and influence that score into once the race has been run and all the participants have come in, they remove the extremes and just have some sort of, as I said, like obscure calculation. And then it pulls out your UTMB score for that race. So now back to UTMB index. UTMB index is the combination of your top 5 UTMB scores, I believe. Or is that 3? I think it used to be 3, and I think they've moved to 5, and then it's in the last, and I think it used to be 2 years, and that's 3 years, but then there's also an extension depending on whether you've had children, for example. Then your UTMB index is frozen, because over time, if you stop racing, it will decrease.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is, I'm just double checking, but I think it is your top 5 races over 3 years. Because when I stepped out of the racing scene for 3 years, I lost my UTMB index score. Now, of course, there is the ability to freeze the UTMB index for elites if you get pregnant, which is super helpful. But it is a calculation. Now, that means that, if you have a race that is an off race, it's a bad race, that is not going to necessarily kill your UTMB index score
Anymore, because it used to, and we assume that sometimes elite athletes were dropping out of the race so they wouldn't have a very poor score like a UTMB score come and have a negative impact on their UTMB index. And so, confirmation, it is 5 best results over the last 36 months, 3 years.
And you have to have had at least one race in the past 24 months in order to have a live score. So that's where taking time out for pregnancy or for injury or what have you could potentially affect you. But now, of course, there is the updated pregnancy deferral policy called the Pathways to Parenthood policy that protects at least the elite women's ability to freeze their UTMB index. So, that's where it can be confusing. But I've won races before where I've had a lower UTMB index score than races that I've come 7th in, for example. So it just... It is actually quite helpful for me, I think, for a lot of other runners, because when you feel like you've done a good race, but you're not necessarily on the podium, your UTMB index can kind of validate that and say, no, you actually did have a good race.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
You have a higher index score than this other race that you won. So it is it's a good marker. And then your starting position in future races, your bib number, that's often determined, or that is determined by your UTMB index. So in some races that are, really popular, have a lot of runners, you'll have a number of different starting waves. So the higher your UTMB index, then the higher your starting wave will be. And so if you've got a high UTMB index, you'll start in the first starting wave. If you have a lower UTMB index or no UTMB index, you'll start in a further wave back. So that is the UTMB index. Now, shall we turn to the running stones?
So I was trying to find, because then if your UTMB index is above a certain number, then it allows you to be an actual elite.
Yes.
Which then gives you, as you said, access to a lot of different things. And it also means that if in a race, let's say here in the 100 mile, the top 10 spots are guaranteed entries into UTMB World Series final in the corresponding distance. So therefore UTMB Mont-Blanc for the next year. Now, if runner 11 runs a UTMB score above the elite level, and I still haven't managed to find that page on the UTMB.world, but I know it's there because I've seen it in the past.
Yeah, there's different numbers depending on which distance.
And obviously which gender.
Yep.
But if you score above that, then you can actually write an email to the athlete commission and be like, hey, I know I didn't score one of the guaranteed entries, but my score was above elite level, and you won't get in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not guaranteed entry, but that rule allows runners to still, based on the level of performance they've achieved in that race. So it's basically designed to allow people to think, okay, I'm coming to a race that is super competitive, but you know what? If you actually run super well and a very good performance, you will still get in.
Yeah.
Even if you're outside of these guaranteed spots. So for a major, top 10, or for any race of the UTMB World Series in the top 3.
Absolutely. Okay, now turning to the running stones, because I know this is confusing. So for UTMB, for many, many years, there's always been a lottery process. Now, this lottery process is kind of run by the stones. So each running stone, it's essentially a lottery ticket. So in order to earn stones, you have to run UTMB World Series events. So different amounts of stones are given out for different distances. For a 20K race in the UTMB World Series, if it's not a major, you get 1 stone. In the 50K, you get 2 stones. 100K, 3 stones. And 100-mile category, you get 4 stones. In a major event, which is what we are seeing at Val d'Orient by UTMB, you get double the amount of stones. So double the amount of lottery tickets to enter the UTMB World Series finals. So thank you so much for these questions. One other part of the running stone matrix, shall we call it, you need at least 1 stone earned in the past 24 months. Just like the UTMB index, you need to have 1 race performance in the last 24 months to keep your UTMB index valid. So I hope that helps to explain the mystery behind the index and the running stones.
Still looking for that page. I'm going to find it, and then we're going to share it with you all. That gives you the actual UTMB score you need to basically be above to be able to reach out to the sports commission.
And here we see on the screen, Aurora CEO, our second place woman, still chasing down Kasia Dombrowska.
Oh.
And just sorting out our images here.
So there we go. I found it. It's on the UTMB Mont-Blanc. So it's montblanc.utmb.world/elite-runners. And to be qualified as an elite athlete, in the women's For OCC, you need to be above 690. For CCC, 675. For UTMB, 615. In the men's, for OCC, 840. CCC, 820. UTMB, 780. So that is to have the elite status. What I'm still looking for is...
And I think that just allows you priority registration.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that UTMB index has increased, I think, from past years.
Yeah. And so basically that is also one more purpose of this UTMB index.
I'm glad to see I can still get into UTMB through my index score.
Oh, mine is down the pit. I haven't raced in far too long.
I can only get into the 100-mile one, but that would be the only one I'd want to get into anyway.
There you go.
But I am not, my UTMB index score is not high enough to get me into the race that I will be doing next month, which is TDS.
Yeah.
Okay, and we see on the screen there just where...
We're getting closer and closer to the RTS aid station.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, hopefully that answered your question.
And more. Everything you need to know about the UTMB index and the running stones. Okay, so shall we look at that that other question that was asked in the chat? We'll be going to a short commercial break shortly, but maybe that'll give us time to think about it. The question is, how long of a training block would you recommend for a trail race? Quite an open question. Really depends on how long the trail race is and how gnarly. But we will ponder that over this next commercial break. And so for the answer, come back and join us in a few moments.
Stay tuned.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
We are back with you live covering the 100-mile race at the HOKA Val by UTMB race, covering the 100-mile event today. We had the men's podium finish earlier this afternoon, and we've been following the top women. Kasia Dąbrowska in first from Poland, followed by Aurora Sio from Spain in third. Now, we've been fielding some questions from the live chat, which has been pretty fun. I will get to that just after we look at this replay of the 100-mile start and the 100-mile race that we've been following since 4 p.m. yesterday. So runners took off into the mountains with gorgeous weather ahead. From the start, we had someone who wasn't really on our radar at the beginning on the men's side. His name was Brent Patieu from Belgium. He kind of went into the lead from the beginning. There he is in the yellow shorts. And so we were all scrambling to find a little bit about his background. We were expecting to see Benyat Marmasol from France up near the front. Benyat had the highest index score for this race coming in, but unfortunately had to drop out at around 67K. He started having problems with his soleus at around 59 kilometers into the race, and so dropped out in the night. This is Brent here. Did not stay in the lead, but certainly gave a strong start. Whereas we saw something different on the women's side. We had Kasia Jambruska leading from the beginning. She is continuing to lead through the course, followed by Aurora Sio. But definitely having a hard time. Definitely having some difficult moments throughout this race. Yeah, is that her? So that is her coming into the Artis aid station.
There we go.
She's coming in.
We are live.
Yep, faster than predicted time, which is exciting. Maybe she has picked up pace a bit. Now, this is the last point at which she'll be able to see her partner, her crew, Maciek. So we've seen Kasia struggling with nausea at a previous aid station, and then with pretty extreme...
Her eyes are almost closed.
Yeah, sleepiness.
Oh.
And she's struggling. She's struggling mentally. I think this has been a hard slog. We are not used to seeing Kasia walking on a race like this. She's an incredibly strong athlete, the winner of Ultra Trail Australia. She did have a hard time at Trans-Gran Canaria in March earlier this year, where she had to drop out with hypothermia, but certainly not due to lack of fitness or lack of trying. She's using this race here to gear up for UTMB next month. And she's struggling, but she's continuing to push, and she is still leading. She is really still leading. She had over an hour at the last checkpoint. And if she can just get a bit of food down, she's trying to get down, looks like some noodles, some ramen. She can get a bit of fuel in, get a bit of a boost from her partner. Then hopefully we will see her rebound once more.
That's the final stretch. As you were saying, last chance to see the crew, familiar faces, get words of encouragement. She will get an update on how much time she has on Aurea as well.
Really not too far left in this race, but there is a pretty steep climb and descent to the finish.
His last 15Ks are everything but easy.
We saw our second place man, Teo, really just eating anything and everything at this aid station a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, like they call him the Dyson. He just vacuumed everything out of the aid station. Like an anteater. I mean, she's eating, and you know, that's already one big point that, you know, you don't have to troubleshoot with. Unsure what is in that cup, whether that is truly Coke or not, but
it's so tough. It's so tough to be in a low point in a bad place for hours. She's going to be tired. She's already, you know, down one night of sleep. But she knows that she's still leading the pack.
Look,
yeah.
Somebody's talking to her over the phone. Like there's a woman's voice.
Maybe it's her mom.
Maybe there's going to be a bit of sunscreen.
Masz fajnie jeszcze kawę i też tak mówisz, bo tym normalnie pijesz na co dzień i mogę spróbować espresso.
So what's that little shot of, I don't know, what it could be electrolytes, pickle juice.
So pickle juice I'm more used to seeing in U.S. races. I'm not used to seeing it in European races.
Yeah, but since it works, it's finally, like, it should be coming across because
yeah,
it just works.
You know, I saw on Instagram the other day, it went a little bit viral. It was a woman who was drinking pickle juice out of a jar, and then she actually took the pickles and put them into her flasks of water.
Ah.
When she was running on the trail, she was able to pull out a pickle and eat it, and it was still nice and moist. I thought, that is brilliant. You know, I have not seen that before, so...
That pickle fits in the flask.
Yeah. You might see me running along the trails with flasks full of pickles.
But yeah, and for those of you listening and very confused about what we're talking about, the pickle juice has this effect of like helping prevent or stop cramping. And I'm not sure if this is salt exclusively or the you would call it like the sourness, acidic. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it does work. We'll look it up to give you like a proper explanation as per why pickle juice is so efficient.
But I'm that kind of weirdo that I used to drink pickle juice as a kid.
Yeah.
I just love it. I just absolutely love it.
And try to have like rational, scientific backed explanation. Like, because yesterday was like, oh, why is Yao Miao eating bananas? And then there was this meme about like a guy was like, well, have you ever seen a monkey cramp? No, and they eat bananas every day. So if you eat your bananas, you're gonna avoid cramping.
Okay, this is interesting. I can't believe I've never looked this up before because it's just one of those things, this local lores that you just know. So this is still an area of active research, apparently, not settled science. But it does stop cramps. Not because this isn't apparently about electrolytes. So it's not about the sodium. It's not about the potassium, apparently. And what we are uncovering is that it's a neurological reflex.
Read it all. It's so good.
Fix. So there's one theory, and again, this is not settled, that it's the vinegar's acidic acid, that it hits certain receptors in your mouth and throat that triggers some kind of inhibitory reflex that runs through the spinal cord and tells your motoneurons that are causing your cramps to pipe down. That is so cool. I had no idea.
Which would then mean if it's in your mouth, you could actually just gargle it and just spit it out, and it would still work because we know it works with, like, if you drink something sweet, your mouth receptors will be like, oh, we're getting fuel. So if you're bonking, that helps even if you're actually not swallowing the thing. So obviously you can only fake your body for so long, but if you can't process anything, just put some sweet liquid in your mouth, gargle it, and then you will send a signal so you're getting energy.
You heard it here, folks. Gargle your pickle juice. Don't need to drink it at aid stations, and it'll get you out of a cramping situation. This is not advice, just have to say. Speaking of not providing advice, I want to go back to that question that was asked in the chat about the training blocks leading up to a race. Look, Martin and I are not qualified coaches for sure. This is so individual, not just for whatever race you're training for, but where you're at in your own training and in your own fitness. You could sign up for a race that's a year from now, and you would need a year of training. For me, I've jumped into races with 2 weeks notice, not necessarily fully well trained, but I know I'm able to do it. So it's incredibly individual.
It's based on your base fitness, what you have at this moment. But again, and I speak for myself, not a qualified coach, so I'd rather avoid giving advice altogether. And then, if you don't know yourself, seek people who know, get a coach or stuff like that. And I love, I just took a look in the chat, and Chimon and Ziomek, thank you. Apparently, in that little glass, she was drinking espresso.
Oh,
which is awesome, because then that will then as we talked about, like go and target the inhibitor for adenosine, which what is building up and making her tired. So, well done.
There we go. Kesha heading out, back on course, going up to going the wrong way.
Side.
Heading up to the last climb, and you can see the camera biker behind her. Look, I hope you got a glance at that equipment and just how much equipment that the biker is carrying on his back. Yeah, we actually have
it right here.
Sample of it right
Shall
here.
we demonstrate?
Let's do it. Are you going to become our camera runner, our camera biker? Martin is going to put this on. We are going to put ourselves on the screen. There we go. If you want to look in the video, Martin is now modeling the equipment that the camera bikers are using, and I think even the camera runners. So there you go. This is quite a setup here. We've got a dry bag situation, which is helpful.
And so the dry bag has the whole like broadcasting system.
Yep.
Speaking to Mike, you'll hear better. And then on the other side, and that is in the shape of a water bottle, is the battery, because this design was originally done for mountain bikers. So they would have the flatter part at the top to have the best possible reception pointing at the sky. And then they would have the wire and the battery on the frame. On the frame of the mountain bike. But eventually, because they wanted to reach out some of the locations that weren't available otherwise, but you couldn't ride a mountain bike, then they're using this. So it is heavy, but I think the worst part is that it pushes your shoulders a little bit open, which is suboptimal. But I gotta say, it works. It's surprisingly light, but then they told me, like, yeah, hang on, and the part that broadcasts is not in there, so that's another probably 1 kg. But yeah, that's the story of these packs. So again, the starting here, pointing at the top, little frame here, battery, and then the whole system in the dry bag, obviously, with still some big holes on the side and on the back, because as soon as it starts overheating, game over. Yeah. And with those heat waves, they have experienced issues with the pack being too hot. But yeah, that's how these images are brought to you.
And there you have it. It is quite the production, from the camera runners to the camera bikers. Then we've got the drone shots. You know, we've been able to bring images to you from some of the most remote areas of this part of the Pyrenees. Val d'Orient, this area, 30% above 2,000 meters. Some parts of the course going up to 2,600. And that is not easy to bring these kinds of clear images. So shout out to our camera runners, our camera bikers. Many of the camera runners have been competing themselves, and have actually done first, second, third, fourth, fifth, I think.
What the hell is happening here?
We are having we are broadcasting from France, I have to say, and that means that we have been greeted with platters of cheese, of bread, and now something else is coming our way. This is a gourmet operation as we're sitting here in our fake chalet.
But apparently it's only for the French people. Like we just had a platter of drinks and some weird floating things.
Be patient.
And it's disappeared into the next broadcasting room. Anyway, on this level of weirdness reaching new heights, Hera CEO is still in the race and will start the descent into the valley and into RTS 8 station. Yeah, still a lot of distance between Hera and Kasia Dąbrowska. Are we going to see a pass towards the end? Are we not? Question remains. But what's for sure is that in 10 seconds, an ad break is coming, and we'll have a quick break, and we'll be with you right back after it.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Catalunya.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
First time doing the group is so nice.
Welcome back, everyone. We are following the 100-mile race at this HOKA Val by UTMB, and we have welcomed in the men's podium. Let's take a little look just at how many we have had finish. Looks like we've had 8 finishers on the men's side so far. And we are following the top women on the screen. So on the men's side, we had Santos Gabriel Rueda from Argentina finish in first. He was last year's second place finisher. So now coming back for a win on the full course. Incredibly exciting for this nuclear engineer. And then Teo Soriano from France coming in second. About 50 minutes later, so quite a lead from Sega or Santos Gabriel. Then we had Delby Villa Gongora from the French Polynesia. He was actually born in Peru, finishing about 20 minutes after Teo. In fourth, it was Thomas Duvivier from France, Pau Rios from Spain, and then Arthur Vensteenkist from Belgium, followed by Enrique Gomez from Spain in 7th and Jean-Marie Devarez from France in 8th. So still don't have the full top 10 yet from the men's side. This is a very technical course, a very hard course. You know, we had Saga Rueda come in at 1:30 p.m. It's now 4:30 p.m. local time. So 3 hours after our first place finisher, and we still don't have the top 10 men.
And already half an hour past the full 24-hour mark. Yeah. 2 laps around the clock already. And we're nowhere near done.
Nope. And on the women's side, we've got quite the spread between the top 3 women. We just saw Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland go through the last aid station at which she can receive aid. That's the Artis aid station. She is now heading on a bit of a flat section before she starts the final climb, and then the descent now to the finish. She is followed by Aurora Sio, who is still not at the Mont-Romis aid station. So we are welcoming her there.
And so now we have a floating... It's an iceberg with candies on top.
I have no idea what this is, but I'm going to...
In a bowl of of, let's call it rosé, because of the nice summer vibe we're sharing with you all. No alcohol, obviously. Like, be reassured.
Supposed to eat this because I seriously missed things.
But it's coming out of the French studio, so beware. You might be starting seeing things in a few minutes.
I don't know. I lose things in translation when you guys talk too quickly in French.
So there we go. A little bit of a recap. We'll let you enjoy those images. And we'll say it again. Once again, we are back live. You! Welcome back if you're joining us just now, following the VDA 163 kilometers and 10,000 meters of elevation gain and loss around the town of Lleida in the Spanish Pyrenees, one of the toughest course in the circuit, and it shows because, ladies and gentlemen, we have had our top 3 men come across the line. We're actually up to top 8, I reckon. And we're now following our top women as they make their way into the finish line. There's still a bit of ground to cover before they can call it a day. And a day it has been. There we go. Now our women's leader, Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland, is now off the dirt track and started that big climb. The last one that kind of breaks down into 2 steep section and a little bit of a uphill douche grade in the middle. That is everything but easy, especially on the back end of a 100-mile race. And then once you're at the top and you've taken up the views, you're like, oh, right, I need to make it down to the finish line. And this is a long, tough descent with some rolling sections, but also some pretty steep sections on some terrain that is a bit technical in the fact that it's very dusty, and so it's very slippery. And it makes the progression even more challenging. So seeing here Kasia moving forward, we even get a bit of a smile Man, we haven't seen that in a while. That is news, and this is good news, actually.
That is absolutely a good sign.
And she's geared up for the heats. She's got the bandana around the neck. She's got the cap with the flap at the back. Everything has been soaked in water before she left the RTS aid station. Last time she saw her crew, she had the phone on, like voice messages, giving her like words of encouragement, and she's back out. So on those steep climbs, if she's still moving the way she is right now, she's not going to lose much ground at all, or if any, on Aroa CEO in second place. But she just needs to keep moving one foot in front of the other. And it looks like whatever she's done at the aid station, whether it was like whatever she ate, she had a bit of ramen, a bit of liquid. Thanks for all of you in the chat who pointed out that she had a little shot of espresso.
Yep.
Which, again, caffeine is going to play a great deal in keeping her awake. She's moving the best we've seen it in hours.
And, it's also just a bit of a mental boost, for her to be able to see her partner, to see Maciek, to get, and to know that that was the last point. It's a bit of a marker, right? You can get to the last point where you see your crew, and then the next time you're going to see them is at the finish. So while she does have this climb to go, definitely that is it hitting a milestone to make it in and out of that aid station. Now, we have been following along with the women's field, and we've been following along with the top three. But I was actually just, as we've got a bit of downtime, I was taking a look at some of the other favorites and where they have fallen in the field. And one person that I was looking up was Elizabeth Rios Peredo, who from Bolivia, definitely a favorite coming in. We've commentated her on other races in the past. Unfortunately, she withdrew from the race, but I could see that she was cheering on some of the other competitors. So still quite in good spirits. But trying to remember which race it was that we were. It must have been last year when she was racing in this same 100-mile race. Elizabeth came in 5th last year in Val d'Aran by UTMB. So she knows this course, but unfortunately, it just wasn't her day. There were a couple other interesting people on the favorites list that unfortunately didn't end up showing up, but one of them was Lenka Polakova. She was on the start list, didn't actually start this time, but I'm interested to see where she goes, because she wasn't someone who was on my radar, because not a huge history in the ultra running background, but she has climbed Everest without oxygen, Lhotse, and is a K2 summiter, which is insane because only a handful of women have ever done that. So if you're ever on a start line with Lenka Polakova from Slovakia, watch out. And here we are continuing to follow Kasia Dąbrowska. She's in the grind, isn't she? We've got 12K to go, but it's a good climb. It's a good punch to the gut when you hit this near the end of a race.
With that grade, like if you're moving at 3K an hour, you're lucky.
Yeah.
Which then, if that's half the climb up, that's 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay, now we have got our top 10 men have come in. So those are our top 10 that will be getting a direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals. So the last two that have crossed the line, Maxime Bisson from France, finished in 24 hours and 30 minutes. And then Yosu Azkun Cordon from Spain. How did I do? I think I need to work on that one. Azkune, maybe? We always need to remember, what language are we saying the name in? That's why with Delby from French Polynesia, we were getting quite confused earlier on when the flag that was being shown was Finland instead of French Polynesia.
Yeah.
So trying to figure out how to say his name in Finnish did pose a challenge. But as we are following along with the women's field, of course, please do jump into the chat. We are happy to try to answer any questions. Okay. Thank you for this bit of information.
Yeah.
We have Cuba from the live chat giving us a bit of intel on what we saw at the last checkpoint with Kesha. She was on the phone to someone. I thought it could have been her mom, but we're getting some intel that the female voice on the phone, which Kesha was listening to at Artis, belonged to Zosia, the nutritionist. So very cool that she's able to get that support, maybe indicating that, you know, she has been struggling, maybe still with the nausea or just the effects of losing that bit of fueling opportunity when she was suffering from nausea earlier in the day. Now we have Aurora coming up to the aid station.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So she's getting to, Mont-Romies, which then she'll have the whole descent in the trees and a little bit of the flat section. And then she'll be in RTS where Kasia Dąbrowska was already, what?
Okay,
20 minutes ago?
Yeah, the split between them is actually holding. So it's still it's still an hour and 5 minutes. So Kasia had gone through Mont-Romies at 3:39 p.m. and it's now 4:43 local time. So even though it looks like Kasia is still suffering, she has not really lost any ground. Okay, we are in and out. Aurora, Sio, moving forward, maybe stopping for a little snack on the way. This is not a full aid station, but still has good selection of food, water, just what she needs to be able to continue on her way. So that was Aurora Sio. Going through the aid station, she now has a descent to Artis, where we saw Kasia come through not too long ago. The last checkpoint where competitors can receive aid. And now Kasia is on this descent upwards. She's checking her watch. I'm guessing she's checking the elevation.
Is she getting like messages or like notifications?
Maybe. I mean, it looks quite peaceful out there on the trails, but I can just imagine what's going through her head. Violence.
Oh, yeah, chaos.
J'ai pas compris, Isa, tu disais?
So hi, I'm Katarzyna Dąbrowska. I'm
go.
trail team runner. I love ultra races, so that's why I'm here. In my spare time, I really enjoy just being in the nature. So if I'm not running, I'm just walking, hiking, cycling on a bike. And spend time with my husband. Later in the season I have UTMB, so I wanted to gain some more experience in the 100-mile race. And Valdaran is a great choice because the course is demanding. We have 160k and 10,000 meters of elevation, so a lot of climbs, a lot of descents, quite technical terrain, so a lot of learn, a lot of experience before the next goal. I was here, not here, but in Pyrenees twice. In 2021 I raced in Ultra Pyrenees 100k, so then I was surprised by the demanding course, and last year I was here also in Cannes-Franc for World Championships, so I know a little bit what to expect, but I have never been in this area, so I'm super curious and super excited. Wow, the biggest competitor will be my feelings, I think. So I will be focused on myself, on my needs and my thoughts and so on. I think that following the nutrition part will be the most challenging part, and also the I don't know how it will be with heat or weather, but I think this time it will be quite warm. It wasn't a goal to make 2 major races this year, but it happened, so I'm super happy. I really like Ultra Trail Australia, so I'm super excited for major in Europe.
And there we got a bit of a sense of what Kassia's mindset was coming into this race, using this as training for UTMB. You can see she's stopped now, pulled off the trail a bit to dunk her hat back in a stream, as well as her neck scarf. Obviously feeling the heat a bit. I mean, it's getting near the end of the day, but when you've been out there pushing all night, all day long, the sun it's just draining. It's really going to get to you. So she's doing what she can to stay cool.
Yeah, well, at least it shows some awareness. It shows like she's still there trying to look after herself and cool down the jets.
Yeah, maybe possibly some tips from her nutritionist who she was on the phone with at the last aid station too.
And it shows that the legs are also okay, because she was squatting there for quite a while. And, you know, if you're damaged, usually that triggers cramps left, right, and center. So at least the body is responding.
Yeah, correct. She's only got less than 12K to go, but I'm sure it's feeling so far to her right now, and it will be a few hours. So we will stay with her. We will stay with you until she crosses that line. Rest assured. At this point in the course, she has, almost 150 kilometers on the legs and over 9,200 meters of climb. So if she's looking tired, that's why. This is more elevation per kilometer than UTMB, and a lot more technical terrain. So when everyone says UTMB is the hardest race in the world, it's not. Depends how you.
Asterix.
Yeah.
After VDA.
Depends how you qualify it, of course.
Well, yeah.
At the stiffest competition, quite possibly. But is it the hardest technically? No. And again, you can actually feel your own muscles tensing and twitching a little bit as we see these images of Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland on this climb. This isn't easy.
No. And again, usually we do not have images of the competitors in this area. And the way we are having those now is not because we've all of a sudden chosen to be like, oh, yeah, how about we cover this section? But it's just because the camera mountain biker who usually does the section on the dirt road, then they cannot ride up this track. So they just stop and go. But now, because of the slower pace of Kasia Dąbrowska, he actually talked back to the students like, guys, I can drop my e-bike and actually walk behind her, so I can actually keep following and offer you these images. So there's a plus side of a slow, pointy end of the race. We get exclusive images of some part of the course we had not seen before.
Oh, and you know, our third place,
painful.
Our third place man, Delby from French Polynesia. Through a little bit of research, we found out that he has been nicknamed Ato in the Polynesian media, and that means warrior. But I think we need to crown Kasia Dąbrowska with that same title. How do you say warrior in Polish? Yeah, you're on it.
Holy crap. Wojownik? I'm probably...
Wojonik? Do you say a j or a v? Yeah. Help us out. We know that there are tons of fans following from Poland.
She is the female Wojownik. Wojownik.
There we go.
I probably said that wrong still.
Well, hopefully it translates to something appropriate.
Of course, Wojownika, because she is a woman.
Ah,
so close.
Thanks,
Thanks, Wojtek. Thanks, Emmy. Wojownika. Dąbrowska.
Amazing. She is definitely fighting a battle here. I'm not calling it a losing battle because she is still winning. She's fighting a winning battle.
Yeah. It's still a fight for first.
Mm-hmm. There was also a question in the chat earlier that we didn't answer about barefoot running versus the kind of maximalist.
I see that
running.
one.
Yeah.
Let's go down that route.
What?
We got time to discuss that.
I'm going to make you go first on this one this time.
So the question was, what were the benefits, potential benefits of barefoot running versus, having thicker midsoles in all sorts of shoes, including HOKAs that were very famous for that, and whether they were a better option for longer distances. Running a 100-mile is, on average, about 250,000 steps.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then your foot is going to be hitting the ground just as many times. And look at the ground on your images right now. It's everything but soft, plush, and velvety. It's got rocks. It's got, in the night, you'll have, possible water, mud, all sorts of different things. And so if you have little to no protection on the foot, which, would correspond to what used to be the minimalist running trend with close to no midsole, it's going to force the foot to, have a more natural approach. And, you never see kids heel striking when they're running barefoot because you're always on the forefoot and use the biomechanics and the motion of the ankle to avoid hitting hard the ground with your heel. But the thing is, you can only sustain that kind of running style for so long. And so in ultras, you will, and that is from last all the way to first place. So elite athletes will end up heel striking and putting their full foot flat on the ground. And when you're doing it so many times, it's like, yes, you do want to have protection from the ground. You want to make sure that as much as you have some sort of ground feel, it doesn't basically hit your feet. So I would say, there are limits to how much stack height you want to have. And again, it's related to your personal preference, but also how technical the race is. The more technical, the lower to the ground you want to be. But there is, I would say, a minimum amount of cushioning you want to have for longer distances to protect your feet from the ground. And, being able to not be sore after so much time spent on your feet.
Yeah, I think that was a great summary. It's I've never really gotten into this minimalist, barefoot kind of fad or trend. I am definitely more of a maximalist. For me, the main issue is, what is the heel to toe drop? So if I'm going to be using a more maximalist shoe, I want to make sure that my heel to toe drop still isn't really above kind of 4-5 millimeters.
4 or 5 is not much at all, actually.
6? I don't know. Maybe I should check to see what I'm actually running in.
Like for ultras, we see a range go like
10?
Above 10, like 10, 12.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, like the 4 mil is definitely still considered.
I'm pulling that back then because I'm pulling the back. Okay, so I'm going to put myself in the middle of that category. But yeah, it's not just the height of the shoe; it's the heel to toe drop that I do think is important. There are certain brands that kind of pride themselves on having a very low heel to toe drop, but HOKA, as was pointed out, I think in the chat, it is the sponsor of UTMB. They are known as having a more maximalist type of shoe. That is, I enjoy having a bigger, kind of thicker shoe. No matter what race I'm actually going on, whether it's a long one or a short one, but it does come down to personal preference. I think, as Martin said, you need some kind of minimal amount of protection for these gnarly trails, but then it depends if you got a shorter race, a longer race, a technical one versus a non-technical one. Yeah.
And here we are traveling all the way to Katoomba in the Blue Mountains of Australia, UTA by UTMB, the Oceania major, where Kasia Dąbrowska managed to pull away with the win on the 100K. She was so stoked, so emotional. I was actually emceeing on the line, and we saw her being so happy. We ended up having, a finish line interview, and she was so grateful to be there for everything and had such a good performance. Today's a different story, but it's going to teach her very different things. Grit, determination, pushing the boundaries, and hopefully she can bring that home, process it, and then put it in application for the upcoming UTMB Mont-Blanc at the end of August.
Yep. So I've just looked it up. I wasn't too far off. The shoe that I wear has a 6 millimeter.
There we go.
Toe drop. So not too
Happy
bad.
middle.
I was in my range. Yeah, but whatever works for you. My partner runs in extremely flat shoes without much protection. I am the opposite, and we will wear that running on the same trails. So, whatever works.
Yeah.
That's kind of the main answer for a lot of what we're talking about today. There's so much variation. There's so many different fads that come in, and often if you're someone who is in the trail running, the ultra running space, and you're looking at what the elites are doing, you think, well, if it works for them, it'll work for me. And that's just not the case. It's not the case for gear. It's not the case for training. So
it's for nutrition. It's not the case for pretty much everything.
Exactly.
And so, you're going to ask a question. We're going to be blabbing for half an hour, and then we'll be like, long story short, whatever works for you. So, yeah, we should make T-shirts.
We should make T-shirts. But it's good because, Martin and I will also have different views depending on what questions you guys ask. We've got different experiences between us, and sometimes there are variations in the answers depending on whether we're looking at things from a male or female perspective. So keep the questions coming. We want to keep you guys interested and entertained as we are following the top women in this 100-mile race at Val d'Orient by UTMB.
And there we go. We've just broken the 25th hour of racing. And Aurora Sio on her way down to RTS. And as much as we thought she was creeping up a little bit on Kasia, it is not the case. Steph, you had the split at the Mont-Romier aid station. It was still 105.
Yeah.
They're just moving at about a similar pace, and now we're apart.
Yep. And now we actually have the phonetic spelling of how to say warrior in Polish. So wojowniczka. Wojowniczka.
Yeah.
How are we doing? Wojowniczka. This is a real learning lesson for us. Thank you for helping us out. We've got another question in the chat. Is there a reason why most top runners only do 3 or 4 major runs per year? Yes. So
there's an excellent reason, and I want to top that by doing maybe 2 or 3 as opposed to 3 or 4.
Yeah.
If by major run you mean 100 plus races.
And that is recovery time. So even if you feel good after a 100K, 100-mile race, even if you're able to start running again a week later, 2 weeks later, there are so many different things going on with your body, with your muscles, with your tissues, with inflammation that you actually need. You can start training again, but you actually need a lot more recovery time to allow those adaptations to happen than you think that you do. I have my own nutritionist constantly reminding me of that because I've been so excited to get back to racing since having a baby that I've had 6 races of 100K or 100-mile plus over the last year, which is a fair amount. But with the caveat that I haven't. They aren't all A races. They weren't even all B races. I jumped into the Hong Kong 100 2 weeks before because I had an invite and I love that race. And so I went in using it as a training race for my other races. But for these top athletes, having 2 or 3 big races, it's a lot. It's a lot. And if you really want to have an A race, then maybe even just one leading up to an A race and doing some shorter stuff is a good way to go.
Yeah, and again, as much as now, trail running starting to have like a few years of competing at high level and professional level, we still see the top times like being broken, records being lowered, meaning that we're still haven't hit nowhere near like the pinnacle of ultra running. We're still figuring out a lot of things, whether it's gear, nutrition, training, and all that. So our understanding of everything is still limited in comparison, for example, to road marathons that have been occurring for so many years, been studied. And when you see that the world-class athletes have 1, possibly 2 marathons per year, and that's it.
Yep.
And we're talking 2 hours of full throttle effort. Here, this is 4 marathons back to back with 10,000 meters of elevation gain, where, they are still trying to go as fast as they can.
Very true.
And all of a sudden, common sense doesn't hit when people be like, oh, I'm feeling good. I have done a miler last month, but I think I can do another one and race that one again. I'm like, hello? Hello? Anybody home?
It's so easy to trick yourself. I got into that trap when early in my running days, I remember I jumped into a local 50K race. I won it and I thought, this is awesome. And so I jumped into a 50K race the next weekend. And guess what? I got a pelvic stress fracture because my body, despite what I thought it was telling me, it was obviously not ready. And it takes weeks and really months to come fully back from a race like this. So recovery, active recovery is a big part of what plays into professional athletes and any athlete's race schedule. Frankly, it should.
And the thing is, like, some people would be like arguing against it. Like, hold on a second, because when you're super fit, like some top athletes, they do 200-mile back-to-back. Like we've seen athletes do Western States and Hard Rock, or some very few athletes done Western States, Hard Rock, and UTMB. But then what happens the next season or 2 seasons after? They're gone.
Yeah.
Burnt out, because that is just too much to ask for the body. And sure, there are exceptions that confirm the rule that you want to have. And it's interesting because I've heard some top athletes say, like, I don't care. Like, I want to, if I can shine for 2 seasons and get the best out of it and then crash afterwards, I don't care. Because I would have had 2 stellar seasons and then screw that. Then after I can retire, I don't care. And which is fine. This is a personal decision and I totally respect it. But then thinking that it's like, hey, I'm doing this. I'm running like 100-mile week, back to back to back with lots of elevation, and then I'm racing 200-300 miler per year. A bit of slippage here.
She saved the fall.
Yeah.
She's gotten the master class from Sarah Alonso on how to fall and recover well.
and so yeah, like I don't mind having athletes do that, but then advocating for like, oh yeah, no, this is fun, you can do it. I'm like, not really.
Well, I mean, and to your point, about longevity, your partner, Ruth Croft, when she won UTMB last year, I believe she said in her post-race interview, this was 10 years in the making.
Mm-hmm.
This was clearly a build-up, and you can only do that through racing, but recovering. That's something I've been quite privileged to be able to have almost 20 years in the sport and still being able to get on the podium. And I do that because, well, I do try to recover, but I'm still learning. And we'll be off to a break. Be back with you shortly.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
So nice.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go. So we had a bit of a... Oh, man, that was the peak of excitement of the last hour. We had a near crash, a slow-mo little hand on the ground and back up, dusting off the hand and back into running.
Thank you for keeping things interesting. We are continuing to follow the top two women in Val d'Aran by UTMB, the 100-mile event. We are 25 hours into this race, and thank you. We have more questions in the chat. We are here to shoot the shit, as they say. Why do long races start in the afternoon, not the early morning? Look, it depends. Thank you. It's like the best podcast to have you guys on the background on all day. Thank you. So why do some of these long races start in the afternoon, not the early morning? It really depends. So what the races try to do is estimate when are we going to have the top finishers come in? So how can we broadcast their finish? How can we make sure that there's a good reception for them, that people are around? So often races will kind of work backwards from when the estimated male and men's and women's time are for coming in. So, if we think about the fact that Gabriel Santos Rueda finished in, 21 and a half hours. If the race started at 6 a.m., then he would be finishing, early in the morning before anyone is up.
Yeah, which would be a shame.
So having the race start in the afternoon ensures that, it's middle of the day. There's lots of attention. There's lots of crowds to cheer him in. It's hard to kind of get this right between the men and the women and their finishes. But that often is what will dictate having an afternoon start. Other races that we've seen, like Trans-Gran Canaria, for example, starts at midnight. TDS starts close to midnight as well. And those are all based on predicted finishing times for the men and the women to ensure that we've got full coverage. Sometimes as well, it also depends on what kind of terrain you're going over. If there's terrain that maybe isn't the most interesting, maybe isn't the nicest to look at or to run over, put it in the night section so that you save the beautiful parts of the course for the day. I think in a way, Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB, I found that a little bit. It started, it was a bit of a strange time. I think it was kind of like mid-morning, I believe that it started. Yep. And it's because we had these beautiful images at the first few hours of the race. Maybe it was in the afternoon. Anyway, we had beautiful images, beautiful scenery to run through. The night section wasn't as interesting, and I was quite grateful as the runner that I was doing those sections at night. And I had, all of the nice images during the day. So a variety of different factors will come into play.
And for faster races like Western States, for example, knowing that the top runners, men and women, can run in men sub 14 and women sub 4:15. What?
It was 15:30.
Yeah, 15:30. You're like, okay, if you start super early, you're gonna finish still during the evening in daylight.
Yeah.
So being able to pack everything, at least for elite athletes, without spending a night out is also the choice of certain race directors. So there's many different motivations. Sometimes it is indeed for the live broadcast. Sometimes it is for logistical reasons. Sometimes it's for because the course, sections of the course are not as interesting. There's so many different reasons for it.
Now, please someone explain. We keep getting some Hulk Hogan gifts in the chat. I would love to understand the background to this, but if this
they want to see guns.
Yeah, let's
Wow,
go.
I got nothing.
Come on.
Remember, we're runners. Chicken wings is what we get.
Knots on cotton, as my partner would say. Knots on cotton. I call them my chicken wings. But we are... Yeah, just so privileged to be here with you with these images of this beautiful course, Val d'Aran by UTMB. We have been covering the 50K, the 100K, and the 100-mile races over these last few days. With the 50K on Thursday, Sarah Alonso won in 6 hours and 20 minutes. Sarah, just a fan favorite coming in. And she really underplayed her preparation for this race. But ultimately, coming into the lead a couple hours in and then absolutely dominating. We are getting now a recap of that 50K race. I think the production team was reading my mind. So in the 50K, like we said, Sarah Alonso said she wasn't sure that she was ready, for fitness-wise for what was required of her, but wanted to make a push a couple hours in, and she did, coming into the lead with Juana Madalena Amaray and Nuria Gil Caplera. Coming in behind her, and there we see her first fall. Now, Sarah had 2 falls across this course, but really was able to save her knees on the first one, and on the second one, she went down on all fours.
Full face plant.
Full face plant, rolled onto her back, finished with mud on her front. It was really quite impressive, but it didn't slow her down one bit.
Yep, and in the men's race, early on, we had a battle here on your screen between
Robert
Kemoy, indeed, and Anthony Felbert from Chamonix. And then eventually, just before they got to the RTS aid station, actually, Robert took a bad fall and he was on the ground and eventually had to withdraw. So it was probably a pretty bad fall. And so then we had runners coming from the back like Gianluca Giano, and eventually another Italian came and ended up in first position, Luca Del Pero. Excellent race management, stayed hidden for the first part, but here is on your screen and eventually managed to pull away the win. Sarah Alonso was being told at this very aid station by her dad, "She's creeping up on you. You need to get going." And so she was out of there in no time. While there was a little bit of confusion.
And that's really what you want. You want someone giving you that intel, making sure that, you don't get too comfortable if you are in the lead. And then we saw Luca Del Pero really making it look way too easy as he was coming into the finish in 5 hours, 23 minutes. Luca was 7th at OCC last year. He had been dealing with a couple of injuries, so had been coming into this race only with 2.5 months of running. So he was in his kind of pre-race interviews and social media. He said it was going to be long for him given the training that he had done. So it was a question for him, but he liked the mountains and was looking forward to the day. And it certainly panned out. I think probably maybe even better than he expected. But as a versatile athlete, he climbs well, he descends well, and it certainly showed off. Then following him, as we saw coming through, was Gianluca Giano in second, Anthony Felbert in third. Anthony was also sidelined with injuries for most of last year, so had to really kind of revamp his training to be able to come back strong. And there we have Sarah Alonso, excited to finish. She said it was the hardest race of her life, which I was surprised about because she did so well.
And here, Joanna coming into the finish line. You could see that she had dug really deep in that last descent. And then Nuria Gil, all smiles, coming into the finish, back from having a little baby.
Yay.
And we are getting into RTS with Aura. Second woman, probably 5 minutes away from the RTS aid station.
And that would track in terms of the splits because we had Kasia Dombrowska come through RTS at 4:22 local time, and it is 5:21 local time. So again, we've been seeing like an hour and 5 minute split between them, and it's continuing to hold. That is why. Thank you. I was wondering what the Hulk Hogan reference was. Participating in the chat, of course, it is 4th of July, so the Americans are out in full force.
Yeah, it took us long enough.
Yeah, well, I'm Canadian, and we had Canada Day on July 1st.
There you go.
Yeah.
What do you celebrate?
Maple syrup?
Could do.
Is there a French day? I should know.
There's Bastille Day.
Oh, of course. Everything shuts down for Bastille Day. That's July 14th?
14th.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
All of France goes on holiday for most of August, so... Okay, having a bit of conversation back and forth. Aurora is continuing to push on. Very impressed with this athlete at 47 years old. Former smoker, now just a badass professional athlete. Running for craft. Go onto the UTMB website and look at the map profile, you can actually see how the runner speeds, how their speed changes throughout the course. Really normally tracking, not just with the terrain, but with how they're feeling.
And and on that tracking, somebody just put a side-by-side comparison of Germain Grangier's paces and Sagarueda, and all the splits, like Saga's a lot faster.
Wow.
So
Interesting.
first split, 9:99 for Germain, 10:93 for Saga. Second one, I'm talking about kilometer per hour, like the pace.
Okay.
And then 6:92 versus 7:93. 5:25 versus 6:68. So every single split is faster. 6:14 kilometer per hour, 7.3 kilometer per hour. So comparing like full course with full course. So the last time it was ran, it was 2022. And I actually don't. Oh yeah, we had it. We had it somewhere. Germain's time, it was like 23. 23:25.
Okay.
Scrolling back. 23:24:54, and the winning time today was 21:32.
Wow.
Almost 2 hours faster.
Wow.
And we're not talking about some random average Joe.
Yeah.
We're talking about Germain Grangier.
Yeah. Now, what is interesting, talking about speed, we've been seeing Kasia Dabrowska, really struggling. But just to give a sense of how she's doing relative to the whole rest of the field, if you look at, so if you go on the profile map, you can look at speed. You can also look at ranking. And, we've seen this throughout the day. She started a little bit further back in the field, close to around 40th. She's continually climbed up in the field, had a little bit of a wobble back when she got down to 17th and then back up to 19th. But she's now sitting in 14th place. So, while it might look like she's struggling herself, relative to the rest of the field, she's struggling less.
Yeah, or like
performing well.
Yeah,
performing
exactly.
better.
It seems to be a suffer fest for everybody around her.
Yeah. And I think it's really helpful to put that in context because, we can't often, when you're following the top women, there's not always a lot of men around them. And I feel this myself when I'm racing, and I think I'm doing just shit. But then I actually realized that people have been dropping out.
Yep.
People have been slowing down. I pass people at checkpoints I don't realize I'm passing, and I'm either maintaining my place or I'm continuing to climb up even when I feel like I'm going backwards. So just good to recognize that she's still running in the top 20 overall. Incredibly impressive. Aurora CO is running in 26th overall. So, only 12 people in between them, 10 people in between them. And now that's Aurora coming into this artiste aid station. We'll see if she has aid
gained
there.
less ground.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems as much as, they are amongst the men's field, it feels like they're still time trailing this whole back end of the course. If we've had them on images and there's no one around.
Yeah.
So you're just on your own, trying to find your own pace.
It's so tough. And what's interesting? I think the 100-kilometer race was so popular. If you get a direct entry to UTMB, which the top 10 men and women do, I believe you were allowed to switch distances, either move up or move down, unless you get a spot as a result of being an age division winner.
I thought you could move down, but maybe not up.
Not up. That could be the case. Let's fact check ourselves.
And I'm not sure if that was even an official rule. That was more like, if you reach out to the athlete.
No, I think I've seen it written somewhere.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, things have evolved a lot in the past few years. Let's see if we can hear something here. Oh la la.
Y eso tuve que abrirlo porque tengo un dolor de las costillas, de los golpes. No, pero eso. Mira, eso está esa, la gorda. Y ampolla que tenía. Sí, y hay otras no se me ampollas.
So it looks like there are a few blisters going on that are going to be taken care of. At this point, might as well take the time to look after your feet.
So she's calm, she's collected,
Ooh,
she's fairly with it.
And
she's able to speak coherent sentences.
Yep.
Okay, so here we go. From the qualification regulations, any runner can request a category change. One category up or one category down.
Up or down. All right. All right. Ooh, you.
But it is a request. It's not automatic, so you are right. Yeah.
So if you ask and you are denied that request, you cannot complain, especially if you're French. We do it well. But it is only a request, not a given.
And again, if you're an age group qualifier, then you are stuck with the distance that you qualified in.
Right.
Yeah.
So best if you want to race a certain distance on the UTMB World Series final and you feel like you could get a spot via the top 3 or top 10 at major races, might as well choose the corresponding distance.
Yep.
This way you have a guaranteed entry.
And I love this time of year as we get closer and closer to the UTMB World Series finals. If you are in the area, if you are in the Chamonix area, which is where I call home, you start to see more and more faces doing their recce's, hanging out in Chamonix Valley. All of the pros, all of the elites, they kind of want to stay off the radar. They don't really necessarily want to know. They want people to know that they're there or where they're training, and they, of course, don't want to be bombarded when they are starting to get pretty serious about their training. But I just love being a bit of a fly on the wall sometimes. I don't say anything, but I see the runners go past on the trails, and it gives me that little signal that UTMB is coming.
Oh yeah, I think the whole valley has realized that now. Pretty much every single brand has a chalet for athletes to come and train on the course, hang out in Cham, and it was interesting to hear even locals, like in April, they're starting to see trail runners out on the trails. Like, what are you doing here?
Well, I rent out my old place in the middle of Chamonix, and it's already rented out for UTMB next year.
Next year?
Next year. So get in early. Get in early.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to have to be someone with an injury deferral or something, because how do you know that you're going to be racing UTMB next year? Unless, of course, you are one of the lucky ones to have a direct entry.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, all the ones who they know they already have qualified, you're like, yeah, sure, might as well come in early, make sure it's secured accommodation, and wow, this is crazy. So we saw a black toenail. I don't know if it was black before the race from previous training or racing. Sometimes those stay for a month.
Yep.
Or if that was actually from the race, and if it was from the race, it's like, ouch. You almost want to pop it because the pressure from that blister under your toenail is just so painful. Then you just want to...
That's one of the most satisfying things, is sticking a needle underneath a black toenail. Apologies for the more sensitive listeners. But, if you are a trail runner, this is...
if you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
So, yeah, both feet are being looked after. Change your socks, applying anti-chafing cream, fresh socks, back in the shoe. Yeah, there was something in the shoe. And as they say every year at the start of Western States, they say it's not the mountain that you have to climb, but it's a pebble in your shoe that will cause you the biggest trouble. So look after yourself and make wise decisions when they matter most.
So, yeah, we've had some questions in the chat about expected finishing times. You can actually get not just the expected times that the runners are going to be coming through into the next aid station, but if you click on their name, that gives you a chance to look at their whole profile. It will give you all of the times that they've passed through each of the different aid stations, but also the expected times that they will be coming in all of the remaining aid stations. Now, of course, it's an estimation, but it does mean that in about 2 hours, we should hopefully be seeing Kasia finishing this race. Now, question is, can she outrun the algorithm? Will she speed up? I don't know. Let us know in the chat, but we are looking at a finishing time of around 7:30, 7:35 local time. Now, if we switch back over to Aurora Sio, who we currently have on the screen, her expected finishing time is at 9 p.m. So the algorithm is expecting that the gap is going to widen between them, which is interesting.
I mean, now we are 7 minutes into the aid station stop. It was 8.5 for Karolina, so pretty similar stops because she's still missing a sock in her shoe, so it will take at least 1.5 minutes to put that back on.
Yep.
And seeing the painful grin that she showed when the sock was taken off, putting the sock back on might be a bit of a challenge as well. Like, I don't think they're worried about the clock at all.
No.
Like, they're doing whatever needs to be done. Oh, yeah.
They've got time.
Which gonna be See, told you that was going to be a challenge. She's like, oh, hang on a sec, I might do it myself here. Yeah, stretch that one. Make sure the toes don't get caught in it. And the things we do in ultra running.
Questioning life choices. If you are just joining us, we are commentating on the 100-mile race at Val d'Orient by UTMB. We have had our top 10 men come through. Now 12 have finished, but the top 10 men that have come through will be getting a direct entry to UTMB, the World Series finals for 2027. Many of those runners will already have secured entry to come to UTMB and compete next month. This is seems to be a good training ground, a warm-up ground for a lot of the runners before they head to Chamonix Valley. And on the podium, we had Santos Gabriel Rueda from Argentina, followed by Teo Soriano from France, and then Delby Villa Gorgora from French Polynesia, named Ato or Warrior by Tunisian media. So I think we saw a bit of what we'd expect in terms of nationality spread. I would have maybe expected to see a few more Spanish runners finish in the top 10, but we've got Spain, France, and then Argentina and French Polynesia to keep things interesting. One Belgian.
And look at where the tape's going. Like,
oh yeah, we're back.
Probably like chafing from the bra.
Yeah.
You want to protect all these areas that can chafe. Because, man, once it starts chafing and it still rubs on it, the pain. It's just like really unnecessary pain. So if you can avoid that, and I think it's very smart, you put tape over it, it keeps it secure.
Yeah, Aurora is using Kinesio tape there. That's the best tape to help prevent chafing because it's so flexible. It stays on through sweat. I use it all the time, even just on training runs. I have to tape up, underneath my my sports bra and around my neck, and you can see she's doing a bit of the same there. Also, a bit of anti-chafing lube.
Oh wow!
Oh, she has got bad chafing on her side, on her back.
Wait, is that a bruise?
I think it's chafing from her pack.
Gosh.
Yeah. And chafing is the kind of thing that it doesn't stop your race, but it can be so painful, especially when the salt from your sweat gets in it.
Oh.
I mean, it is incredibly uncomfortable and can make for a really miserable run. So now we're getting a bit of a glimpse behind the curtain of what Aurora has been running through.
And it's already 11 minutes elapsed.
Yeah. She is. And as we are watching her here, we can expect that Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland will be coming through the next aid station, maybe in under 10 minutes. She is heading up the climb. This will be kind of the last checkpoint that she'll hit before hitting the timing point on the top of the climb and then heading towards the descent. So really just needing to hold it together for that final climb. Aurora here making final preparations as she aims to get out of this aid station now at 12 minutes into her stop. Kesha had about 8-9 minutes there. Overall, in the course, we had 724 starters. 287 have pulled out so far, and only 12 have finished by this point. There is a 48-hour cutoff, so there will be runners going through until 4 p.m. tomorrow. So this race really is only halfway through. You can see still quite an empty aid station. Aurora, as we were mentioning, is 23rd overall. I think she's moved up. I think she was before 26th overall. I think she might have moved up. Yep. Oh,
sorry, I was muted.
That is not correct on the live UTMB
and I'm
site.
glad we have images of her to confirm that it is not true, that she is not withdrawn.
Not withdrawn.
Man,
so
the more we go into that live broadcast, the more LiveTrail is throwing freaking curveball at us and just like keeping us on our toes. But we've had this full broadcast of Aurora's pit stop taking her time, like, so full change of socks, reapplied anti-chafing cream on both feet, kept the same shoes, a lot of eating, a lot of drinking, a lot of conversation with her crew, and she is, I mean, this is the last time she'll be seeing her crew. After that, it is up and over, last 15 Ks of the race, a pretty brutal climb. I mean, first 4 Ks on the flat, brutal climb up in 2 steep sections and a flatter section in the middle, and then all the way down into the finish line in Vieja. And I think once we are done with this aid station, there you go, she leaves the RTS with a smile on her face, even jogging up the hill. She knows that this is the last stretch, and she's living with high spirits. And we might be following her a little bit here on the dirt track with our mountain biker here on your screen. And after that, we might take a little break before we can catch images of Kesha Dąbrowska in the last descent. So let's see how Aroa Sio is moving after sitting for what was about 12-13 minutes at the aid station, and if the anti-chafing cream and a new pair of socks is...
She will be flying now.
Making wonders and fly over. So we're aiming at her shadow right now, which also works. But if we can readjust a little bit the aiming of that camera. All right, we're seeing legs, we're seeing a body. And soon enough...
That's all we need to see.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Here we go. Transitioning back onto... is that the summit? No.
Now, soon we will be actually seeing a broadcast of the short film Extraordinary Humans of the 2025 edition of Val d'Aran, which should be really interesting, covering some of the maybe lesser known but incredible runners that were participating in this race last year. So stay with us and relive these moments of the 2025 edition, covering much more extreme conditions than what we are seeing this year, and some moments of drama.
Yeah, and also featuring some of our top athletes, including Alexon Baca, Ines Astrain, Christian Allen, and cycling legend, and I want to say also running legend, Roberto Heras. He's done a few trail races, and he's definitely done well. He is Miguel's brother, Miguel Heras, that we've seen time and time again. So a really cool documentary on Val d'Aran 2025. Ladies and gentlemen,
UTMB World
it's
Series
for you.
major. Through stunning mountains and beautiful villages, this 5th edition draws over 6,000 runners from 83 nations to explore this unique and wild territory.
Benvingudi en terra Val d'Aran, demorats que vos passegats bé d'amb nosati.
我也觉得，因为它非常的陡。
J'espère que c'est pas raide comme ça jusqu'au sommet.
Started to make a power hike.
It was beautiful. I did look around a little bit.
I can definitely understand the situation. I am actually terrified of lightning.
La meteorologia presenta unes condicions més severes.
Just to focus forward.
Buenos días, soy Xavier Pocino, director de la HOKA Val d'Aran by UTMB. Val d'Aran es un pequeño valle del Pirineo Atlántico que tiene más del 30% de sus montañas por sobre de los 2.000 metros. Vivimos 10.000 araneses y tenemos una cultura y un idioma propio. Este año, más de 6.000 corredores nos van a acompañar surcando las montañas de la Val d'Aran. Tenemos un menú muy variado de distancias y carreras, desde una 10K el miércoles, una 50K la PDA el jueves, una 100K el viernes, la CDH, la estrella, que es la VDA de 100 millas, 162 kilómetros el viernes. El sábado tenemos el Trail Festival Vaqueira Beret con una carrera de 15 a 2.000 metros de altura, y ya cerramos el domingo con otra 50K que es la Exp, que sale de aquí de Viella.
The PDA, the 50-kilometer format, attracts international runners. As a UTMB World Series major, the top 10 will get a direct qualification for OCC 2026.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Nordskar. I am a trail runner from Norway, running for HOKA. I am 32 years old and now I'm ready for Val d'Aran.
Soy Inés Astrain, corredora del equipo de HOMA de Trail, y bueno, empecé a correr hace 3 añitos por la montaña y tuve la oportunidad de correr Val d'Aran el año pasado.
Yeah, it's my first time here and I'm super happy to be here. Just arrived yesterday and the first views looks amazing, so I'm excited for tomorrow. It's a good race to do before my next goal, which will be a CCC.
Y hacer aquí una victoria fue, aparte de que creo que ha sido uno de los mejores eventos deportivos que he tenido a nivel profesional, pues para mí fue un chute de motivación de saber que podía estar ahí en una mayor europea de UTMB y hacer victoria. Mi frase de Val d'Aran es que es la pequeña Suiza española, porque bueno, el entorno de Pirineos es súper bonito, pero luego los pueblos de aquí de la zona están súper cuidados, con flores, las iglesias son súper bonitas, entonces son como pueblos con encanto por todo el valle.
Hi, my name is Allison Baca. I'm 35 years old from Colorado in the United States. I run for HOKA, and probably my best result to date has been the 100K at Val d'Aran last year. I won the race, and I also won Desert Rats 50K this year, which is a UTMB World Series race. So I'm back here this year. I'm planning to run the 50K, the PDA race tomorrow, and also the 30K race on Sunday.
Hay mucho nivel y bueno, son corredoras que conozco porque he corrido con ellas tanto a nivel nacional como internacional. Sé que el nivel está muy alto, pero bueno, también sé que todas ya hemos corrido mucho a estas alturas de la temporada y bueno, pues al final hay que salir, correr y llegar a meta. Entonces, a ver qué pasa.
On the men's side too, the PDA race draws some great runners.
I am Daniel Sanz, a runner trail running from Spain, from Adidas Terrex, 27 years old. It's my first time here in Val d'Aran, but I ran like a lot of races before, and this year I finished 5th in Tarawera. The level is, I think, is so high. I think, yeah, Andreu Simon, also Christian Allen, Nadir Maguet. I think the level will be so high. But yeah, I think there are like 10 to 15 athletes for do like good race, and we will see.
My name is Andreu Simon. I'm from ASICS Trail Team. 1 month ago, I was running in Mozart Ultra Trail by UTMB. It's so close to Val d'Aran, but I really like the race. I train sometimes here, and for the reason I came again to run Val d'Aran by UTMB. This year I changed my distance. Last year I ran 100K. This year I will run a 50K race.
我叫姚妙，今年27岁，来自中国和萨洛蒙战队。我的最好成绩是2018年 CCC 和2024年 OCC 的冠军。 因为这场比赛其实它在我1年的这个计划当中，我每年也需要跑一场北 UTMB 系列赛的这么一个分站赛，所以我来参加了这一场。一个呢是因为它在欧洲，然后跟我接下来要参加的比赛的赛道很相近。
Here we go. Let's get ready.
Definitely the start list for the 50K tomorrow is stacked. I mean, we have last year's OCC winner on the start list, which is amazing. And I mean, part of the reason I'm here is for the high level of competition. I would definitely want to be able to show up tomorrow morning 100% of the start line and just give myself the best shot of, going for the win.
At the start of the race in Salardou, the tension is rising. From the very first meters, the runners set off at a strong pace.
Bonjour, je suis Nadir Maguet, je viens de l'Italie et je cours pour le team La Sportiva. Et mon meilleur résultat, c'est sur un record que j'ai essayé à faire, le record du Cervin de Kilian. Pour 5 minutes, je ne suis pas arrivé à le faire, mais on retournerait. Pour moi, c'est la première fois là en Val d'Aran sur cette course, la 50 km. J'ai vu dans les années passées un peu des vidéos que c'est une super belle course, technique en montagne comme j'aime moi. Arriver en course comme favori, c'est jamais trop facile parce qu'après, il y a beaucoup de personnes qui pensent qu'on va toujours fort, mais le sport, c'est pas ça. Donc, j'ai appris dans les années, avec un peu d'expérience, à gérer un peu la pression.
My name's Christian Allen. I'm here at the Val d'Aran UTMB race, and I run for Nike Trail. Kind of decided last minute to kind of add this to my schedule, and Val d'Aran has been very welcoming, which has been really fun, and they've allowed me to come out here and give me an entry into the race. And so me and my father came out. We got here pretty late last night, so got a little run in to shake out the legs this morning and looking forward to tomorrow's event. But really wanted to come out here. I heard it was going to be a real special event because there's a lot of amazing European athletes out here, and wanted to see how I would test against them and hopefully qualify for OCC and go from there.
Miao Yao and Sylvia Nordskar waste no time to take control of the women's race as they head to the first climb of the course.
Bon dia, soc el Ferran Calvet, el director tècnic de Val d'Aran by UTMB. La PDA, la cursa de Val d'Aran by UTMB de 55 quilòmetres, és una cursa que comença al municipi de Salardou i acaba a la localitat de Viella. Es diu Peades d'aigua perquè realment passarà i transcorre pel que és un circ lacustre i el circ lacustre més gran dels Pirineus, el circ de Colomers. Només començar a les 7 del dematí, la cursa comença a pujar pel poble de Tredós cap a la zona de Banys de Tredós. A Banys de Tredós, allí els corredors troben un primer avituallament, un avituallament ràpid, encara no porten molts quilòmetres, i a partir d'aquí ja entren al que és la zona perifèrica del Parc Nacional d'Aigüestortes Sant Maurici, i aquí entren ja a tota la zona de llacs de Colomers. El punt més alt de la cursa, el punt més alt de l'esdeveniment, és Coll de Podo. Aquest any tenim la sort que no hi ha neu i, per tant, podrem arribar fins a la Coll de Podo, i a partir d'aquí ja començarem el descens cap al que seria l'avituallament de Colomers. En aquest trajecte haurem passat pel voltant de 25-30 llacs. Vull dir, és d'una bellesa espectacular, és un ambient molt alpí que jo crec que fa les delícies de tots els corredors. A partir d'aquí pugem a un cim emblemàtic, un cim que ens dona una panoràmica a 360 graus de tot el que serien les curses a la Vall d'Aran, que és el Tuc de Salana. Allà al Tuc de Salana sempre hi ha els nostres voluntaris que continuen animant a tots els corredors, tant amb la pujada com després a la baixada. A partir d'aquí ja comença el que podríem dir unes baixades de vertigen fins a arribar a l'avituallament d'Arties. Arties, poble del Naut Aran, que ens acollirà amb tots els seus habitants, amb tots els seus voluntaris, i ens donen una mica la força última, l'energia, l'aliment i l'emoció necessària per afrontar el que seria l'última pujada, l'últim ascens, que ens n'anirà al voltant d'uns 1.200 metres, per després iniciar novament un altre descens vertiginós fins a arribar a la localitat de Viella.
After a strong start, Nadir Maguet and Christian Allen reach Beirins de Taidos with a 20-second lead.
Je m'appelle Pablo Bautista. J'appartiens à la team HOMA d'Espagne. Et ce n'est pas ma première fois ici à la Val d'Aran. Je faisais deux podiums consécutifs à la distance de 30 km. L'année passée, j'ai découvert que la distance longue peut me donner de bons résultats. Je voulais essayer la grande course de la Val d'Aran, que c'est la PDA, et c'est pour ça que j'ai décidé de la prendre. Et avec cette motivation, j'ai décidé de prendre la sortie.
Dámelo, porfa. Gracias. Dale, gas.
Sylvia Nordskar and Miao Yao are neck and neck, nearly 2 minutes ahead of Ikram Rarsala.
Hola, soy Ikram Rarsala, tengo 30 años, soy del Team HOMA y mis mejores resultados en trail running creo que son sexta en C-Gama este año y octava en OCC del año pasado. Es una carrera muy completa, creo que tiene de todo, tiene partes técnicas, partes más correderas. Considero que es una carrera dura porque toca también altitud y me ha encantado correr por aquí porque ha sido mi primera vez. La estrategia para la carrera era llevar mi propio pacing e intentar estar lo más adelante posible. Así lo intenté hacer desde el principio. Ayer, cuando nos llegó el mensaje de que habían cambiado el recorrido,
c'est quelque chose d'inattendu.
I a conseqüència del canvi climàtic, l'increment de les temperatures, cada cop la meteorologia presenta unes condicions més severes. Determinats casos han fet que haguéssim de cancel·lar les curses per la seguretat dels corredors.
I can definitely understand the situation. I am actually terrified of lightning. I prefer to not be on top of a mountain during a lightning storm, so I definitely think it's better for just the safety of everyone, of course.
We'll just change the plan a little bit and the mindset. and I think it's a smart decision from the organizers too.
Cette année, malheureusement, on ne fait pas jusqu'au sommet.
I love the last climb, and when I watch, oh no, it's like only the middle of the climb, and it's okay, but yeah, I prefer the track before.
It's health first, and the runners will understand too.
Sí que arribarem a la zona de l'últim avituallament Santet d'Escunyau i a partir d'allí ja, evitant el cim, iniciarem una diagonal que ens durà pràcticament pel mateix recorregut fins a la localitat de Viella.
Y la verdad que lo agradecí mucho porque sabía que era una parte muy dura.
I was actually a bit less stressed because then I knew it's a little bit lower chance to blow up on that really hard last climb.
Està treballant logística, està treballant tots els equips de voluntaris, estan treballant els equips de muntanya, estan treballant els equips de rescat amb reajustar les seves posicions al canvi de recorreguts.
Con Ferran. Soy el inspector Rafael Moreno, soy el jefe del área básica policial de la Vall d'Aran y de la Alta Ribagorça.
Yo soy Eric Viló y soy el responsable de operaciones del Cuerpo de Bomberos del Valle d'Aran.
Me llamo Salvador Sarrá, soy médico y soy el director médico de UTMB Viella, Valle d'Aran. Nuestro papel de todo el equipo médico en la carrera es muy amplio. La medicina de una carrera tiene dos fases: la seguridad, que yo le llamaría prevención, y la atención médica. La más difícil es la de preparar para bajar el riesgo, para que 7.000 corredores tengan la seguridad más amplia posible.
Con el objeto básicamente de dar una sensación subjetiva de seguridad al propio público, de atender los requerimientos y de estar también un poco controlando lo que es el orden público y la seguridad ciudadana.
Ellos como organización tienen sus equipos de seguridad, pero en el contexto y por el volumen de participantes que tienen las diferentes pruebas, pues lo que hacemos es darles ese soporte para poder actuar en esos incidentes que ellos no pueden asumir como organización.
Nosotros nos preocupamos de su salud y ellos muchas veces se preocupan de la clasificación general, y ahí es donde actuamos de manera preventiva. Están las de el control del corredor que accede a una zona de montaña complicada. Por ejemplo, tenemos todo el recorrido de la zona de Colomés, es una zona de montaña muy bonita, pero muy compleja, en donde el corredor que hay que posiblemente sacar de allí por un problema es muy complicado.
Tenemos una unidad de intervención en montaña que está en lugares que consideramos estratégicos y que son movidos o desplazados por una unidad de un helicóptero, también del cuerpo, que les da una agilidad y una rapidez a la hora de distribuir estos efectivos que estarán en alta montaña.
A l'ES. Per això el que establim és un pla de mobilitat, demanem als corredors que utilitzin els busos llançadora que els transportaran des de Viella o des de les diferents localitats on estiguin allotjats, els transportaran a la sortida.
Intentamos que la carrera afecte lo mínimo posible al tráfico habitual de vehículos por las carreteras que se atraviesan o los municipios.
Per tant, aquests són aspectes ja, a més de tot el que podríem tindre en compte en quant a l'empremta de carboni i les emissions de CO2 de tots aquests transports, és un tema realment logístic i que eviti el col·lapse d'aquests petits municipis. Organitzar una cursa d'aquest tipus o tirar endavant una cursa d'aquest tipus el que et fa és pensar en les il·lusions que estableix la gent. El que volem nosaltres és que els corredors, la gent, siguin feliços disfrutant d'aquell esport que els agrada.
là, j'ai eu la chance d'en profiter un peu aussi pour regarder un peu les lacs et tout, mais pas trop parce que c'est très technique, il faut toujours regarder où mettre les pieds.
At Coy de Podo, Nadir Maguier now has a 1 minute 26-second lead.
The climb to the highest point of the race, I started to make a power hike, and then I saw that I approached to the other runners from the front of me. I accelerate on the technical part to catch them.
今天跑下来，我感觉它整个赛道就是很有特色吧，然后也很难，因为它的整个爬坡跟下降都是非常非常陡的。
It's the first part, super steep and a little rocky, and you have to just have full concentration and trying to keep up the pace.
Pero bueno, tuve algunos problemas en la primera subida, me pegó la altitud un poco fuerte, me notaba torpe y problemas gastrointestinales, y cuando me cogieron otras chicas perdí la tercera posición.
Et là, tout le tour là, jusqu'au deuxième ravito, j'ai trouvé ça vraiment magnifique.
It was a nice section, and you were like running on the side of the mountain, but it felt long. It was long across there.
C'est une vraie course en montagne, technique, sauvage, et là j'ai aimé beaucoup. Ouais.
After a long, steep, and rocky climb, the runners descend towards the second aid station at Colomers.
Esa bajada la pasé muy mal, tuve que cambiar totalmente la estrategia y pensar que era capaz de poder darle la vuelta.
Après le deuxième ravito, j'arrive un peu fatigué musculairement parce que la descente c'est technique, donc il faut travailler beaucoup avec les jambes. Et là, la deuxième montée qui va au truc de Solana, au début, quand tu prends la montée, tu dis j'espère que c'est pas raide comme ça jusqu'au sommet, parce que là, ça brûle tout de suite les jambes. Je dois trouver toujours un peu mon rythme quand je recommence une montée. Et là, d'abord, je l'ai pris pas trop vite. Et j'ai trouvé mon rythme, surtout sur la dernière partie, j'avais des très bonnes sensations.
I studied the profile of the race. I didn't manage to make a recognition of the race. I proposed to start slow, to have enough energy on the second half.
Après le truc de Salana, j'ai commencé la descente, que c'est technique raide. Et après mon saut, ils m'ont dit que j'avais 5 minutes presque sur le deuxième.
Going out from the second aid station, I think it was 40 seconds behind Miao Yao. I saw her in the hill and I knew that I could take in some time in the uphill. And I felt good, but it was a brutal climb. It's so steep.
我也觉得，因为它非常的陡，就是跑起来，很难，就是你很难跑出这个速度感来。
And I could see Miao Yao the whole way, and we got to the top, and it was beautiful. I did look around a little bit before we started to descend. It reminded me actually a little bit of one of the sections in Segama. It's the same, like very steep and a little rocky, and you have to just have full concentration downhill. I think I ran okay, but I know that I have a lot to improve in the steep downhills.
Desde el principio, por los tiempos que me daban, sabía que no alcanzar la primera o segunda posición estaba muy difícil.
On the downhill from the highest point, I saw that Christian Allen has some problem because I knew that he and Nadir Maguier started faster than us. I passed him. I was motivated to maintain my position.
Il y a tout une partie très rapide sur un chemin un peu à plat. Très joli parce que tu passes aussi dans deux petits tunnels. Quand tu entres dedans, la lumière, il n'y a pas, donc tu vois rien. Et je courais avec la tête en bas parce que j'avais peur de toucher la tête.
I was happy when I got down to the more runnable sections and I could kind of let my legs go and get in the flow. And also got a camera runner with me, which was motivating to have there. It was a nice section and you were like running on the side of the mountain, but it felt long. So yeah, it's just in full focus and trying to keep up the pace.
I prefer the flat part. I saw that from 29 kilometers it's more flat zone than the first part.
J'avais un bon avance, donc j'ai pris mon rythme, j'ai pas forcé parce que je suis pas trop fort dans les parties très roulantes. Comme ça, j'ai dit je vais gérer un peu là la descente pour avoir un peu d'énergie sur la dernière montée.
Soy Roberto Eras, tengo 51 años, soy exciclista profesional, fui ciclista durante 12 años Es porque me gusta mucho, la montaña siempre me ha gustado mucho. Cuando corría en bicicleta, la pretemporada la pasaba haciendo montaña, trekking. Quería practicar el trail running, no a modo competitivo, con un objetivo, sino disfrutar de la montaña, que durante mi carrera profesional no pude hacerlo obviamente, ¿no? por trabajo, ¿no? Y ahora que puedo hacerlo, estoy disfrutando mucho de una pasión que es la montaña. Hago una carrera, competición hago, pero básicamente es lúdico y disfrutar del trail, que lo más importante para mí es estar en la montaña y disfrutar de la montaña. La capacidad de mantener un esfuerzo durante mucho tiempo, un esfuerzo prolongado durante muchas horas. Eso es lo más parecido que tiene el trail con respecto al ciclismo, ¿no? Quizás el trail muscularmente es más exigente, porque en las bajadas hay un excéntrico, es un trabajo muscular más importante, pero a nivel metabólico, a nivel de esfuerzo, es muy parecido, el esfuerzo en muchas horas a alta intensidad, ¿no? Hace 12 años que hago trail running. Al principio tuve muchas lesiones, cuesta adaptarse, en ciclismo no hay ese impacto, no tienes la musculatura adaptada y al principio tuve lesiones. No he hecho ultradistancia tampoco, he hecho 100 kilómetros CCC el año que más, o sea, tampoco he sido de hacer mucha ultradistancia y también eso ha ayudado a que tenga menos lesiones.
Reaching Artesia, Nadir Maguet is still cruising at the front of the race, holding a solid 4-minute advantage.
Ma copine qui à la maison regardait le live et en plus un ami sur le parcours, il a suivi un peu, il prenait le temps. Comme dans le vélo, non? Tu vois l'info de l'extérieur et ça, je pense que c'est une bonne stratégie aussi pour faire une bonne course. Je regardais un peu les messages de la maison.
I saw that I'm on the third position. The other first two guys are ahead, 3 and 6 minutes. I said to me that I have to maintain this position.
Quand tu es derrière, tu arrives mieux à comprendre combien d'écart tu as. Mais quand tu es devant, si tu ne vois pas, tu ne sais pas si c'est à 1 minute, 2, 5. Donc c'est un peu difficile aussi pour gérer la course. Je savais que j'avais un bon écart et quand je suis arrivé en bas, c'était un peu plus tranquille parce que j'ai dit ok, je dois gérer 4 minutes maintenant et je peux aller à full gas la dernière montée.
Moi, j'ai commencé à courir, ça fait 5 ans. Quand j'ai passé l'américain, je me suis dit, bon, peut-être que c'est le seul jour que tu vas le faire, mais profite le moment et essaye d'arriver tout vite possible.
I didn't get any information backwards. I was only focusing forwards, and I think that's a good strategy for me in general, to never think what's happening back in the race. I think it can hurt you more than it's beneficial, just to focus forward.
Bueno, ¿qué tal el paseo?
Bueno. Hace 2 años la corrí, no pude acabar porque no regulé, o sea, no me dosifiqué bien de cara al final. Yo creo que mañana la carrera lo más importante es llegar a Arties, kilómetro 40, con buenas piernas.
¿Quedas un rato o vas a seguir el partido?
Hay una bajada muy pronunciada de Arties y de Arties a meta hay una subida bastante larga y otra bajada muy pronunciada. Y hace 2 años no dosifiqué bien y penalicé, entonces este año espero poder llegar a Arties en mejor condición para afrontar la última subida.
After a last climb up to Saint-Escunot, Nadir Maguet is now heading to the finish line in Vieja.
Quand j'ai commencé la dernière descente, j'ai appelé à la maison pour dire voilà, c'est fait. C'était un truc pour transmettre aussi l'émotion avec des autres personnes. Alors là, dans la course, vu qu'à la maison, ils m'ont regardé tout le long du live, arriver à la fin et dire allez, on a réussi ça, c'est joli. Ma copine m'a dit tu as 7 minutes maintenant avant la dernière descente. Donc là, j'ai dit bon, c'est fait. Tu dois seulement pas tomber ou prendre des crampes. Mais bon, après toute la course qu'on a gérée bien, c'était une manière pour remercier aussi à la maison de la course. Ouais.
Nadir Meguet takes the win in 4 hours, 52 minutes and 6 seconds.
Le changement de la fin de la course, je l'ai reçu avec très gratitude parce que je connaissais la montée et je savais que c'était très dur, surtout la dernière partie.
I was thinking that it's just downhill to the finish from 46 kilometers, so the last 5 kilometers, but there are just 3 kilometers downhill, then are some short uphill, but they are very hard. The last 2 kilometers are very tough downhill.
Après la piste, j'avais de la force.
It was on the final climb that Leonard Mitrika gained ground and ended up in second place. After a strong comeback, Pablo Bautista rounds out the men's podium.
Yeah, my husband was there in the aid station and he told me 1:55 now. And I was not surprised. I knew she's a really strong downhill runner. But I knew that it was still a possibility to blow up in the race. It was still one super hard climb left.
我今天的这个计划是在前面30公里，然后跟着第一集团跑，然后选择在后面20公里以后再自己跑，是这么一个训练，这么一个策略。在最后我感觉我能领先，因为可能是因为后面下坡比较多嘛，然后我下坡还可以，所以在后面拉开的时间会稍微多一点。
But today I was actually feeling quite well going uphill. So if we got that other climb, I don't know what would have happened because I think I could have climbed a little bit more. I was a bit conservative with my racing today, but it's always hard to say. I kept on pushing and thought maybe I can see her in this last climb, but I didn't.
PDA champion,
Maintaining her lead, Miao Yao claims the victory in 5 hours, 31 minutes, and 39 seconds. Sylvia Nordskar arrives less than 5 minutes after.
Our two athletes, big smiles, big hugs, two tremendous.
Es verdad que el ir tercera estaba bastante motivada, pero sí tenía referencias de tiempos con respecto a Silvia y sabía que recortar el tiempo que me llevaban era casi imposible, a no ser que a ella le pasara algo. Y tampoco deseo que le pase nada malo a otra persona para yo quedar por delante.
Ikram Rarsala completes the women's podium. Here are the men's top 5. And here are the women's top 5. After a previous failed attempt, Roberto Heras becomes a finisher of the PDA race, like many other happy runners.
The next goal is CCC in the UTMB finals. Now I'm crossing my fingers and super motivated and excited to get in a new big training block, and hopefully my knees will cope this time.
And now I think that this is my best career result. I go to celebrate with my friends.
C'est le jeu, et aujourd'hui c'était comme ça et on a joué tous ensemble.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Y alguien que sabe lo que es correrlo y además de estar presente con Sunto es Ángel. ¿Cómo cambian las cosas de un lado y al otro? ¿A ti también te dan ganas de subir a la montaña a correr?
Total, este año un poquito menos porque tenía el dorsal para la VDA y la verdad es que estaba ahí un poquito preocupado, pero la verdad es que me siento muy afortunado de tener este valle cerquita de casa, de haber tenido la oportunidad de estar aquí este quinto año, el primero desde el otro lado. He echado un poquito de menos el hecho de no tener dorsal, pero la verdad es que el valle es espectacular y es una zona que se conserva muy buena y siempre que se puede venir aquí, aquí estamos.
Para todos aquellos, porque es verdad que aquí estamos como muy rodeados de gente que sabe lo que supone esto, pero para alguien que es absolutamente novel como yo, y ahora vamos a empezar con las chicas, de cuando eches a correr en la montaña, de qué tienes que desprender, que no tenga nada que ver con lo que es correr en asfalto, correr en otro tipo de superficies, que es aquello que hay que dejar atrás, en lo que dices que todo cambia y te hace correr otro. A mí, correr aquí, lo primero que siento es el olor. El olor de estas montañas me hace olvidar todos sus problemas. Todo. Es como llevarte a otro lugar, ¿no? Y te da esa sensación. Que te lleva a otra posición y que nada tiene que ver con lo que hace alguien cuando sale a correr por su ciudad y además cuando Pau y Abel no miras los ritmos tanto, tú no estás pendiente de esas cosas que otros corredores, ¿no? Otro tipo de corredor hace, sino que cambia totalmente la perspectiva como deportistas.
Sí, totalmente. Además, un poco en la línea de lo que decía Inés, la montaña yo creo que es la mejor medicina en general para la vida, para tener calidad de vida y para poder disfrutar del deporte. Por supuesto, el deporte ya es sano como tal, pero aquí en la montaña...
We are back with you live in this 100-mile race at Val d'Aran by UTMB. And we are waiting for the arrival of our winner, our soon-to-be winner, our leading lady, Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland. And we do have some camera runners waiting for Kasia as she comes down. So we will be having images come to you hopefully within the next 15 or 20 minutes. But did want to come on to give an update. It's a bit confusing if you look on the UTMB live site. It says that Aurora Sio has withdrawn, but as far as we know, she has not, because that came up when we were watching her live at the last aid station. She did take a bit of time at the aid station to just work on her chafing, sort out her feet, but she was very much still in the race, very much still in the game. So I think the live site is just playing a few tricks on us, unless something catastrophic has happened off camera over the last 45 minutes, but I highly doubt it. So ignore that. We are working to hopefully get that changed or at least clarified, but just did want to let all of her fans and all of the spectators know that there is still very much a race going on for Aurora.
Yep.
I second all that.
Excellent.
Yeah. So, again, if you've been with us for a while, you know the struggle was real by the end, and the progression was slow, but very much still going for both these women. In first and second, Kasia Dąbrowska was suffering early on from lack of sleep, and she was struggling with that, and she had a bit of nausea, so was trying to handle that as well. But then we saw her eat, we saw her feel a lot better, and eventually moving consistently. So we felt like it was okay, it was an improvement. And when she was in trouble, we thought that Oceania would actually be creeping up and really reducing the gap, but actually both women were moving at about the same pace, and therefore there is still just over an hour between them two.
Yep.
And so, she's gone through.
And
she hasn't.
Got a bit of intel from her partner, Kasia's partner, Maciek, at the last aid station. We knew from the very helpful spectators commenting in the live chat that when she was at the aid station, we saw her listening on her phone. She was getting some advice. It was a pre-recorded message from her nutritionist, but also from her coach, Jack Kunzel. So I didn't actually realize that Katarzyna was coached by Jack Kunzel. Jack himself, an incredible runner, but known for, in his coaching, quite high volume, quite intense workouts. I can say I know he coaches one of my teammates on the North Face team. So, interesting. She's getting a bit of encouragement from both her nutritionist and her coach during the middle of the race. Always helps. Not only can she see her crew, but she can get some expert advice. That is always gives you a bit of a boost and a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, and we're hoping to see Jack at Mont-Blanc 90K, if I remember correctly. And didn't show up.
No.
So hope he's not injured or anything.
Well, Mont Blanc 90K was, it often has hot weather, but it was extremely hot this year, I think taking out quite a few runners who did show up to the start line. But certainly we've been going through a heat wave in Europe, in particular in France, the hottest temperatures since the 1940s. And even though Chamonix is in the mountains, it's not that high altitude.
Yeah, like 1,200 meters.
Tams sits at about 1,000, with the main trails at the top going to about only 2,000. So it helps a little bit.
If you go up to Brevant, you climb 1,400 meters of climbing.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the trails that the yep. Brevant is definitely at 2,500 meters, but both of the kind of
Petit Balcon Nord, Petit Balcon Sud.
Nope, those are even lower. But the traverses, if you go up to Plainprat and then along to Flagère, that's sitting at around 2,000 meters, and same on the other side of the valley at Plaine d'Aiguille over to Montagnard. Also at 2,000 meters. You can go higher. You can go up to Mont Blanc. You can go up to 4, 8, 10. But not super high. So as we're sitting here waiting for our leading women, Kasia Dąbrowska, she has gone through that final checkpoint at the top of the climb and will now be heading down on the descent. Great. We have people in the live chat saying that they are waiting for you, Kasia, at the finish line. This has been such a battle. We are excited.
We are waiting too.
We've got our cowbells. We have all of our energy. Yeah.
It's here.
So find your noisemakers, get a little bit more sugar, because we are keeping the energy up, waiting for our leading woman in this 100-mile race. What a battle it has been. Katarzyna has been leading from the start. Aurora Sio has been following her from the start. And now they are consistently staying about an hour and 5 minutes apart. We're still seeing Salome Crillon from France. In third, there is quite a gap between the leading women, however, so not expecting a change up on that side. It does look like fourth and fifth place are running together, which is quite nice. We had Anastasia, Yanina, and Yukiko Sawada from Japan. They ran through Colomers, the last aid station, together. So kind of nice to see them teaming up. We saw that on the men's side after the night section. When we came back on the live, we had first and second and third running together before Saga Rueda decided to
pull the pin, drop the grenade.
And he took off.
But yeah, Kasia has now gone through the highest point at Tuk Media. 6 minute back. And so she's anticipated to be crossing the finish line in about 50 minutes. So, yeah, there you go. We have an estimated date.
And hopefully some images soon. Now, it is impossible to compare the results this year to the results of last year because last year, due to some of the storms, it was a shortened course. It was only 142 kilometers, so 21 kilometers shorter, and it had less climb. It was 7,250 meters as compared to 10,000 meters that we are seeing this year on the full course. But just to cover all of our bases, last year the winner of the 100-mile race was Arthur Joyeux-Boyon from France in 1625, followed by this year's winner, Santos Gabriel Rueda, in 1653. On the women's side, it was Laura Van Vuren from Belgium in 2026, followed by Yanyan Wu from China in 2038. Now, Yanyan Wu was also meant to be on the start line, but did not actually end up starting this year. So registered for the race, but change of plans.
And I think we have images of the 20K race. We're going to be able to share with you shortly. I think they're putting it together now or gathering them, which is going to be super exciting. We had big names in there, and including men winner Jan Torreya, who is the recent off-road European champ in the Classic, and who managed to finish ahead of Roberto De Lorenzi and Oriol Cadrona, which are two very talented athletes.
Now, across these 3 days in Val d'Aran by UTMB, there are 8 different races, 7,500 runners coming to these small towns, coming to the small town of Vieja to take on the mountains, take on this very technical terrain in the Pyrenees. We've been kind of covering a bit of the stats. 30% of the region is above 2,000 meters. And it's one of the few areas in Spain that has a separate, officially recognized language. So I believe it is on the 50K course, on the PDA course, translated from the local language. It actually means footprints of water. And that is a bit of a nod to the 20 lakes that they pass around the course. I think there are 50 lakes in total in the area that we have been seeing the runners go past in the 100K, 100-mile race course. Just absolutely beautiful. If you've never been to the region, it's a great place to race, not only for the trails, but also for the local food. And it's just quite a relaxed atmosphere. It can be very stressful coming to a race, coming into competition, but it's pretty hard to get stressed when you're surrounded by a bunch of Spanish locals living in a mountain town.
It's pretty chilled indeed. Sorry.
We are working. Come on. I'm going to feed you one of these Mac waffles so that we can keep up our energy here.
I was looking at the start line and the little flags flying, and then the signs were starting to move. I'm like, oh no, I have PTSD from like a few years back when Depa was holding on to the balustrades, trying to make sure they wouldn't fly across the finish when we were welcoming the first women in the 100 mile. That was quite intense. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, your 20K race. So this is Ariel Cardona. Jean Torella was in second place on these images. And look at them move across this field. And Jean Torella being coached by another talented runner, and also, I can say it on the live broadcast, a little bit of a party animal.
Really?
Yep.
You know from experience.
Oh, yeah. He's putting me under the table big time. It's Albert Perez. Great guy, and apparently super talented coach, because obviously he's been helping out this young Spanish runner to get to the top of European champs in mountain running, and with quite unusual training plan. He doesn't race more than 50, 60K a week.
Okay.
Spends, I think, 4 or 5 hours at the gym.
Wow.
And the rest is a lot of biking, road biking. And I was pleased to see that, there's a way to train young guns without doing crazy mileage.
Yep.
And by using smartly cross-training, you can take them to perform against the best.
Yeah, I mean, I have never been a fan of cross-training myself, but I have just bought an indoor bike. I've blown a fuse on my indoor bike, actually, already. But it certainly allows you to give your legs a little bit of a rest while you are still trying to get your heart rate up. Now, wow, we can't actually tell how steep it is there from the drone shot, but just the fact that they were leaning over and pushing on their thighs.
And see, that's the difference now. Jan Torreya is in the lead, and he's still running up that slope. And I believe that is, the results of strength and conditioning in the gym, but also biking gives you so much power for uphill that, you end up running where someone like Oriol Cardona, or who's an Olympian athlete in ski mountaineering. So obviously he's got also an immense amount of power on skis.
Sorry, just look at a sharp intake of breath. Look how fast that they were running. Wow. Wow. So really, we had the winner come in that 20K race in 1 hour, 20 minutes. Now, what was the elevation on that? So it's actually 18 kilometers in total in the 20K category with 900 meters of climb. And he finished in 1 hour 20. That's insane.
That is insane indeed.
And on the women's side, we had the female winner. That was Vivian Bonzi from Italy. Finished in 1 hour, 39 minutes. Also running up this climb where everyone else is walking, including the men.
Pure mountain running style. You do not walk a single step, regardless of how steep the grade is.
Vivian Bonzi.
There you go.
Done. And we are back to the finish line of the 100-mile race at Val d'Orient by UTMB. We are 26 hours and 49 minutes into this race. Again, giving you a bit of a sense of just how tough this 100-miler is, how much tougher this 100-miler is than UTMB, than the finals, this race being a qualifier for the finals. And now we have a bit of a recap of the 100K race, bit of a throwback.
Yeah. And so once again, it was, it looked like it was a race in the pocket for a men's leader.
Julen Calvo Vigara from Spain. He was leading fairly early on and just moving brilliantly.
But eventually got to an aid station where he received assistance from several people, and the rules were super clear. You can only have one person that can help you at aid station. The mistake was not intentional, but it was a mistake nonetheless, and therefore the organization was forced to apply a penalty that was basically an hour that he needed to spend at an aid station before getting back out on the course, which was in RTS. And so obviously losing an hour kind of compromised his chances of winning the race. But as much as it was a tough decision to make, we stand behind it and appreciate that the race directors make the hard decisions to make sure that those races are fair to everyone. And in the women's race, something rather exciting unfolded until we lost sight of what was going on, or if not we, Yao Miao, our uber favorite and absolutely killing it, was leading the charge and absolutely blistering not only through the women's field but also through the overall field until she lost vision, pretty much. It became very blurry, and so this is the moment where Julen was told about the penalty that he was receiving. And so obviously that was a bit devastating. And then later we will see Yao Miao coming into that aid station very much struggling with her vision.
And this is the moment where Julen, even though he's sitting there waiting out his penalty, he still gives a pat on the back to the new race leader, Gauthier Boncader from France, who ended up ultimately winning the race. But it really was at this Artis aid station where it all happened, where we saw the race penalty be given out. We saw Yao Miao taking about 10 minutes to try to deal with her vision. Ultimately didn't end up slowing her down too much. She still finished 8th scratch. She was as high as 6th, 7th scratch at one point in the race. But then we, due to the time penalty that Julen got, then we saw Gauthier Boncader continue to lead, followed by Abel Carretero, and then Mathis Leray coming in third. So 2 Frenchmen in on the podium, on the top 3. It was a Spanish sandwich. Abel Carretero being the meat in the sandwich from Spain.
The tortilla.
Yeah, exactly.
In between 2 French baguettes.
Exactly. But quite an exciting race to follow. And Julen, I have to give it up for him. You know, even just waiting out 1 hour, he stayed in the game, tried to come back and still make the top 5, but he ultimately finished in 6th.
Oh, did he?
He did, and that means he's still got a top 10. So he still has a direct entry. Doesn't get any prize money, but still has a direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals. And it's a mistake now that he will never make again. I bet you he will be going over those race rules with a red pen with a highlighter.
That is something that scars you for life.
Yeah.
But then again, it's experience in the bank.
Yep.
That mistake does not occur twice.
Yep. And, you know, Julen was, he was bronze at the Spanish Ultra Championship and runner-up to Bucciacci at Peñagolosa in April. Bucciacci being the runner from Romania who had the highest UTMB index score coming into the race, but ultimately withdrew. And we saw that pattern actually happen again.
In the 100 mile.
In the 100 mile with Benyat Marmasal, also had the highest UTMB index and dropped out. And there we have, on the women's side, quite a cool story following Yao Miao. We had Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier coming from a triathlon background. So she didn't have a deep race experience that we could dig into, and we were wondering where did this woman come from? But very strong triathlon background. I hope and assume we will see her again. And then last year's defending champion making a bit of a rowing motion, which I didn't understand because I'm not a huge World Cup fan, but that is a shout out to the Norwegian.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
The group is so nice.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Cataluña.
Howdy, team. Yeah, you thought we were gone. Nope, we're back once again. We are waiting. The whole of Poland is behind the screen, or if not, you better be soon. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Katarzyna Dąbrowska is making her way down, and in just over 30 minutes, we'll be crossing the line. Fists up in the air, celebrating. She'll be holding a Polish flag. We can start taking bets on that. And this will be celebration.
And she is 4 kilometers to go. I hope she is now just thinking about the finish line, allowing it to pull her down. And you can see, she's about to pass.
Oh, she breaks into a run. That's pretty good.
Yep. I think it's another male competitor there. I don't think that was a camera runner. Oh,
no, it was.
Darn it. I was getting pretty excited.
Yeah, same.
It was a camera runner. So she's got a camera runner in front, a camera runner behind. Let's go. You have so much support behind you, Kesha. Everyone has been following you on this race, and we hope you feel it there out on the trail. What a battle.
There you go. Go, Kesha. You're our hero. You're the bravest. Kesha. Kesha, you've got this. Kesha, heart. Kesha, fire. Katarzyna. Dajej. I don't know what it is. Usually we have Davai, but Dajej from Magdalena.
Dajej in Arabic means chicken.
In what?
Arabic.
Oh. Maybe a reference to our chicken arms?
We're really stretching on this one.
Oh, yeah. There's no coming back from this.
We are 27 hours into this race and too many hours into the live broadcast, but it is really important to all of us that we make sure to cover the women's fields. No matter when Kasia comes across the line, we will be here to support her. And she hasn't gotten the poles out to help her on the downhill.
True. That's a good point.
Yeah, she's still moving, but not moving the way we normally see her moving. She's had a very strong race, but a tough race, dealing with nausea, dealing with sleepiness. We actually were kind of let into what was quite a private, vulnerable moment where she sat down on the trail, put her head in her hands. I thought it was nausea. We found out from her partner that it was actually just sleepiness. So she's been taking Coke at the aid stations, had a bit of an espresso at the last one where she was able to receive some assistance, and got a recorded message from her nutritionist and her coach, Jack Kunsel.
And I feel like this is the very first time we're seeing her like move with clearly pain in the legs. Like before, she was just slower because she couldn't just stretch it out because lack of energy and sleepiness. But now you can see that the wheels have fallen off. Like the pain in the legs, most likely quads and IT band. She's, kind of walking, trying to minimize as much as possible the impact because it's like from what I can see from the outside, actually, it looks very painful.
Yeah.
So now it's all about the mental game and switching off those pain receptors. And again, the purpose of the game is not pain and suffering. Pain and suffering eventually comes sometimes and you deal with it, but fun is the number one factor.
And you know what? There is going to be so much relief and joy when she hits that finish line. And she will have all of tomorrow to have fun. I hope she just sits herself near the finish line at a good restaurant and watches all of the other runners come in because, of course, while we're watching the top runners, we still have hundreds out on the trail. There are 400 runners still in the game who have up until 4 p.m. tomorrow to finish this course.
Yeah, like 48 hours cutoff time for this 100 miles. So yeah, we haven't even started. If we're looking at where everybody is standing on that course,
the vast majority are between kilometer 105 and kilometer 122.
Yep.
And we still have people back a fair ways, actually. We still have people that are as far back as 90K, in between the 90K and the 100K part of this course. So they've got a ways to go.
Yeah, it's just past the halfway.
But it does put this in perspective. Even when an athlete as incredible as Kasia is struggling, she's still moving at a blistering pace overall compared to
in
the rest
comparison
of the field.
to the rest of us mortals / extraordinary runners.
Exactly. Now, we have just had the third place woman, Salomé Grillon from France, go through the Artis checkpoint. And she's about an hour and 15 minutes behind Aurora Sio, who was over an hour behind Kasia Dąbrowska. So they're quite spaced out, those top three women. And it looks like, but previously we had seen Salomé and the fourth place woman, Anastasia Yanina, they were running, oh, no, it was fourth and fifth that were running together. That was Anastasia and Yukiko. So we will get an update soon to see if they come through Mont-Romis together as well. Salomé, the third place woman, is running on her own.
It's crazy. Mount Romy is like, it feels like so far away already.
It does.
There's so much ground to cover between there and the finish. And it looks like, I mean, the wind had picked up on the finish line a while ago, but by the look at the flap of her cap, it's not only her blistering speed that is creating that wave. It really seems like oh, there we go. We've got her scared. We're just doing a bit of a recording with the GoPro, which will allow for slow-mo replays.
Yes.
That's what we do with it, in case you're wondering.
Just so we can get really up close and personal on seeing how she moves across the trails. Now, what is going through Kasha's head at the moment? Is she picturing the finish line, or is she just picturing on the next 10 steps and then the next 10 steps and the next 10 steps? That is the question. Well, we're getting a good slow-mo recap of the camera runner.
Yeah. Might as well make it last. Get heaps of time.
And as we're continuing to follow this 100-mile race, Martin and I are here to answer your questions. Any and all questions about trail running, ultra running.
Bring it on. It's a free show.
We
Take
are
advantage of it.
here for you. We have covered various topics today already, from shoes to training blocks. Previously, we've talked about nutrition and poles. What is on your mind? What questions have come up?
Sleep hormones, pico juice. Yeah, we've gone far and wide.
But, you know, the one thing that I love about this sport is that no matter how long you're in it, no matter how many years you've been doing it, this is a theme that I see, you know, continue to come up amongst elites and amateurs alike. But you can always learn something more. You know, there's always another piece of the puzzle. There's always new research or science coming out or different practices that different runners are doing. It's still a testing ground. We still haven't really figured it out. It is a young sport, relatively speaking, compared to all other sports. And that means that, you know, you're never always going to get it right. There's going to be something to change, something new to try, whether you've been in the sport for 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years. I wonder if this is the speed that she feels that she's going at in her mind.
We could do a Baywatch meme on that one.
Oh, I don't know. I think that would get a
Slow-mo
bit of
running.
flack. Yeah.
La 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 la. It's like the wheels of the chariot have fallen off, and now the chariot is on fire.
Yeah.
But still moving.
She's moving as quickly as her brain and her legs will allow at this point. I know her brain is telling her legs, go, go, go. But this is the max speed that they are running at right now, and we will take it. If that's what you got, that's what you got.
Yeah. And in the meantime, you guys are still cheering in the chat. That's what matters. Send up the good vibes. She'll feel it. I know I can. I can feel it all the way down to my plums.
Okay. We're starting to go off the rails now.
No, some of you will know the reference, and I will give 10 points and a running stone to whoever can put in the chat where that expression is coming from. This I cannot claim it, unfortunately.
We have had too much sugar.
Sugar, coffees, ice cream. We've done it all. We've done it all.
You know, I think for our next live broadcast, we should just recreate what is at the aid station in the race that we're commentating on. And we should just do the shots of pickle juice. We should just eat the meat and cheese. Like, let's just really get into the race atmosphere next time.
We should be on a treadmill as well, and like incline, like put the incline up or down.
Yep.
Mimic the running styles. Man, there's so much room for improvement.
At some point, yeah. Mimic the weather. We'll get a wind machine.
Throw in a bucket of ice.
What do you guys want to see next time? We're open to it.
Yeah, let us know. I mean, if it's coming from you, the production is going to have to deliver. So we're just too rodent in an experiment.
And you know what I've just noticed? What I really like about these top 3 women is that they're covering 3 different age ranges. So Kasia being in the 35 to 39 category, Aurora Sio in the 45 to 49 category, and Salome Grillon in the 20 to 34 category. So
there you go.
Quite nice to see. It was interesting watching Western States last weekend. Absolutely just incredible. No one could come up with the right adjectives to describe what was going on the women's side. But the top 10 women that came in close succession, all of them were in their 30s. And I think for those of us in our 40s started to think, you know, has the era of fast women in their 40s still being able to get in that precious top 10 in Western States, is that era over? And I'm hoping it's not, but it is. It did give a bit of an indication of, you know, the age range is really narrowing at the top of the field.
Well, there are probably like additional factors, like if you weren't following back home, like it was an exceptionally cold year. Therefore, it was probably, and I'm going here, I'm going to make like big assumptions, but it might have just been down to,
So
like, down to just pure engine as opposed to experience, looking after yourself, pacing yourself right as well, like knowing how to ride that limit that usually the true Western States experience delivers. Like, you know that it is too hot for you to race at your 100%.
But you know, it's interesting because this was the big question. How much is the heat really going to affect and the performances? And going into the race, we thought, you know, runners like Molly Seidel, she's an Olympic bronze medalist. Even though she'd never done a 100-miler before, it was like, okay, well, if it's hot, it's good to have a bit more veteran experience to know how to manage yourself. If it's not as hot, I think it was Francesco Pupi who said, you know, that's really going to favor those who are just fit. And so favor people like Molly Seidel. But actually, I went back through the data. Of the last 20 years and even 50 years of temperatures and performances. And what we see in the data is that the heat affects how many finishers we have. So it affects the whole field. The hotter the race is, the fewer finishers you have. But it doesn't actually affect so much the timings of the top and the elite, which you'd think it would. But it's more just that the whole top of the field is getting better and better as we go along.
But have you seen, like, was there a correlation on even the hot year being slower?
No,
So it was only like
interesting.
the cold year being, like, try to compare the coldest years.
Yeah, so what I did was, this is a bit geeky, but I went through to kind of plot out what the winning times were on a graph versus the actual temperature, and there's no clear correlation between them, which you would expect. Whereas if you look at the temperature versus the percentage of finishers, there is a clear correlation. So interesting to see that. It's always fun diving into the stats.
But like the two fastest time, like Jane's and Courtney's, were on cold year.
This year was definitely a cold year. For Courtney's year,
well, they had like a whole heap of snow on the high country, meaning there was a lot of water in the canyons,
Yeah.
which was definitely making it cold year, like air quote, as opposed to, some of the years where they are absolutely scorching hot and like in high, like 110.
So that was one of the other factors as well, was actually snow in the high country. So the year that I ran, for example, in 2017, there was a lot of snow in the high country, but it was also hot, and it was the slowest year in the last 20 years, which made me a bit happy. So interesting. I mean, it's you can take different conclusions from the data, but it just gave me an indication that the heat maybe isn't as affecting the winning times as much as we think it does.
Although this year, like, again, the times were unreal. And it was interesting. I want to give shout out to Brian Metzler,
Yep.
Who we sat with during the Broken Arrow Sky Race week, and he called it. He was like, yeah. As soon as we saw the weather forecast, he was like, yep, there's going to be 3 men under 14.
Wow.
And actually, Maya Beckhausen, we were all a bunch of old timers, and he was like, oh, well, could you say this again? And you recorded it. And so we have evidence of Brian Metzler's ability to read into the future.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, my theory is that the heat, I mean, of course, it does affect the finishing times a bit. I don't think it does as much as just how the performance and fitness of the top runners is increasing so much. But I do think that the heat affects which person is going to win and that winning time, favoring maybe those with a little bit more experience and knowing how to manage themselves versus those who are just fit. Okay, we had asked, is Kasia focusing on the finish line or the next 10 steps and the next 10 steps? And we have in the chat, I think that Kasia focuses only on the next step. She always says that the finish line is on the finish line. Brilliant. Thank you for that insight. And it's true. It ain't over till it's over. But given where we are, I am going to call it. This is our winner.
So we're still moving relentlessly forward towards the finish line, and we've covered another K. We're going to get close to a couple of Ks to the finish now. So it means 800 meters until the antenna, the station, and then a couple of switchbacks still on the trail, and then she'll be hitting the pavement. And to answer your question in the chat, who's following her, we have, she's in a cam runner sandwich. We've got a cam runner in front and a cam runner behind her to deliver images going back and forth, to see her go from the front, to see her go from the back. Because, we want to give you full footage. 360-degree experience. There you go, from the side as well.
So the hat is off. We are now going well into the evening. It is 7:18 local time and 27 hours and 17 minutes into this race as we are following images of Kasia Dąbrowska come to the finish line. We are going to a short commercial break, but stay with us for the end of Kasia's race.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back following our lead woman, Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland in the 100-mile race at the HOKA Val by UTMB. 1.7 kilometers to go. And we are with her every step. Now, this is what I like to call, this is walking when you are in your head, you're running. But out there, she's back up to a running pace. But you can see when your body isn't moving the way that you want it to. And it's kind of a walk-run mashup.
Yeah, as a comparison, like this is how I walk when I know I can't trust the fart. It's like, oh. On my way to the bathroom, it's like, nah, can't let it go. There we go, team. Said it. The last half hour of this live broadcast is going to deliver high. Oh, the ground is goddamn low. Heart is like, yep. I don't know what it was. It would have been.
It was an earphone, an earpiece.
Oh, yeah. You'd do anything for those. These can jump far. Well done. All right, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Final chance to ask a comment. We can do also any type of answer to the question we answer. Now we are in the money time, so this could be completely unrelated to trail running. Whatever you want to know, we will answer this, whether we have an accurate answer or we'll just make it up.
Yep.
I mean, you probably realize, but we've got skills. We can talk.
Yeah, do not fact check us. I think I gave some incorrect information on our first day of broadcast on some of the one of the Americans that we were talking about. I said that she was from Telluride from the Hard Rock course, but I was actually talking about, I think, Lindsay, who was one of the top Americans in the 100K race. So yeah, these are the things that go through my brain when we stop the live broadcast. I can never watch it back because I will just be realizing
oh no,
how many things I said wrong and how many names I butchered. But you are all here to keep us in check, and we appreciate all of the help and all of the insight that you've been giving to us. If you are super fans of the runners that you're following, or if you are there actually on the ground, it always helps. It's a joint effort, I think, for us to all piece together the information and figure out what we're seeing and what the runners are experiencing as they go through these 100 miles in the Pyrenees.
Yeah, and sharing so much stoke and like country proud. Like, again, we knew it, but you're confirming that Poland is one of the biggest, most exciting trail running nation there is, showing all your support, teaching us new words as well.
And just looking, as we are watching Kasia come down towards the finish line, looking at where we are at with the top 5 women. So previously we had Anastasia Ionina and Yukiko Sawada running together. It looks like now there is a bit of a split. Anastasia has come into the Mont-Romis aid station about 6 minutes ago, and Yukiko has not yet clocked through, but huge shout out to our runners from Japan. 3 female runners from Japan in the top 10, which is quite cool to see. So Anastasia is chasing down Salome Grillon from France. And there's quite a bit of a gap between them, and then also a gap between Salome in 3rd and Aurora Sio, who has been running all day, all night in 2nd behind our leading women, Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland.
And I don't know if this is the true man, the legend, or if somebody used an alias, but we have Andrzej Witek in the chat cheering for Kasia.
Oh, no way.
You are amazing, so absolutely loving that.
Welcome, Andrzej. We are looking forward to live commentating on your next race as well.
Yeah, legends, cheering for legends. That's what it's all about. Love it.
So much support and so much energy for Kasia as she comes to the end of this race. She is the winner already from a UTMB World Series major. She was the winner at Ultra Trail Australia. Interestingly, giving a little bit of a scare before she ran because she had to stop and sit down on the trail to deal with a cramp for about 5 minutes before she went on to win. But as she shows, no matter, what kind of comes her way, she's able to kind of deal with it, manage it, and keep pushing forward. And then we will see her again next month in Chamonix for UTMB.
Ooh, yeah. And we're going to see a whole lot of Polska Grum in the chat. As always, whenever we have a runner from Poland, these words resonate loud and clear. Strength to Poland, if I have been told the right translation to that expression. Yeah, we were talking about like the nickname we could give her. And if we say it right, it's Wojownika, the warrior. So now it's Kasia Wojownika Dąbrowska. That's the new nickname of our soon-to-be crowned champion of this 2026 VDA. Once again, 163 kilometers, 10,000 meters of vert, up and down under a scorching hot sun.
She is less than 1 kilometer to go, continuing her walk run down this trail. Her brain is going run, 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 and her legs are going walk, walk, walk.
And if you say it multiple times, it sounds like a duck. Walk, 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 walk.
And we are about to see the pre-race interview with Kasia Dąbrowska so that we can understand a little bit of her mentality going into this tough 100-mile race.
Let's hear it.
Hi, I'm Katarzyna Dąbrowska. I'm on trail team runner. I love ultra races, so that's why I'm here. In my spare time, I really enjoy just being in the nature. So if I'm not running, I'm just walking, hiking, cycling on a bike. And spend time with my husband. Later in the season, I have UTMB, so I wanted to gain some more experience in the 100-mile race. And Valdaran is a great choice because the course is demanding. We have 160k and 10,000 meters of elevation, so a lot of climbs, a lot of descents, quite technical terrain, so a lot of learn, a lot of experience before the next goal. I was but in Pyrenees twice. In 2021, I raced in Ultra Pyrenees 100k. So then I was surprised by the demanding course. And last year I was here also in Cannes-Franc for World Championships. So I know a little bit what to expect, but I have never been in this area, so I'm super curious and super excited. Wow, well, the biggest competitor will be my feelings, I think. So I will be focused on myself, on my needs and my thoughts and so on. I think following the nutrition part will be the most challenging part, and also I don't know how it will be with heat or weather, but I think this time it will be quite warm. It wasn't a goal to make 2 major races this year, but it happened, so I'm super happy. I really like Ultra Trail Australia, so I'm super excited for major in Europe.
Okay, everyone, we are getting psyched that we are now seeing Kasia Dąbrowska, our leading woman in the 100-mile race at Val d'Orem by UTMB. She has hit the road, and that means that she is on her way to the finish. There's maybe 800 meters to go.
That's it.
She's pulling out her poles, getting a little bit of a bonus there from the sponsors.
Gotta make sure you pull them out before the line.
I know what's in the contracts.
It's good. She's still well aware of what needs to be done.
And of course, crossing the line, the biggest bonus that she will get is from the race, €5,000 as the winner of this World Series major.
And the
not too shabby
support in the chat has been blowing up as well. We are absolutely loving this. The gifts, the support, the messages, everything is fantastic. So big shout out to all of you as well. Poland is on fire right now. We are loving it. There we go. Probably around 500 meters to go. She's now in the old town. I hear the finish line.
I think this is one of the most highly anticipated.
Oh, yeah.
We have been with Kasia all the way. We have seen her lead from the start. We have seen her struggles. We have seen her deal with nausea. We've seen her put her head down and try to sleep on the trail. We have seen her get a pep talk from her coach. We've seen her take caffeine. We have seen her walk, run, waddle down these trails, but she is a champion. She is a warrior. She is a wojowniczka.
And look at the time. We were talking about this doing math when she still had 45K to go. It's like, well, if she's walking a big part of it and then like jogging the descent, she would finish in 27:35.
Damn, I called it. I give it to you. You have done the hard math, and that is bang on.
Which is still an extremely fast time compared to the previous references we had in 2022, which were 30 hours, which was the fastest time in the women's race.
Yep. I mean, really, we, again, need to put this in context. We've spent a lot of time talking about how she has battled, but let's talk about how fast that she has done.
Oh, yeah.
Everything we didn't see through the night, everything we saw yesterday on the first day, she has pushed up these climbs, she has tackled these descents, and when she has struggled, she has continued to move.
And there we go. The smile is now on her face. Only a couple of turns left for Kasia Dąbrowska, making it to the finish line. Once again, you see it right on the top left corner of your screen. It says indeed first woman of this VDA.
First woman on the results and first woman for all of her fans in Poland and around the world. We want to see it in the chat. We want you on your feet at home. I'm sitting here with my cowbell ready to cheer her across the line. I'm expecting emotion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Emotions are flowing already. This is going to be a massive celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, they are bringing her home. Please do the same at home. This is crazy. This is the one and only Kasia Dąbrowska.
Incredible finish for the On athlete, and she must be so relieved and so proud of herself. Wojowniczka, the warrior from Poland. Congratulations, well done.
That is going to be a race she will remember forever.
And so will we.
Oh, yeah.
It always, being able to kind of be a fly on the wall and to follow her through these high moments, through these hard moments, it's something that I take with me in my own racing. And I hope that everyone watching will take this too. This is a story of resilience, of an elite athlete showing their human side. And so take that with you next time you're on the trail, that you're in a race and you're having a hard time. The elites feel it too.
Oh, yeah.
And hopefully that will allow you to get up off the trail just like Kasia did and continue your way to the finish. Oh. She's had her partner Maciek out on the trail, crewing her at the aid stations, and there he is providing us a little bit of insight here back in the studio. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
27 hours, 33 minutes. Well done.
What a champion. All right, we're going to have the finish line interview. We've been making a whole lot of assumption of what was going through her head based on what we could see, our racing experience, but look at that now. The tears are flowing. I think things are starting to sink in. And I just can't wait to hear it from her firsthand how this race went.
It's going to take some time to process this one.
Yeah. We have had, if you were with us about an hour ago, 90 minutes ago, her finish at UTA 100, and she was making it look easy. Today was a bit of a different story.
Wins in Australia, wins in Poland, a win in the European Major. Congratulations on behalf of all of the family here at Val d'Aran.
Oh. Thank you so much. It was a tough day in the office, the most beautiful one, but very hard. I have to say that Pyrenees are so hard as beautiful, because they are really, really amazing. I was amazed by the views, and also all volunteer organizers. So thank you so much for creating such a great event. And yeah, I'm so happy because it was so tough. I had stomach issue. I was unfortunately vomiting. So we tried with my team to bring me back to the race, but it was quite tough. And my quads are crushed, really. Last downhills, every downhill, they are crazy, really. Oh my God, they're so steep.
Dice que las piernas están destrozadas, que estaba vomitando, que las pacadas son durísimas, pero todo muy bonito. Todo muy bonito. Y quería dar las gracias a todos los voluntarios y toda la organización. Kasia, we saw you here yesterday, and I said to you, you look so calm, you look so relaxed. Most of us will never run 100 miles. How do you do it?
I have no idea. I ask myself a few times why 160 kilometers I choose. Because in 100 or 50 I also could see some really amazing views and it could be a little bit easier. But if pace is so hard, it's also very, very, very hard. But yeah, I don't know.
No sabe por qué lo hace, pero bueno, lo hace muy, muy bien. Kasia, there's an expression in Spanish, todo terreno. It means you're an all-rounder because you win races from 23 kilometers to 100 miles. What's your secret?
I just love running. I really love running, and I don't put myself as a competitor. I really like to enjoy the possibility to be in the mountains, even I'm racing. So this is my passion. I really love it. This is a huge part of my life, very important. So I'm focused on that.
Dice que su secreto es que le encanta correr y ya está. Kasia, final question from me. You've had an incredible year. 4 victories at least, if not more. Will we see you in Chamonix, UTMB, in a couple of weeks' time? Can you recover, or will we wait until 2027?
Yes, I will be in UTMB this year. So, yeah, Valderan was the final prep, I would say, for UTMB. But I know the course of UTMB, so this is not so hard as here. Really, you have really tough trails.
Dice que Chamonix no es tan difícil como aquí, y hoy fue su último entrenamiento antes de Mont Blanc. Kasia, you have lots of Polish fans here, and they taught us how to say "vamos" in Polish. Kasia, Dawaj! Dawaj, Kasia, congratulations, well done!
Dawaj, Kasia! Dawaj, Kasia!
Dziękuję wam wszystkim, dziękuję bardzo. And just last word, I wanted to say thank you to my husband, who support me every day, not only during the races. I love you so much, and I'm happy that...
Marino, levántate, stand up!
Oh.
Take a bow. Que quería dar gracias a su marido que le
more PDAs, public displays of affection.
Fantastic, guys. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That was so sweet.
That was indeed.
So really giving us a little bit more insight. Not only was she nauseous, but she said she was vomiting on the trail. So, and her quads, as we suspected, were completely blown. But a really important point that she said, you know, I just love running. You know, it gives her so much joy. And like I said, that is the point.
It goes back exactly to what you were saying. It's like your why has to be right, and hers pretty simple, and that's what's making a difference to enable her to run races from 26K to 100 miles.
Yep.
And here is the recap of what went down today.
And leading off there, yesterday we had the 100-mile race start off at 4 p.m. And you saw there in the pink hat, that was the highest UTMB index runner coming into this race, Benyat Marmasol from France. There he is. He was expecting to have a good race. He was feeling good before the race, but unfortunately ended up dropping out in the night after about 60K due to pain in his soleus. This was Brent Pathieu from Belgium, who came out of nowhere to lead the race, and you know, why not? Good on ya. He did drop back no longer in the top 10, but he started off strong. And
moment of fame.
Yeah, why not on the live stream? But on the women's side, it was Kasia Dabrowska leading from the start, followed by Aurora CEO, and that stayed consistent throughout the entire day, night, and all of today. So poles on this race absolutely essential, as they have been going up these very steep climbs. We can see Kasia moving extremely well through these first few aid stations. And then it was a different story when we tuned back in the next day.
Yeah, and there was a lot of care being taken at all the later aid stations, trying to troubleshoot also what was going on with the rise. And we saw in the men's race an absolute domination as soon as he chose to go pedal to the metal. Saga Rueda, coming from Argentina, now living in Barcelona. But man, oh man, what a demonstration of strength, control, perfect race pacing, and running about 2 hours faster than the previous reference time we had in 2022 when participants were able to run the whole course. And that time reference was Germain Grangier. So it was not a soft time. And moving through the field and eventually claiming top spot, Saga Rueda. Santos Gabriel, in his full name, took the big W here. Followed by a very hungry Frenchman, Theo Soriano, who did two things consistently: ate a lot at every aid station and took advantage of every single stream out on the course to get his cap wet and splash water over himself. So cooling strategy was definitely part of the plan, and it worked because Theo ended up here on your screen, taking second place. And finally, Delby Villa Gongora, who is not from Finland, but from French Polynesia, ended up rounding up the podium of this men's race in the VDA. And then in the women, we had indeed a one-woman show up at the front, Kasia Dąbrowska, but she was followed by Aria Sio. And in third place, from France, Salomé Grillon. But these women are about an hour plus apart. So Aria Sio will be the next female runner coming across the line from Spain, and we'll keep the live broadcast open, and she will be welcomed into Vieja by our speakers on the line, and so will Salomé Grillon. But here again, big celebration for the nuclear engineer, now living in Barcelona indeed, and also, you know, adding to the list of things we said that were absolutely wrong. He is not a professional car racer. That thing got lost in translation.
But running at the speed of a Formula One race car. So, you know, just making that little clarification there. And there, as you say, Teo Soriano taking advantage of all of the water spots and all of the food. Also on the women's side, Aurora Sio, we could see anytime the runners were passing an area where they could either dunk their head or get a little bit of extra water, they would usually choose to do so. Not as hot here as in recent years, but still hot. And that was obvious from what we have been seeing. And a little bit of celebration by Teo Soriano as he comes to the finish line, just adding this to his race resume, including the fourth at Trail 100 Andorra by UTMB. I do believe he lives in the area, so he will, this type of terrain will be familiar to him. But yeah, certainly extremely technical. We heard Kasia Dąbrowska say at the finish line, you know, this race is harder than UTMB, so she will be doing another 100-miler next month, but it will be easier. It will be easier than what she has done here today.
And here in the third place with Delby Villa Gongora. And he had come with the intention of finishing top 10 to get his qualification to the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix, but was not at all hoping for a third spot. So that really added to the joy of crossing the line in third position. And then again, in the women's, Aurora Sio was chasing hard, and we really thought that she could eventually close the gap with Kasia Dąbrowska, but that wasn't the case. In that gap, I think went as far as an hour 05, but then eventually kept growing back again.
And despite the struggles, despite Kasia having nausea, sleep deprivation, vomiting, quads being blown, she still came in at quite an impressive pace, particularly comparing to the past year when we did have a full race, which was 2022, finishing in 27 hours, 33 minutes. Now, while we will be ending our time with you, Marta and I, please know that we will have the women's podium live at the finish with the finish line speakers. And Marta and I will be back with you next Saturday on the UTMB Live for the 50K race at Verbier. So if you haven't gotten enough from us today or over the last few days, have no fear. We will be back in 7 days to commentate the next race. But this one isn't over. The women are still out there running, so make sure that you stay tuned because we will continue to bring those images of the top women's podium as they come into the end of the 100-mile race at Val d'Aran by UTMB.
Indeed. And so, yeah, next weekend we'll be in Switzerland with the Verbier Saint-Bernard 50K. And then if you really didn't get enough of us, the weekend after is going to be Monte Rosa in Italy. So be well, stay safe, and stay on the live because it is still on for the top 3 women Thank you so much.
See you soon.
Un parcours exigeant et technique.
Look at the runners.
Très impressionnant.
We asked for fireworks and we got fireworks. He knows it. He's pushing.
This is going to be a sprint.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
La segunda chica, la tercera, la quinta y evidentemente todos los corredores y todas las corredoras de UTMB podéis ir a la carpa que tenemos instalada aquí en este tipita chulo de la Val Pyrenees by UTMB, porque el Colegio de Fisios está a punto de dar una charla sobre la prevención de lesiones para corredores y corredoras. Así que nada mejor que hacer que ir a la carpa de los tipis y escuchar a estos grandísimos profesionales que, aparte de ayudarnos a acabar las carreras, nos ayudan a prevenir las lesiones. Mira, Owen, mira qué pregunta más bonita me hacen desde el público. Me dicen que cuántos voluntarios y voluntarias hay en esta prueba.
Pues yo no lo sé, de verdad. Sé que hay muchos porque están por toda la montaña.
Muchos.
Y por todos los pueblos también.
Pero podríamos contestar la pregunta. Del equipo médico sí les puedo decir que hay 40 sanitarios. 40 sanitarios. Pero los voluntarios, voy a preguntar.
Mira, él sabe.
Vale. A ver, así por decir. ¿Cuántos voluntarios creéis que hay? ¿Cuántos? 400. 400. Petra, 550. Yo sabía que Pedro lo sabía. ¿Sabéis por qué? Porque esta familia desastre están en todas las carreras, ayudando, apoyando, han hecho de voluntarios aquí. Y la que está allí detrás acaba de hacer una de 100 millas casi, ¿eh? O sea que, mira, 550 voluntarios, 550 voluntarios. Toda era Valdarán, impresionante, son el alma de las carreras. Recordava que mentre esperem aquí a la segona classificada que provisionalment serà la relació, teniu una xerrada aquí al tipi del village, el tipi que posa bandera en Pirinès de UTMB, del col·legi d'aficions sobre la prevenció als corredors d'ultra, corredors i corredores.
Aquí toca el cuerpo recuperarse. Claro, las personas que hacen carreras habrá que ver estas 50 años, ¿no? Está vomitando hoy, los músculos destrozados. Hacerlo de nuevo en 8 semanas me parece demasiado arriesgado.
Que hoy